to make it interesting.
This is sick.
It's a 4? It's a 7-bet jam.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again and welcome to the PokerStars European Poker Tour from London. Yes, live coverage of day 5 of the main event starts now. We are at the Hilton Park Lane, hosted by the Hippodrome Casino, to watch 16 become 6, playing down from 2 tables to the final table. And of course we'll stream the final table tomorrow from 1 PM local time across today and tomorrow. We want to hear from you guys. Live chat on Twitch and YouTube. Use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. And of course, check out all the fun stuff around the event on our Facebook and Instagram pages as well. Hope you've enjoyed the action so far. If you missed day 4, here's what happened. 25 players returned, including high rollers Ben Pollak and Ben Heath. Also in the mix, poker legend Erik Seidel enjoying his deepest ever EPT run. Pedro Garagnani was at the receiving end of a bad cooler, running kings into David Docherty's aces. Jack Sinclair had a good start to the day, built up a big stack on the feature table. And Docherty's run good continued, aces against kings again. He KO'd Jamil Wakil and became monster chip leader. An agonized Jordi Garcia made the wrong call at the wrong time. He was eliminated by Harry Lodge, and that took us down to the final 2 tables. And despite doubling up Lodge at the end of the day, David Docherty bagged a commanding chip lead. So we come into the penultimate day with 16 players, including a few short stacks. Sergio Coutinho, Jamie Flynn, Erik Seidel, they are all in the danger zone. Danger zone! Benjamin Pollak, Martin Tussaud, Dan Kisu, all not particularly healthily stacked, nor Kanji or Heath. So most of these players have above average stacks, and we've got a lot of Brits at the top end of the leaderboard. Harry Lodge sits in 5th. Jack Sinclair comes into play 3rd on the leaderboard. Ian Hamilton 2nd in chips. David Docherty is the biggest stack with 3.5 million, just shy of 120 big blinds. With 16 remaining, they're all guaranteed the better part of £30,000, 29.8 to be precise. At the final table, we're going to start paying 6-figure scores with a huge amount of money up top, £664,400, plus, of course, the EPT main event trophy. So the players arriving for day 5, David Docherty and Aleem Kanji, 2 of them. There is Ben Heath. He'll be on the outer table today. There is the shortest stack, Sergio Coutinho. Needs to double up quick. Roman Harabek has been a big stack for most of the last couple of days. Ben Pollak, below average right now. Martin Tussaud is a 2-time EPT runner-up, looking to make his 3rd final table today. Erik Seidel looking to complete the Triple Crown with a win here in London. He'll be on the main stage. And if you have questions and you need answers, send in Harry Lodge. He's also going to be at the feature table. Full lineup. Chip leader David Docherty. Top boss Aleem Kanji. Seidel, who needs to make something happen, only has 15 bigs. Dan Kishu's at the feature table because it is the year of
Romania.
Plus, we've got Lodge and Rabeck with the blinds at 15,000, 30,000 with a 30k big blind ante. It's James Haskell, Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benches here.
Hello, everyone. Yes, you're teeing up Joe so brilliantly there. I'm glad I was able to sneak a word in.
That's not bad.
Hello, my babies. There he is.
Got to get to the action. Hand number one
just
underway.
Ask for one phone, right? Not for all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Super.
And we see Nicolas Vassier with King Queen offsuit under the gun +1. He has around $1 million, 35 big blind stack, so he is raising here to 65k. Seidel folds. Docherty folds 10-6. Aleem Kanji with 10-5. Dan Kishu on the button. Queen Jack.
Sorry, which one is it?
What's that noise mean?
Well, Joe knows his cards. He knows this isn't a great flat. Problem with it is just, you're playing 30 big blinds. The kind of range of hands you're going to be up against in the earlier position is going to be a lot of dominating combos, like King Queen, like Ace Queen, Ace Jack, King Jack. So Queen Jack just not the kind of hand you want to work into your flatting range. Maybe you want to play this suited sometimes, but offsuit, we can see running into that exact problem here.
That's what it meant when I went,
Yeah.
Thank you for translating Stapleton into English, Griffin. As Harabek calls out of the big blind as well, and we go three-way to the flop on the first hand of the day. And that flop is 9-7-5. So a pair of fives for Harabek, who currently has the advantage. Checks it to the pre-flop aggressor. Vassier decides to check. Not going to see bet into two opponents. And Dan Kishu thought he was getting ready to bet there, but nope, he checks behind. Turn card for free, which is a deuce. Deuce of spades, so two flush draws out there now.
Yeah, and Harabek's got to be feeling pretty good about his hand at this stage. Might want to try to deny some equity. Certainly, Viserys could have something like pocket eights or sixes, maybe ace 7 suited, and be checking this flop. So I think some of the times Harabek will want to protect this 5, but at the same time doesn't want to bet into, a range that is actually potentially winning. There's also a chance Viserys could be check raising this flop with a strong overpair against Chisu on the button. So just hoping to see another brick on the river, I think.
Talked to Dan this morning. He said, I don't know why these guys are always trying to bluff me. What do they think? I'm some old fart?
So it gets checked again, and that 3 of spades on the river means Harabek is still good. A lot of people asking, what is the plan for today? Put simply, get down to the final table of 6. However, and I think this is highly unlikely, this is going to get checked to showdown and Harabek's going to win the pot. I think it's unlikely, but if we play 5 full levels and we're still not at 6, we'll stop there. We come back with 7 or 8 tomorrow, it's not a disaster. But I don't think it's going to take 5 full levels to get 6 players. I'm thinking 4, 4.5 maybe, but not 5.
I'm not in the prediction business. I'm in the high-level poker analysis business.
Your famous grunts.
So Huh? What?
I mean, what's
I'm
been
like the anger
interesting-
translator from Key and Peele. The grunt translator.
What's been interesting the last couple of days is that this has been playing around a 60, anything 60, 75 big blind average, Griffin. Now they're playing below 50. So with those short stacks, something needs to change soon. The dynamic will be either double ups or bust outs, and some chip consolidation needs to happen.
Chip consolidation on the penultimate day.
Yeah.
Some great words being thrown around.
Well, we've got an under-the-gun race here from Vasiez, who's got King-Queen again. And is in the cutoff with King-Jack.
Okay, all right. Less grunting this time.
There you go.
Fewer grunting, sorry.
See, sometimes it's just about learning from your mistakes.
9s for Harabek in the small blind.
Yeah, I think this needs to just play as a pure call for Harabek. Certainly in later position, you might be more interested in, 3-betting and even calling off for 32 big blinds. But at this stack depth against the under-the-gun range, you don't really want to get this in, and you certainly don't want to 3-bet fold. So just calling is going to play just fine. You do invite this man with the ace-queen in there, and the kind of stack that might play just perfectly as a back shove. The real question becomes, if Martin takes that line here, how is Harabek going to react with those 9s? This range of shove here isn't really going to be pocket 7s, pocket 6s, even pocket 8s might just play this as an overcall. So a lot of the time you're going to be up against this range.
He is not all in. He's left a 5K chip behind.
My apologies.
So
Thanks.
this
Very important to
is
Idiot.
a virtual all in.
how I still
From
have my job. Is
Sure. So officially, a 3-bet to 635,000.
How much is it?
Yeah, so again, I think that if Harabek had 10s, this would be a pretty quick side call. But 9s is probably still a call, but you're really not happy about it for the reasons I said. Certainly going to be up against hands like ace-queen, ace-king, ace-jack suited might take this spot. It's a tight range because you're really worried about that under-the-gun open and also the potential strength of this small blind flat. What would you do, chat? Call or fold?
Well, Hull City Mikey says, can someone explain why players do this? Leave the 5K chip behind. Yes. Thank you for your question.
All in.
Well, Harabek is going to put them all in, and Susor will probably check that there's nothing significant happening at the other table before sticking the rest in.
Which is a clue as to why he did this.
We are on a ladder,
Clues.
and he has made the call, and we are off to the races. Classic race at the feature table. The ace-queen of Susor against the 9s of Harabek. And Susor needs to hit.
Like
He
the
is the at-risk player here.
Tower of London versus Buckingham Palace. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Well, this is not looking good for Susor. Okay, he's got the flush draw, but he's up against a set of 9s for Harabek. 30% is 30%.
Yeah, it's remarkably high.
Well, it's going to need to see a heart on the river that doesn't pair the board.
So sad already.
Does not. And we lose our first player on day 5. Martin Susor, a 2-time EPT runner-up, lost heads-up in Prague in 2016, lost heads-up in Barcelona to Simon Brandstrom in 2019, does not make the final table in this event.
Oh, wait.
Cashes out in 16th place for £29,800.
Man, you can really see it on his face, huh?
I was like, I want to exchange that.
Poor guy.
By the way, shout out to
Sure.
Ben
You wanna
10,
offer
who's
me
watching on YouTube today. Ben did a deal, heads up, in the mini EPT London PLO event last night, cashing for nearly $1,400. Officially came second, but got the most money.
Cool.
So well done, Ben. And of course, mini EPT London continues today. The first event starting in... Well, I think you've still got an hour and a half to go. Plenty of time to register for this, and it's only $3.30. It is a $3.30 deep stack. So plenty of play in this one. And again, as with all mini EPT London events, WCOOP tickets added to the prize pool.
So Ben 10 would not have gotten the WCOOP ticket for the win then.
No, but he would have got a ticket for second place.
Cool.
Docherty with the sort of bottom of range open in early position. A lot of chips you get to.
And you bluffed me last time.
Nope,
Shizu
no grunt
find a
here.
Big pair
Hey, jumping
for
up.
the 30 big blinds.
That was my favorite.
And I'm really not thrilled about ace queen in this spot.
Almost.
You know, Shizu doesn't seem like the type that's just going to look down at ace 10 or ace jack off and smash in 30 bigs. It's often going to be hands like this.
Whoa. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, because of that.
7:30?
Now we got to fold out a turn.
The
But
killer from Prague.
Sounds like the amount is
living in
actually
Austria.
less than
On your
the
resize.
graphic displayed. I heard
he
730,
told
which
me.
is going to change the decisions here for Harabic. Maybe.
Then only because you're a nice guy, I'm gonna let you live.
Yeah, it does fold though.
Maybe.
Well,
He's
I imagine
not gonna
Doxy
let
will
you.
also fold pretty
He gets to bluff
quickly,
me today.
and Kishu will pick up this pot.
He told me to.
Yeah,
You're Romania.
living in Vienna.
I want to say hello
I
to
like,
Philip, the Razor on YouTube. I
I've
try
never
to
been
watch
there.
everything with closed captioning, and the audio captioning on YouTube for
nice.
poker is always great.
Gordon Field Festival.
I am going
Oh,
to
you went for
guess
the
there's
film
heavy sarcasm
times.
there, Phil,
Oh, wow.
because what I've seen
I've
is the
never been there,
captioning
actually.
cannot
But a lot of
cope
people told me
Beautiful.
it's
with
very
the
nice. We
poker
Absolutely
parlance
beautiful.
that gets
One
thrown
of the
around
best
regularly.
resorts ever. Pocket in the mountains with that rivers, with that water.
It's very known for the spa as well.
Spa, the spa is
So many
great.
like hotels with
Yeah.
spas.
Great.
When did that start getting like automated? Because back in the past, people were actually writing it as was happening, right?
And now, yeah, it's all automated based on speech recognition, but the problem is there are so many weird phrases and words used in poker commentary. It's actually quite hilarious. Some of the screenshots that people send me and Joe are excellent.
And Docherty raising under the gun here to 70,000. We all just agree that's Patrick Leonard in disguise, right?
Kishu flatting in the hijack with 9-8 suited. Harabek with ace-6 suited, also in clubs on the button.
This makes for a pretty decent squeeze spot some of the time for Harabek. Docherty's going to be pretty aware of it, that because he's going to be opening relatively wide, that, you know, Harabek might take this squeeze spot pretty wide because Chisu's probably not going to be trapping. As you can see, he plays the big hands quite fast in a spot like this. But, you know, at the same time, doesn't really necessarily need to take this spot.
Thank you, Adam, for highlighting that when I said words used in poker commentary, YouTube subtitled it as words used in poker Coventry. So we've gone heads up to the flop. That flop is Jack 6-3. One spade, one club.
Fair bit of Jack X's in the range of Chisu's flat here, so Docherty happy to just play this as a check. Ooh, very interesting turn card. Makes it open-ended for Chisu, but Docherty. Flush draw, straight draw.
Yeah, what a turn. Boy, it's got to be pretty tempting to semi-bluff this.
Well, you know what's funny is the two hands we've seen Chisu play, he's taken passive action on every single street and probably feels like at this stage he's been playing too passively. Now it's like, okay, I picked up some equity, my opponent keeps checking. Maybe I need to start betting. He'll just fold. Of course, we see Docherty will not be folding.
Yeah. It's going to have to be a pretty fortunate river for Kishu to win this one.
I mean, come on, he even puts the chips in like Patrick Leonard.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. So Docherty had the flush draw on the turn, but hits top pair on the river. Checks to Kishu.
Yeah, Kishu with the bottom of his range here, but all the same, I think doesn't have
Ace 10, similar with the last 10 last time when you bluffed me.
doesn't
Now,
like this
I should have learned my
river
lesson.
cart.
Leaving the door open.
Yeah, hasn't checked yet. And check. Ooh.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Tell you what, there is one way that he can win this hand. That's by going all in.
Are you sure?
I think that an all-in might get it through, to be honest.
I think this is a trap.
I think it's very, very difficult to move all in based on the preceding conversation.
2.2x pot. I think it's like,
There you
it's
go.
just not going to do anything.
Check to showdown and a pair of aces is good as David Docherty increases his chip lead, 3.7 million, close to 125 big blinds. Just 15 minutes into the level, 15 minutes into the day with one elimination so far. Martin Susor out in 16th place. But we are heading to the other table where it's Ben Heath against Alexandre Volumier. We join this hand on the turn. Volumier's bet 220k on a Jack 6-5 deuce board with 3 hearts. Ben Heath all in. Volumier calls. Heath tables 5s for a set. Aces for Volumier. Heath ahead, but Volumier does have the ace of hearts, and there are 3 hearts on the board.
Oh, man.
An ace on the river, a heart on the river will see Ben Heath eliminated in 15th place.
I wanted to make 4x pre-flop, but my...
It's a heart! And Ben Heath gets bad beat on the river and is KO'd, cashing for £34,250.
Tough break there on the river, but Ben Heath, a consummate professional, have been there before.
Anyway.
Gonna let that one slide off the shoulders.
He'll just win 100k next week. It's fine.
Back to the main stage where Ari Lodge is opened with ace-5 of clubs. Action on David Docherty, who's going to fold 4-3 off in the big.
It looked like you were going to muck after looking at one card there.
Really?
Yeah, after you looked at one, you just like threw it out.
All right. Thanks for telling me. I like that. I mean, pretty hard to be mucking after one card.
I know.
Pretty hard to be.
Why it was noteworthy.
Well, We referenced that there were 3 short stacks coming into the day. Coutinho, Flynn, and Seidel. Those 3 guys are still in. So they've all successfully laddered. None of them has doubled up yet.
That's a great point.
Ace King for Harabek. Round to Erik Seidel, who has 9-6 off on the button.
How funny would it be if he looked down at 6-9 and you just saw him giggle? He's like, heh.
Docherty in the small blind folds 8-5. And the top boss of Kanji Club has 7-5 off.
Is Kanji Club one of the clubs where the first rule is that you can't talk about Kanji Club?
Everyone talks about Kanji Club.
Okay.
Especially when you owe them money.
Probably good to say you're referencing Star Wars and not some sort of bad gambler's debt.
Oh, yes, absolutely. This is a Force Awakens thing.
You never know in poker.
Well, Kanji defended and has completely missed this flop. Meanwhile, it's top for the pre-flop aggressor, who continues. And a very quick fold.
Is it ever that easy? You raise with ace king, it comes king high, no draws.
Thank you.
Bloop,
Read your mind.
bet, win, thank you.
That's the kind of poker world you want to live in.
Oh,
just
so good. Yes.
Yeah.
Only one.
Ace kings flopping top
So I
pair
could do
against
that with the
nothing.
cards.
Bet
Every
fold.
once in a while, please.
Okay, well,
Uh,
there's a comment
would
from
be
Venus
interesting.
Poker on Twitch, who I'm going to assume their real name is Colin.
Defend
Not a fan of
alpha.
the defend with 7-5 off.
on EPT and
Yeah, it's
Yep.
it's a bit on the loose
Was,
side. I think it's a
the
couple
last EPT
notches
they had a while ago.
worse
Yeah.
than maybe what you should be plotting with in that situation. Playing about 30 bigs against a very capable big stack
Brazilian
player out of position. I
Akari.
think 7-8
Yeah.
off. You'd be more
Very famous.
inclined to call regularly. 7-6, probably
Yeah, I know. who you are.
right on the line, and then 7-5. I think
Was
would be a
having dinner next
would be a
to me. I knew him
fold.
because he
Yeah.
was famous. I was nobody.
It's that big blind ante and the capabilities of
They
some of
brought
these
him
players.
something with,
Sometimes they
Seafood or
decide
whatever.
to, go a bit off what you normally should.
He did not know.
So what you're saying is you're more on the side of Bell
Right.
Diggity Dog here. It says, I'd love probably win if I was in this tournament. By the way, is this amateur? Tactics are fairly infantile, lol.
Yeah.
I was a little bit scared. because
Wow. That's a good one. I like that one.
We have Charlie Carroll watching on Twitch.
Hey.
Greetings to Epiphany77.
Yeah, well said. Theoretically, good call. Folding is good late in the main.
Because he was afraid of not getting something. I heard that information, and then I was playing with him at the same table. And
Okay.
he was telling his girlfriend that when it comes with the small dots on his face and
Yeah.
so on and so forth. And then I was looking at him and I said, are you allergic to I'm a mind reader.
Under 14, I didn't
We
even
appreciate
I
Charlie
told you
Carroll
the story.
sticking
Now,
around after
he
watching
laughed
his
so
good
much
friend
because
Ben
after
bust.
that-
Surely
I said,
part
I
of the
can
reason he had
read your
tuned in.
mind, your mind, everything.
So how many minutes ago did Ben go bust in real life?
Very good.
I said, it seems
35?
Like,
Like 35 minutes
You want
ago?
to check.
Like about 33 minutes ago, I texted him, good luck.
Right after he got set crack.
And when I did it, I saw it was like, Ben Heath is typing. And then just
And then it
stopped.
disappeared?
Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, he didn't want to spoil it for you. He realized.
I'm such an idiot.
I hope he didn't read it as a needle. I hope he remembers the 30-minute delay.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah,
He's
we-
such a
we
sweet
never-
guy. There's no
never-
way he would think I was needling
Come
him.
on.
So Docherty is raised in the cutoff with King Queen. And it looks like everyone else has folded.
I missed all. Besides the...
Harry Lodge is going to give you this one.
There is-
Don't make a habit of
there
it,
is the
though.
paleta, a
So
small
Docherty, chip
restaurant
leader,
which
coming
is
into the day. We caught up with him before the start of play and asked him how he was feeling after
what kind of
his
food did they do?
incredible run
They
on
do
day
a family
4.
food.
It was a little hard to process, I think, for the first 90 minutes. You know, I didn't play that many hands in the first 90 minutes, but to pick up aces v kings twice, both in situations where the other guy could just never get away from it. It was pretty wild, but I've never had anything like that happen to me in a buy-in this big before, this deep into it as well. So, like, yeah, to get the chip lead at that point is like pretty wild. Yeah, I mean, I've been building up to this for years. I've not been in a spot as deep as this yet in an EPT, but I feel ready for it. You know, it's a really tough field left, but I think I belong on this stage. So, like, you know, I just have to try and finish it the next couple of days and prove it. I really respect Erik Seidel, obviously. He's been in the game longer than I've been alive, so like, and he's stood the test of time. You know, it's a very different game these days than it was maybe 20 years ago, and he's still here and like still one of the best players in the world. So you've got to respect that. I was really impressed by Roman Hrabek yesterday. But as for being wary, you know, like. I respect their games, but I think they respect mine as well. Yeah, I'm just here to see how it goes. I'm getting a few messages from various parts of the country. Yeah, there might be a few trains, planes, and automobiles tomorrow if I make the FT. But yeah, I don't want to overpromise anything, but I think it's going to be rowdy if I make the final table.
We were discussing earlier that there is the prospect, with a combination of certain players at the final table, that we could get a really good rail around this final table.
Yeah. Quite a sweet interview.
Thank you for the feedback, Stephen, who's watching on YouTube and says these mini EPTs with added tickets are so good value. You should keep them coming for every EPT. Spoiler alert, Stephen, there will be a mini EPT Prague. We'll run a similar series during our live streaming from the final European Poker Tour event of 2022, which will be in Prague in December.
You think Harry Lodge is going to fold King 5 after limping? On the penultimate day?
Are you doing an impression of your dad? Is that what your old man sounds like? I know he's English. Can you imagine if Griffin's dad was
You're never going to make it as a gamer.
Oi! Griffin! Clean your room!
Well, Lodge still way ahead with top pair and the 5-high flush draw.
I feel like you kind of want to bet now, but also is it too late? Yeah.
You're thinking your hand's really good a lot of the time here. A lot of the range of this check back for Hrabek is going to be, you know, some air hands that want to delay continuation bet, but some Queen X, Jack X. You know, the 10s might be finding more bets on the flops. So you're comfortable just finding a value bet on the river unless it's something like that.
Yeah, Barry Greenstein makes another appearance.
And actually quite a nice run out for Hrabek in the context of not losing any streets of value here with this top pair, mid pair situation. Because you have to imagine this is going to go check, check.
And it becoming such a bad board that you don't have to face a value bet from a king.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything is cooked in a pan. He's cooking always in something. And he's coming with the food. You put that thing on your table.
Oh, nice.
And when you don't know what, because you don't understand, you are a new customer, he's giving you something from the other one simple to take. And you said, okay, don't take it from me. No, I will take it from you to the next customer. He's spreading food to everybody just to taste, to see what they want to eat.
Yeah,
you should go
crazy.
It sounds like a very unique experience. Sounds
Super
like eating
unique.
at home rather than
I'm going to start using that when I want to get out of a conversation.
I do love the fact that Dan just has plenty of stories.
Whenever someone Dan's age starts telling me a story, I'm like waiting for the part at the end where I'm going to have to go, oh, we don't say that anymore.
Well, speaking of the end, Erik Seidel is going to go all in for those 12.5 blinds.
Not necessarily the end. Seidel with the snowmans. Shoves for his last 375,000.
How much was that?
Oh, that sounds like an ace-jack.
Ace-5 suited.
Ace-5 suited is basically the same hand as ace-jack offsuit.
You're still learning, Joe.
Round to the big blind. And the shove gets through.
Can I do a quick shout out, even though I don't really like doing them?
Go for it.
VJ, Windsor, someone that's always there, always watching, wanted to come by EPT London, heard me on stream saying I wish I had my Post-it notes with me, and brought me a little gift and gave me some Post-it notes so I can take. She's like, is that a bit, or are you actually win a main event seat this year?
Oh my God, has someone sneezed on that?
That was me, sorry.
I like it. It's more, it's imperfect. It's like human beings.
It's textured,
Yeah.
I believe
Right.
the expression.
Yes.
It has a textured finish.
Anyway, thank you, VJ, and for the bookmark as well. And if anyone ever wants to come by an EPT and give me gifts, I will make the time.
Yeah.
The more expensive the gift, the more time I will make.
Yeah, I really wish I just had my Tesla with me on this trip.
My PS5, I forgot it at home.
Yeah.
You could have bought him. Multi-table.
So Docherty said that Harabic really impressed him yesterday. Is that just because they're both wearing tracksuits? It's like a style thing? Face series.
Just realized I was planning to wear my Patek Philippe Nautilus for the final table
What's
tomorrow.
that?
And I left it at home. I'll be in the lobby 11:45 tomorrow.
Face series. Thinking, oh, is this a spot I can get away with one? We'll just make it like 195,000, maybe 210. I can sneak one out here, maybe and pop up to 232. Would be committed to call off if Seidel were to wake up with something like ace queen. King 5 suited can do some damage. Do it. 230,000. Ooh, he's in the hundreds. That might not be enough. But Harabic does have the queen 7, so almost sizing is almost irrelevant as long as it's over 3x. And it is going to work. Yes. Yes, Viserys. You will be king.
So 2 eliminations so far, 30 minutes into the day. Currently have 2 tables of 7. Of course, the field will merge when we're down to a final table of 9. We'll keep going today until we're down to 6. Final day tomorrow. And worth reminding everyone, slightly later start time tomorrow. Top of the hour.
Griffin.
Good.
Bottom
That's great.
of the hour.
Great to hear.
So 1 p.m. local time. That is 2 p.m. Central European time.
Shover fold spot here for Seidel oftentimes with these 13 blinds. Sometimes you can do some limps either as traps or trying to find a flop. Shove here would have worked, but queen 3 is a tough pill to swallow, so just going to give the walk to the chip leader. And this guy's whole life has just been made. Yeah, you've already been outed, buddy. You admire Erik Seidel, and he just walked you.
He does seem a little tickled.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I do love a tickle.
I went for a walk with Erik Seidel. It's pretty great.
Romanian film director Dan Kishu, first to act. 9-8 of diamonds.
You're Romania. Mm.
Dan.
You know, back in his day, it used to take a really long time to pull focus. He's just waiting for them to get the shot.
Folds the suited connectors. Looks like it's round to Vasillas with King 4 in the cutoff.
Does like suited kings. Worked last time.
Nah. You got to be balanced.
Seidel and that shover fold stack.
Yeah, ace king on the button.
Call me old fashioned, but I lean shove.
Erik declares all in. David Docherty is in the small blind.
Now Docherty can bust his idol or double him up.
So just top boss. Aleem Kanji playing a 26 big blind stack and has king queen.
Oof. Yeah, 12.5 bigs. This
Sorry.
probably going to have to play as a call a lot of the time. You hate to be up against, ace X and be behind, but,
The one on the bottom.
because the shoves comprise of queen jacks and queen tens and king tens and, suited kings, queen nine suited, you're just dominating too much of Seidel's shove range here. So you probably have to call this and just hope to be ahead and hold or to get there.
He does call Griffin, but he is not ahead. It is a domination situation in Seidel's favor, and he is the big favorite here to double up through Kanji.
God, what a nit. Waits for ace king. How do you not just have king 10, man?
Nit and luck box.
Yeah. You're a nitty luck box, Erik. Hope you're listening to this right now. I'm just kidding. I love you.
The flop is ace jack 9. So far, so good for Seidel. Does not want to see a 10. That would give Kanji a straight. Nine on the turn, pairs the board. Same outs needed for Kanji. Still 4 cards in the deck. Erik has to fade on the river to double up and survive. Seidel is still with us and is no longer the low man at the table. Erik Seidel now has 26 big blinds. Aleem Kanji is down to 15 big blinds. It's now top boss in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Big double up for Seidel.
Long day.
So, Gudvis on Twitch said, look up the name of Dan Kishu's latest production. Trust me, it's worth it. Do you guys want to know what it is?
Yes.
His latest production is called #Dog Poop Girl.
Why did I say yes?
Dog Poop Girl. From 2021. Surprised I hadn't heard of it till now.
For Kanji in the small blind. Folds. That will be a walk to Dan Kishu. I saw someone earlier on YouTube say that he discovered every stand-up comedian in Romania. Is that true?
The other one was
Even better.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to ask. It is the year of Romania.
I just wonder whether he could get you some gigs.
He discovered all 4 of Romania's stand-up comedians.
You walks, you can never bust it.
I'm sure you could
Hold every other hand and you
top the bill in Bucharest if you so please.
I do not trust her as much as I should because she's from my country. I mean, previous hand, I would have win.
What other
everything.
movies has he done?
You save me some chips then. You save me some chips then.
Yeah, if I would have.
By the way, do you want the synopsis, the one-line summary
of hashtag dog poop girl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ragnar says, a woman's dog poops in a Bucharest subway car. The incident is caught on camera by a teenager who posts it online, and chaos ensues.
Wow. Sounds weird. Never heard of it.
I love when film descriptions end with the word ensues. Hilarity ensues.
Yeah.
Chaos ensues.
Apparently Dan has his own comedy club. I mean, Joe, you need to deepen your relationship with Dan Kishu. This guy could do wonders for your European career.
He's always threatening to come to my shows, but never actually gets there. I mean, I guess when you're a talent scout like Dan Kishu, it's going to take a while before they actually have the time.
70, right?
Yes.
He's from Docherty in the cutoff with King 8. Lodge in the big blind with 9-6. Thank you to Strebko. Says he opened the first comedy bar in Bucharest, and yes, he discovered a lot of the country's top stand-up comedians.
And Griffin changed the background of his phone to hashtag dog poop girl.
I was doing it as a joke. Like I said, I'd never heard of it, and then I was showing you the phone, but you weren't looking.
Sorry.
Oh, what a weird movie. Never heard of it.
So raise and take it for the chip leader there, but we are going to step away from the main stage and check on what's happening at the other table. Big pot between Ian Hamilton, who started the day second in chips, and Alexandra Vulimier. And I think we're going to join this hand on the river. Yeah, full board dealt. Ace, Jack, 8-9-4. No flush possible. And action is on Hamilton. And that's a bet of 325,000. Volumier makes the call. 8-7, the hand for Hamilton. Volumier with Jack-9, 2-pair. And he will win that pot. Nice seeing back to the combo of red and orange again. Those colors look good on you, buddy.
I will swallow your chips and your soul.
Returning to the feature table.
Update on Ben Heath. Says, hey, no worries. I didn't reply, so I didn't spoiler delay world for you. In 10K now, at least. Busting time for that.
There's always another tournament to hop into when you bust. Halfway through the first level of day 5. And 14 players remaining. Still at 2 tables of 7. Rolled it around to Kishu.
Says folded to me on the button, right? Got one of my henchmen in the small blind. Now he's going to fold. He's going to get away real tight. Doesn't want to mess with the boss.
Do you think they actually call them henchmen?
What do the Brits call their henchmen? Is that an American thing?
I just have never heard an actual crime boss refer to their people.
Right.
as
It's more like
my henchmen.
Right.
Look at these pot odds. Domination situation.
3 players going to the flop, which is Queen 10 Deuce. So Vassiers with the best hand right now has the better kicker.
Yeah, this pot should just play as a clean check through. I think Harry Lodge is going to be very aware that this board texture is all over the range of especially the small blind flat. So I might just have to wave the white flag. Hope to turn some equity, maybe a spade.
Okay. Not a spade.
Meanwhile, Adam Preston took a short break from the stream on YouTube to watch the trailer for #DogPoopGirl.
Oh.
And he says, it would appear that chaos does in fact ensue.
Story checks out.
I didn't really have time to change my background back to anything, so I've decided I'm just going to keep it as Dog Poop Girl until...
Come hang out with me.
Yeah.
And then when Kishu tracks me down,
Kishu's
we'll figure out a way for
background.
you to show it to him like nonchalantly.
Yeah.
We'll make
do
it
a whole
happen.
bit.
Yeah.
And
You know,
then
he's
what-
going to be so disappointed though when he finds out it's a bit.
Oh, he's not going to. I'm going to be like,
Okay.
wait, you're the director? No, dude, get out of here. You're the director of Dog Poop Girl? There's no way.
#DogPoopGirl.
Dog Poop Girl, yeah.
Meanwhile, we have
Okay, we're going to work on the
2
logistics.
pair on the river for Vassiers.
Yeah, Lodge did technically have an opportunity to win this pot on the turn. I think both of these hands would have probably folded, but Lodge can't see the other cards. You know, this turn card still hits the range of Harabic, you know, quite strong. Even if Harabic had something like Jack 10, would be continuing on this turn, so not a lot of reason to try to bluff it through. And now Viserys hitting that 9 in the river. Sorry, I know the pronunciation's different. I'm so House of the Dragoned out, you know? So hard not to.
I mean, I'm kind of relying on the guy who lives in a French-speaking part of the world to help with French pronunciations. You're not really doing much for us.
He doesn't just
Wait,
live
that guy's not Targaryen? Like, what is this?
He doesn't just live in a French part of the world, by the way. His live-in girlfriend is a native French speaker.
Oh yeah, her.
Well, it's kind of tough for Hrabec here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, only beating pure bluffs, but getting a good price. And instead, playing it as a raise, trying to represent that slow-played King Jack.
Yeah.
Certainly Ace 10, Ace 9, set of deuces could play this the exact same way. And it's such a big raise that it's really difficult to call with, you know, the bottom of your value range here. I think Hrabec is probably targeting the Ace X's more than the perceived 2 pairs.
Hrabec playing some time bank cards. Oh no, it's Vassiers now playing the time bank cards, having been raised by Hrabec. By the way, those who just joined us, just to clarify, we have a player at the feature table called Dan Kishu. He is a Romanian film director. His most recent movie was called #DogPoopGirl. That's why that subject is being talked about. It's not one of our random asides.
Chat pros, I'm sure, going wild, saying, how could you fold 2 pair? Well, you know, this 2 pair is really no different than just an Ace X bluff catcher, and it's going to work. Representing that King Jack, Jack 8 suited, perhaps. Maybe wouldn't be in the range of the small blind flat, but better two pairs and the like.
So Roman chips up over 3 million,
So
playing more than 100 big blinds, and there is an all-in
Exactly.
over at the other table. Let's get to the other tables where Jamie Flynn has moved all in with 10s. He's been called by Sergio Coutinho, who's got 7s. So Flynn at risk, but way ahead.
They say it's always coming.
Well, the flop is Jack 4-3. Ace on the turn. And a 6 on the river, so that will be a double up for Flynn. 10s hold. He'll now have just shy of 800k, around 780,000. Coutinho, super short now. I mean, he was a short stack at the start of the day. 225,000.
Imagine if you just predicted that hand correct.
That's going to be good.
You didn't.
How much you playing then?
800 I started.
Thank you.
Well, the aforementioned filmmaker Dan Kishu has raised from the hijack with 9-8 of hearts and has been called by Queen Jack on the button.
I think that is actually going to be a 3-bet to 175 from Hrabic. Nice to put a lot of pressure on these 30 big blind stacks at this stage of the tournament. We're getting to some more closer and closer to more pay jumps. We're on one right now. And of course the final table just around the corner.
Just to address some comments on both YouTube and Twitch, at our bigger events where we also make TV shows, we do have a secondary feature table that also has hole card scanners, so you get graphics from the secondary table as well. We had that in Barcelona, we'll have it again in the Bahamas, but for the smaller events we don't. All I would say is, we're calling the action, so just listen to our words.
It'd be really cool if you just shoved, but...
Well, I was about to say,
You see why he's not telling us? That's why he's not telling us.
Exactly.
Exactly. He can do whatever he wants.
I mentioned what Dan said to me, that he feels like they're kind of bluffing too much, like they're pushing the old guy around.
Probably keep doing this only for the next 30 minutes. Then I need to shut down.
Yeah, but don't forget, luck is not permanent.
They will enjoy me.
Is there not a fine line between not getting bluffed too much or pushed around because of the perception that you're the old guy and just being like a little too loose?
Are you talking about from the perspective of someone like Hrabic or from Dan?
From Dan.
Yeah, I think that...
Like opening 9-8 suited on a 30 big blind stack, like I don't know that... Aren't you just kind of handcuffed?
Yeah, so I would say that it's clear Dan likes to see a lot of flops, wants to play a fair bit of hands. I think that if he wants to feel like, if he feels like he's really being exploited, he needs to combat that sometimes with some, light 4-bet shoves. Am I convinced he has that in his range? I'm not sure because we haven't seen it. It's not a particularly easy thing to do. It's not like we see a lot of 9-8 suited 4-bet shoves.
You don't get a lot of opportunities
in the
for
name.
it,
Yeah. But if you are going to open those hands and then the chip leader does 3-bet you, and if you think you have a pretty good idea of how wide, Hrabic is going to come after you there, then yeah, you do need to protect and start shoving sometimes with some of these hands. I think small pocket pairs would be easier to do. Some, suited ace wheel hands, but again, knowing that these are the kind of hands that can be profitable to shove against light 3-betters comes from a lot of studying and a lot of tournament experience.
Or one session in the booth with Griffin Benger.
Yes. which is why you got that satellite to the main event.
That's right.
So Harry Lodge opening with King 10 of diamonds, gets 3-bet by Ace 8 of diamonds. And Harry will call. We'll have to play this flop out of position without the betting lead. We have a Jack 8-3 flop. Ace high was the best hand pre, pair of eights the best hand post. A question from a Nick Walsh TV on Twitch. I haven't looked at the schedule yet. What mini EPT are we punting off today? Well, Nicholas, what's up first? It's the 330, right? There's a $330 deep stack kicking off in 44 minutes. Alternatively, there's a $25 PKO with unlimited re-entries a bit later on this afternoon. And then this evening, there's a $1 hyper freeze out. W Coop tickets added to all three. Looks like the C-bet from Roman won him that pot.
And the Tracksuit Boys dominating this FT. Docherty with, not FT, pardon me, final two tables. Docherty with 3.74 million. Harabic all the way up to 3.5. Harry Lodge 1.86. And then all four of the other players. Well, I guess they're less than that now, but
yeah,
all the other four under $1 million. So, well, depending on how the cards go down. And there's another hand that Dan wants to play. I think as a general rule, you know, this is probably the kind of hand that would fall into a side fold range against an under-the-gun open. But I think that, you know, against Dan, Seidel is going to be willing to call a little outside the standard range. Feel very comfortable post-flop in position. Docherty with a great opportunity to set mine. Not a situation you often get a chance to be a part of, you know, with 14 left, but decides not to complete for the extra 45,000, and that's, you know, that comes from a place of sort of a lack of set mining, sort of implied odds. You know, both players only playing around 25 big blinds. I think if I had 3.7 million, I'd, you know, probably just call and try to get lucky. I've been getting lucky for X amount of days.
Can we maybe come closer to folding, because Kanji in the big blind has 12 big blinds. There's like a ton of dead money out there.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Definitely a part of the what I think the calculation for Docherty, but you know. And look at the face. Look at the little corner face. And look how incredibly on base both Seidel and Dan are here. Woo.
Yeah, Kanji misses completely, but this is the flush draw for Kishu, top pair for Seidel, and Dan has continued into two opponents. 110,000 into a pot of 225,000.
Gotta call the deuces. You know?
I would just
Ducks fly together, baby. You were gonna tee me up, weren't you?
I would just like David Docherty to know that if he had called, that deuce would not have come.
Why?
Because it's just how it works.
No, the cards are set. Can't.
Nope.
Yeah.
We don't know that.
Well, as we get the four of clubs on the turn, David Docherty's fold now looks inspired.
Dave, you're a bloody genius.
So Kishu has Seidel drawing dead on the turn, has the flush.
Checks it. Laying the trap.
I don't think there's much of a reason for Erik to bet. Just going to hope to check it down and be winning against something like King Queen.
Ooh. Well, that should ensure that Erik Seidel doesn't lose anymore.
I bet 1 chip.
100,000.
And, targeting the hand that Seidel has, this is kind of a perfect bet. Less than 25%. Just curiosity call coming. Oh, Erik, no!
He knows.
Erik,
he
no!
knows. Look at his face. He knows.
But, there's that button clicking kind of possibility,
Right, that he's just taking like
a little step.
Yeah.
Look at that. Gotcha.
Erik makes the call, sees that he was dead on the turn. And Dan Kishu wins that pot and chips up to 1.2 million.
Dan,
He's playing
Dan.
40 bigs. Erik Seidel's down to 17 bigs.
Not only do you get to win the pot, but you get to know that you flummoxed Erik Seidel a little bit. Like that smirk on his face. Like that's a achievement unlocked.
We talk about the monster.
I come from hashtag dog poop girl, and now I flummox Erik Seidel.
Okay, Griffin, stop with the accents. Just all of them. Stop.
I have a bit that I do in my act about henchmen.
Oh, yeah?
It's about how I really am jealous of their communication skills, like between henchmen and bosses, because there's always that scene where they like drag the guy in who they think has been snitching, and he's like, no, I swear I haven't been snitching, and the boss always gives the henchman like the nod.
Yeah. There's an unspoken language.
You don't
here.
know if it's the let him go nod or the kill him nod.
Yeah.
But the henchman, he's like always on the same page with the boss. I want to see a movie where the henchman like blows the guy's brains out. He's like, that was the let him go nod.
Yeah.
We've been over this.
Yeah.
Why do we rehearse these things? Anyway, I'll be at the Comedy Store December 4th, Los Angeles, Sunset Boulevard.
Have you performed at the Comedy Store before?
Yeah.
I will do it for the last time with you. I've never had a hand, and it was the same situation always. I defend my blind, and I lost always.
This guy's a storyteller.
This was the hand last time.
This is the number one reason why Dad goes to casinos is because people are forced to listen to his stories.
5 deuce. I can't believe it. No.
I was expecting the same play.
Learned your lesson.
No. Yeah, I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson.
Check call. Check fold river.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure you bluffed me that time.
Well, you may have seen a little tease there that we're going to the outer table because apparently there is a huge pot developing.
Let's go.
So, what's happened is that Sergio Coutinho, we saw that he was short. Coutinho is effectively all in. He's done that leave one chip behind thing. And then Ben Pollak did the same thing. He's now effectively all in with a chip behind.
I have to do my job. If you win, you can need more, you know?
Alexandre Villemire has shoved with a covering stack. So now Coutinho has thrown all of his time bank cards in and is basically tanking, in inverted commas, about whether to throw in that single 5k chip.
No, I don't want to pay the 10k. Okay, if you want information, look, if you have the doubt about that, it's here.
Yeah, we introduced these time bank chips so there isn't any unfair tanking, but it makes it almost more obvious that you're doing this intentional tanking, but it's within the rules.
Yeah.
There are pay jumps to consider.
If that's how you want to use them, you should be able to use them.
Yeah.
So just to recap, the effective shove from Coutinho, leaving himself one chip behind, followed by the effective shove from Pollak, leaving a chip behind, and then Villemire decided, I'm all in, I've got you both covered. Now it's a case of Coutinho deciding whether to call it off, and then Pollak deciding whether to call it off. I think we're probably going to see a three-way all-in, Griffin.
Oh, man. I hate when you predict things.
It's possible you could pretend like you're just doing this for the ladder tank and then get a read when their guard is down.
Well, I don't know if Coutinho is trying to see what's happening at the other table. There's no consequential action right now at the feature table.
Is it weird that I kind of want to see him accidentally fold for a little controversy? Chaos theory.
To be clear, no major action at the feature table right now. Hand has just concluded. And it seems that Coutinho is running out of time bank cards.
What will he do?
Or what
will
if
he call? Will he fold?
Or what if they don't tell him that he used his last card and
That's what I'm
they
saying.
fold him?
They will, don't worry. He's got the single chip in his hand. He is all in. Pollak's all in. Aces for Volumier. Aces for Pollak.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
And Coutinho has got Queen 10.
Oftentimes, I kind of like the suited gappers, but in this case, I think I'll take the aces. Or the other aces.
It's Queen 10 of spades for Coutinho, and then we've got aces for the Lumiere, aces for Pollak. And Coutinho is at risk of going out in 14th place here. The flop, Jack 4-3, one spade.
One spade, one straight card.
Turn card. Five of hearts, Coutinho drawing dead. So Coutinho will be eliminated in 14th place. As far as the pot between Pollak and the Lumiere is concerned, it's a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot!
Apart from this guy.
Not to be continued.
Thank you to StatTrick for pointing out that Coutinho would have got a pay jump had he folded there and Pollak had been eliminated.
I, for one, liked the extra time we got to spend together.
That's going to take us down to 13. We have got 6 players on the outer table, 7 players on the main stage. And at the feature table,
Trying to make you sweat a little bit.
a shove from Kanji, which is met with folds from everyone.
Yeah. You have 3 black chips over there?
Yeah.
I can't really see.
Four.
Yeah.
Four.
There's 700 behind.
Yeah, we both had to check to make sure it wasn't Griffin whistling because he would do that. And
No,
that wasn't an invitation.
No, it wasn't permission.
Mr. Kaiser G asks, how many players left? Look around. Well, I'm not going to tell you, but there are some numbers on the screen that might be an indication how many players entered the tournament and how many are left. But I won't be fielding any more questions about it.
Queens for Dan Kishu. David Docherty, who still has the chip lead with a stack of 3.7 million, has opened to 70k. Kishu, who's playing a 40 big blind stack, is going to re-raise.
Kishu.
Free bet is to 220,000, and looks like the blinds are folded, so it's back on Docherty.
Finally, one hand.
Bluff me.
I want one hand with you.
Can you give me?
Two red queens will now officially be known as dog poop girls.
Hashtag
dog poop girls. Yes. Chaos did not ensue, though, so maybe it's the wrong two queens.
Yeah, I think you had the red ones. They would be the you know. Oh.
The top boss of Kanji Club with a 13 big blind stack. Pocket kings.
Piece of Kanji. Piece of Kanji.
And he has declared all in. Rabek folding threes on the button. Round to Erik Seidel, who is the second shortest stack. Who has Jack 8.
You know, it wouldn't have changed anything in this hand, but I wonder if sometimes you want to be.
I don't know how can you read that.
Find some opens off this stack. Put 14 big blinds.
The thing is, like,
and if you do have some bluff opens, then you can
330 plus
sometimes open something like kings and get a defend from the big blind.
Very good math.
Plus 75, right?
75. Oh yeah.
You were wrong.
Bad math. Shit, I would have called.
When someone with that stack size raises under the gun,
The next hand is
can you be a little tighter in the big blind, like not as crazy loose as everyone is now, or do you still have to like feel like you're shooting kings and stuff?
like something around. I guess something
That's a good question. I
between
mean,
500.
I think it really depends what you reckon their range really is, right?
To me, when someone with 12 big blinds opens under the gun and doesn't
Yeah,
shove,
it's pretty suspect.
Yeah.
Round and pocket fives.
You ever looked at the same card twice and thought that you had a pair?
I don't think so. Have you?
The only times I've like done the thing where you like slide the card on top of the other card and back and forth, I'm always afraid I'm going to do that, so I don't look at my cards that way.
No, I have a very like OCD thing with my cards. I get them and then I shuffle them 3 times.
Oh.
And if I'm in an early position, I'll look at the first card, and then when I get the second card, I'll shuffle it like 1, 2, 3, so I see the other card.
I feel like that's not foolproof.
No.
Docherty check calls the flop. 30,000 apiece.
Ah, got him.
9 on the turn, and Rabek now almost a 9-1 favorite.
I like to live dangerously. Yeah, this is the problem with, you know, having 5s in this spot against the wide range. When you're calling on the flop here, I think it's the correct thing to do, especially against the min bet. It's just there's a lot of avenues to which you will find yourself behind, either already on the flop or on the turn, like we've seen it happen with that 9. So I think Docherty has played this hand exactly correctly, just, you know, gotten a bit unlucky on the turn.
Goes check, check, showdown. Roman wins the pot, and we haven't quite seen a change in the chip lead, but these two almost tied at the top now. Docherty 3.6 million, Hrabek 3.56 million, both around 120 big blinds, with 15 minutes left to play at the 15-30 blind level. We will take a 20-minute break at the end of this level. Come back from break, and of course the blinds will go up as they always do with each new level. Putting the pressure on the short stacks like Kanji and Seidel. Tom says, did you expect at least 3 bust outs in this first level? To be honest, yes, because there were 3 short stacks. Ironically, none of those players has gone out. It's 3 different. Oh no, Coutinho was one of them.
Certainly not the 2 at this table.
No. E7 suited. The raise for Hrabek. Docherty in the small blind this time. King 4 offsuit. Folds. And Aleem Kanji has 8-4 off in the big. And that will see Hrabek take the slight advantage over David Docherty at the top of the leaderboard. Hello to Curtis Powell, watching on YouTube in the Philippines. Curtis says, love, love, love the Hartigan plus States plus Benja banter. Long time viewer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Curtis.
Can you do mine too? Yeah, you're too good. Just whatever you think it is, minus 10k is like what you have.
And I think some consideration for an attempted steal here with the 10-3 suited, because Kanji only has 1 move, which is the shove, and you have to feel like you have a bit of an edge over
What happened on the hand?
Kishu in the big blind.
Good
All right.
decision.
And although you see Kanji shoving and getting it through, you know, effectively a min raise would have worked just as well. I don't think that 7-6 is being overshoved on the open. So maybe a bit of a missed spot there for Docherty, but also maybe a bit results oriented.
Sorry, you're saying the min raise would work for who?
Docherty.
Okay, got it.
My counting's right. You cover me by one of these. I cover you by 25k. I think. Him. Chip leader.
Pretty close.
Might be.
Wade on Twitch says, just once I want to see a PokerStars foam brick throwable at the table. We do have the live throwable available in the Star Store, which is a foam brick. Maybe we should put them out for the final table and give the finalists the opportunity to throw foam bricks at each other.
I'm for it.
Well, we see players in the highest stakes online using their throwables left, right, and center. So just because it's big money, just because it's serious, doesn't mean they won't want to have a little bit of fun.
Tell you what, Dan would love a foam poop to throw.
We're not custom making stuff, Griffin.
Hold on, there is a throwable online though.
Yeah,
of poo.
Yeah.
Look. There's only one live throwable.
Why not? Why aren't there more?
I guess
make the poo.
Testing
make the poo.
The market. See how
Test
successful the brick is.
We should just slip in one real brick too.
We'll look together.
Yeah.
That will guarantee that chaos ensues.
But only when someone is just like all in and then really bricks the river.
Someone took Hardigan calling Vicky Corin's second win when Harding goes, it's a brick, it's a brick. And they swapped out the card for an actual brick, and the dealer puts it on the table.
10 minutes on the clock. Break incoming. Well, we'll be heading to break still at 13.
Got a question on YouTube here asking, trying to settle a debate between his two friends about that three-way all-in. I think a fold from that was definitely possible there because of the pay jump, but he thinks he was always calling. He was always calling. Too much money in there. You can't put in, 99% of your stack and then fold just to try to jump up 5K or whatever it was. Queen 10 suited could have just won there, and you're essentially giving up.
But Griffin, then why not just move all in to start with? You leave yourself 5K behind because you want to see what happens next. What happens next is that Pollak moves all in. He's got more than you. The other guy moves all in. He's got more than you. Isn't that the opportunity where you go, chances are Queen 10 is not good here. Let this hand play out, and maybe if Pollak goes bust, I do ladder.
You're doing it for the other, for the events of the other table to unfold to get to that that stage. Like you can't, your equity to win that hand is going to be 20%. You can't put in 99% of your stack and then just hold on to it just to try to get a pay jump. You're effectively giving up on the tournament.
You can look it in your phone.
You're doing it to buy yourself more time for bust outs to happen on other tables. There are situations, having said that, where you'll see on a final table someone will put in instead of just shoving 100%, they'll shove 75 or 80% on the off chance that 2 or 3 more people go all in. And then it's actually better because there's a chance that 2 or more people can get eliminated. But oftentimes they're just they end up putting the rest of the chips in.
Meanwhile, Darren Curtis has joined us on YouTube. He says, "Hi guys, it's the Battlefield Earth guy. Great commentary as usual. Thanks." Darren was a super fan on the Poker in the Ears podcast. Did pick the movie Battlefield Earth, and I still have not forgiven him.
Here's a hashtag fun fact. The fella that wrote Battlefield Earth,
J.D. Shapiro,
who we had on the podcast, was once married to the young lady that Ben Heath just married.
No.
Yes?
That is such a glitch.
Can you
it's
repeat
all
that?
connected. It's all connected.
The guy who wrote Battlefield Earth?
Yeah.
Was divorced from
is divorced from
Ben Heath's
current wife. Yes.
That is just absolutely bizarre.
Oh, and they're all super close friends and neighbors in Spain.
I mean, this is the best hashtag fun fact of the year. Meanwhile, flush draw for Harry Lodge, and King High is currently the best hand.
I can't believe she divorced him just for a bad script.
I think his take is that had they gone with his script, Battlefield Earth may have been a better movie. Suffice to say, it went through several writers before it finally made it to the screen.
But I think his name is the one that ended up on it.
Correct, because contractually that always happens. How many movies have been made where the screenplay credit or the writing credit, that person has contributed 5% of what you're actually
and you
watching?
actually don't want it anymore.
It's just usually the person.
Or do you always want it?
No, it's usually the person who wrote
credit.
it. It's kind of classier to not be like, this movie's terrible and I had nothing to do with it. They usually just keep quiet about it. But JD's like, nah.
Oh, so he's come out and said
he's a very outspoken fighter. You should listen to the podcast. He tells the whole story. It's really good.
This is on Poker in the Ears?
Yeah.
Intending for all 9 of those to...
Poker in the Ears with J.D. Shapiro, I want to say late February, early March 2020.
It was around that time for sure.
Now, can you guess which number episode? No,
yeah.
I'll let you do this.
170? In the 170s, 180s?
What are you picking? What number? We'll get stature.
I'll go 173.
173. Just kidding, Satchik. You don't need to. Unless you're not doing anything. Kanji, Queen of Clubs, finding a raise on about 16 big blinds. Erik Seidel on the big blind with a smile like, oh, God, well, I already have 30,000 out there, and, like, maybe I'm live, but he's raising so short. Oh, I don't know what to do. Why not? Let's just see a flop. I got something to do today anyway.
Flop is Queen 7-6. We know that Kanji has at least a pair of queens and does have the best hand right now.
But my money's on Seidel. Doesn't get much worse for black. Jack 10 than this flop. And Seidel couldn't have folded any quicker.
Oh, I was so close.
What was it?
176.
It's pretty good.
I actually had coffee with J.D. Shapiro in Scotland over the summer, and he's got great stories about Sean Connery, Mel Brooks, and others.
Wow, look at that. Reflection kiss blow.
Still needs a clean.
Pete, you see that?
Who is this, Sam?
Reflection
I wonder
kiss
if I can
blow.
hear him.
Yeah, it was in the reflection of the trophy.
Oh, when he is in the room.
Pete like blue kiss.
Oh.
Who is here?
Good old Pete.
Want it down there, Pete? Get your Anki out, mate. Do something with that trophy.
Seven's under the gun here off 20 bigs. It is a bit of a precarious spot, but I think it's okay. You know, it hasn't been a particularly lively, light 3-betting table. So,
good point.
You know, there are a short stack in the small blind.
Uh-oh. All right, well, like I was saying before, this is like an open from under the gun with this really short stack and not a monster.
Yeah, but a bit more chips. And Hrabik going to play this as a call. I think this is probably like a little bit on the loose side, but you have so many chips. You think that Kanji is capable of raising, you know, medium strength from under the gun. You're hoping you can get maybe a check down kind of non-ace queen completing kind of board. 'Cause those are the kind of hands as well that Kanji's going to have. We go through ace to the flop.
We do indeed. And that flop is ace 9-3. Seven's still ahead.
Do you see bet this, Griffin?
It's not the easiest continue because, you know, Hrabik, as much as Hrabik is going to have those sort of like king-queen, king-jack suited type hands, there are some ace-x combinations with his chip stack he'd just be willing to call with pre-flop. I like the fact that Kanji has bet. I think it's probably going to get through. But Hrabik with those sixes and six of spades is thinking about it. Oof, what a boss.
Jeez. Can't get someone to fold aces on this board? Excuse me, sixes?
Hrabik calling the 85K. We go to the turn, which is the 9 of clubs pairing the board. Kanji 97% favorite now.
Yeah, and you look at that SPR of just 1-to-1 stack of Kanji's 440 to the pot of 410.
Well, this is where Hrabik could potentially put his opponent to a decision for all of his chips.
Yeah, I think that the downside of that, if Kanji is just check calling a big ace, is probably too big. And it looks like Hrabik's on more of the, like, I think I might be good a percentage of the time here, calling the flop type situation. I think with that river, Hrabik's going to be more inclined to turn his hand into a bluff, sort of represent that ace-x type hand that would you know, probably check back the turn a good percentage of the time. I don't think you feel good about this situation with just the sixes, but still just going to check and hope.
Yeah. And that will see Kanji add 260k to his stack. So Aleem Kanji hovering around the 30 big blind mark. Nicolas Veyseas is playing 20 bigs. Erik Seidel just 10 bigs. I think we're going to squeeze in one more hand, guys, and then the level will come to an end and the blinds will go up on the other side of the break. I'm guessing we'll go from 1530 to 2040. No 17.5, 35 in live poker.
With an 11,200 ante. Oh, don't go anywhere. Now's when the chaos ensues.
Action folded to the blinds. David Docherty in the small. King deuce offsuit. And Docherty likes to raise small to big. 90,000 total. The fold from Kanji. So players concluded at the main feature table. Let's just quickly check that there's nothing going on at the outer table. Might still be a hand in progress. Don't want to miss anything significant. But looks like plays just concluded there as well. So we are ready to take the first tournament break of the day with 13 players remaining. 16 came into the day. By the end of the day, we will be down to the final 6. David Docherty starting as chip leader, still has the chip lead with close to 3.6 million. Roman Hrabek not that far behind. When the blinds do go to 2040, it's going to put a lot of pressure on players like Seidel, Veyseas, and Kanji. Now, if you want to know what happened in the mystery bounty event, of course you don't know what happened. It's a mystery. But the good news is, we're here to tell you. Here are the highlights of what happened in that tournament from a couple of days ago. Enjoy.
Tears written in the blacks and kings, 1 in a million, the billions, a half percent. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings, 1 in a million, the billions, a half percent. Tears written in the blacks and kings, 1 in a million, the billions, a half percent.
Pocket 8s, snowmen's, num num.
Nico raises to 275,000.
Raises to 275k. Gustafsson with Queen 10 in the small blind, asking how much Seninger has behind.
Aaron on the small blind.
3 bets to 800K.
To 800,000.
Eastgate folds. Back on Seninger.
Now Peter.
Everybody attacking these button opens from Seninger, and every time he's got a hand.
It's 525,000 to call for Nico. And Nico calls.
Man, so we've got a big old bloated pot now.
Queen 7-3 with 2 hearts.
Aaron is first to act.
Gustafsson with top pair.
And he should be looking to continuation bet for pure value. Yeah, you're going to want to use 2 hands for that now. I don't know what you're thinking.
1,140,000.
So 1.14 million.
Tough to let this go for just 1 bet. 1 bet, 1 overcard. Oh boy.
And Nico calls.
Seninger calls.
James, how much of these final tables, I know they went quite late, how much of this was just dealers like stacking and breaking down chips?
I know, right? So 9 of clubs on the turn, Seninger down to 5%, and Gustafsson shoves on him. It's all in to call.
Aaron announces all in.
I want to say this is a weird all in, but if he gets Seninger to call it off with 2 8s here, then
He's on Nico.
good for him. I can understand wanting to protect against some straight draws and flush draws. He just doesn't want to believe.
Seninger calls all in and is drawing to 2 outs. Unless there is an 8 on the river, he's going to be out in 3rd place.
Holy Nikes.
Against Aaron, 10 queens, so pair of queens.
5% chance of survival.
See the river card?
Doesn't hit. The Lion sleeps tonight. Nikolai Seninger out in 3rd place, £285,000, and we're going heads up. Aaron Gustafsson with the huge chip lead.
How jazzed were you guys that we could have the first WSOP main event and the EPT winner?
Very jazzed.
Peter raises to 300.
Were you doing jazz hands?
Of course.
100K gold.
Eastgate's raised the button with King Jack. Gustafsson with Ace 5.
Aaron makes the call. 350,000.
Yeah, sorry.
Queen of clubs. 5 of spades.
Gustafsson was ahead pre, is still ahead post, having paired his 5.
370,000 from Peter. Aaron makes the call. 370,000 each. Let's see the turn. King of clubs.
Okay, Eastgate now with the advantage, having paired his king on the turn.
From 0 to hero. I don't see any reason why he should slow down.
Just to go back to your observation, Joe, about the amount of time it takes the dealer to stack chips, we're not going to cover it on this EPT Retro run, but at the final table of PCA 2011, where it was Galen Hall and Chris Oliver heads up, they actually calculated that they lost about 20 minutes every level from the dealer having to restack their chips, because every time they bet, they would just kind of do that crane motion and splash them.
And call.
Glad I wasn't there for that
See
one.
the river card. 5 of hearts.
Oh my goodness.
Check.
This hand.
I'll have a word, ref.
This hand. So many lead changes.
Peter bets 1,135,000.
1.1 million. And Gustafsson potentially contemplating a raise here.
Yeah, you can definitely think about raising.
Raise from Aaron.
3.3 million.
Typically when he gets that second hand involved, he means business.
3,300,000 total.
Peter. No! Are these characters?
They all related?
Oh boy.
Eastgate
Nice
gets
laid
away
out.
from it.
Nice bluff.
Great laydown. Ugh. Such a tough laydown, heads up.
What do you have now?
Gustafsson, big chip leader right now.
Peter raises to 350,000.
As Eastgate raises with ace-9. Ace-queen for Gustafsson.
We raise.
Aaron raises to 900,000.
3 bets to 900K.
Doesn't look like Eastgate has a ton left behind.
I'm all in. I
Peter
call.
announces re-raise all in.
Shove and a call.
Ace-queen.
Eastgate dominated. Eastgate at risk.
You got what you wished for? A short match.
So we'll see.
This could be a very short match indeed.
Let's see the flop.
Why is that Van Lin River?
3, 5, 6, 3 of spades, 5 of diamonds.
Ace.
4-7, play on.
Queen holding. Joe already calling for opportunities on the turn. Denied. And Eastgate dead to a 9 on the river.
Wow, it is going to have to be on the river.
London champion. River card.
The river card is a jack, and Aaron Gustafsson becomes an EPT champion, eliminating Peter Eastgate in second place.
we're in the heart of London. Obviously, the weather is fantastic, typical British weather. Playing some football with some of the PokerStars players that are here playing UK IPT, EPT.
6 teams who all play each other once, and whoever is top of that league not only gets entry to a tournament, but far more importantly, you get the coveted spade. These boys all slap me up on a poker table. On the felt, it belongs to them. But on the Astro, this is my moment.
You've got some pretty competitive, very driven ambassadors on the other end of the teams. Steve, on paper, jumps out. Let's be fair, he's an absolute menace.
I used to be a footballer, so I think I have a little advantage today. I try to play for fun, but for me it's very tough to do it for fun because I'm very used to play like for my life, you know?
The winning team was Steve. Congratulations to him. Definitely not bitter at all, but a fantastic player and a great team, yes.
Coming to EPT and having these activities is one of the biggest experiences, so I really encourage everybody to qualify for these kind of tournaments because it's going to be very, very fun.
Been absolutely fantastic. Nice to have a kick around. Now I'm really, really prepared to play some cards. Let's go.
No, right away when I was born, I started playing poker. That's everything that happened.
Here we go. Our guest is the 2021 World Series of Poker main event winner, a.k.a. the reigning No Limit Hold'em world champion, a.k.a. Koray Aldemir. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me.
Koray, we got to know a little bit about you when you joined us recently on the live stream in Prague, but just to recap, what is the Koray Aldemir life story? As briefly as possible, how did you become a poker pro, and have you done anything in your life other than play poker?
No, right away when I was born, I started playing poker. That's everything that happened, basically. No, I mean, I grew up in Berlin, Germany. Normal life, kind of boring normal life. And then at some point, I started playing poker a little bit with friends at university. I met somebody who told me he was a professional poker player, and I thought that's super cool. I have to try that too. That was the first poker player I met, and then I moved to Vienna to study at some point. This was like 10 years ago. I had been playing a little bit of poker, and then over the years I met some other guys like Fedor Holz, Rainer Kempe, and so on and so on. And step by step, I got into the high roller scene. And there, for some, like, I don't know how, but somehow I won the main last year, and yeah, now I'm here.
Played a big poker tournament, binked it, the rest is history. I mean, if you're going to be in any city in the world and to try and talk to other poker players and learn from other poker players, Vienna is a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of poker players here, that's right. But I mean, obviously a lot of the German-speaking poker players, Germans and Austrians, but also nowadays there's a lot of other countries here. And yeah, if you go to a breakfast place in the 7th district here, you'll always see some poker players. It's kind of funny, actually. Yeah.
Didn't Sam Grafton live in Vienna at some point? I think he's lived in most major European cities at some point in his life.
I think he's lived everywhere. Yeah, he was here for a couple of months, actually, twice. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. Yeah.
Isn't it weird that Vienna, like over the course of history, has been like a cultural, intellectual center, right? It's like where people go to discuss like cutting edge whatever, and now that's where people go to discuss like GTO, 4-bet ranges.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah.
All right, so I kind of didn't want to do this interview only because if I use up all my questions on Koray now, I'll have like nothing to talk to him about when we hang out in real life. Which, by the way, do you want to hang out with me in real life? That's my first question.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the last time we hung out in real life. That's not a good memory I have when we played poker in Las Vegas on the live stream, and I wasn't in the. Yeah, let's not discuss that.
That wasn't my fault, though.
Let's do it again.
Koray and I were both hungover, but separately. Although if we had hung out the night before together, we might not have remembered it anyway. So maybe we did hang out. I'm not sure.
I love the fact you're using this as an opportunity to just try and make friends and gain reflected glory from people who are more successful at poker than you are. I mean, you obviously are halfway through, I guess, your tenure as the World Series of Poker main event champ. Oh, but I guess you're unlucky, right? Because it's going to be a shortened tenure because it's going to be taking place in the summer this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's very sad, actually. I don't know how I can be so unlucky. I've talked about it. But yeah, shortest main event winner ever. it's bad times.
At least you get like, there's a lot of people say like maybe the guy who won before you was like not a real one because of various reasons and stuff like that. So at least no one's saying that about you. But I guess that sort of leads me to my question is, you can be honest about this because I'm not going to let people drag you about it, but like, is being the main event winner, like, what's the worst part about it? Is there like a drag to it? Is it annoying when you sit down at the table and everyone's like, oh, well, look at this guy. Oh, like, is that part annoying or is it still all very cool?
I haven't played too many tournaments so far, I have to say. But the first tournament I played afterwards was kind of funny. Yeah, a little bit annoying, but in a funny way. I mean,
sure.
The first tournament I played was the 5K at the WSOP, and I knew most people at the table, and they were kind of making fun of me in a friendly way. Whenever I won a pot, they were like, "Oh, obviously he's gonna win. Obviously he won that flip. Hasn't lost a flip in months, and so on." These kind of jokes. It was kind of funny. I don't think that will happen the rest of my career. If it did, it would be kind of annoying, I guess. But,
yeah.
I guess having that for a few tournaments is fine. And then the first main event kind of tournament I played in Florida, like a few weeks after, was a 3K buy-in. And there were a couple of players I didn't know and didn't know me before. And that was interesting. I mean, everybody was excited to play hand against me. It was a weird feeling, I guess. I could see I open into somebody's big blind and I can already see him getting excited playing a hand against the and then after I busted, that they wanted to take a picture with me, stuff like that was kind of new to me, obviously, but yeah.
But I'm guessing you don't mind it. You seem okay with that side of things.
I mean, as I said, I don't think this will be a thing for the rest of my career, and having that for the first few tournaments after the win is kind of fair, I guess.
Kemper in the cutoff with Queen 4 of diamonds. Raises to 11,000. Shizu with King 9 of diamonds. He calls.
No, Burns not folding this hand. Whether he likes to call or 3-bet remains to be seen.
It burns, it burns.
And Ali Reza's coming along as well from the big blind. Four-way action at the feature table midway through day 3. Five, 5, 5.
Feels like Kemp's going to win this one a lot, as he's going to be the only one who has the super strong pairs in this spot. If anyone else had 10s plus, you'd imagine they'd 3-bet it. But in saying that, he might not want to fire off into 3 people.
So I'm being advised by Twitch chat, and this could be genuine advice or it could just be super hard trolling, that our Romanian friend's name is pronounced Kishu. I personally think that sounds really cute, so I'm going to go with it.
I was going to say, you know how they do things backwards, name-wise? You pronounce it backwards. Instead of Chizu, it's Kishu.
Can you explain why he's calling here, Finton?
He's got the best hand
Flush draw.
versus Kemp. It's definitely a pretty ambitious peel.
It's what I like to call a strong call.
Wow.
See? Flush draw.
Both pick up the flush draw on the turn.
The best hand you can probably hear is have something like pocket 8s, pocket 9s maybe. But Kemp can have jacks plus all the way up as far as aces, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him fire it off here.
Do you think Kishu is thinking along the same lines you are? do you think he's really thinking what hands?
38,000.
In the same way you're coming to your conclusions, I just don't think that.
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm talking from Kemp's point of view as to what
Okay,
Shisu
well,
can
yes,
have.
then Reiner can definitely be thinking them along the same lines as you.
The problem is, though, some people just won't fold a full house. The old Zebo theorem back in the day, if someone has like pocket sevens, pocket eights here, they're just not going to fold. But if you put a lot of pressure on here, it's a very tough hand to call down with. Kemp did see bet into 3 people, continued to show strength on the turn. If he calls with king 9, though, I'm done trying to guess what's going to happen on the river.
Just take the rest of the hand off. I hope he does. I love a good unknown quantity.
Kishu.
Hi, Kishu.
I mean, maybe he's got a read. He has the best hand right now. Any card above a 10, and my bet is like Kemp fires it off, though.
Ah, I was hoping the diamond comes.
I just can't see a situation where if Kemper decides to fire another barrel, if he bluffs this river, that Kishu is calling with king high.
It'd be incredible, though.
It would be incredible.
I just don't see it happening.
I'm not getting my hopes up. But maybe those 2 strong calls in a row deter Reiner from betting again.
I don't have
Get
any
shown king
hopes
high,
for
sir.
this one.
Bought himself a free
You
showdown.
have very high hopes.
Oh, it's the year of Romania.
That was a
Year
deep
of
breath.
Romania.
Wow.
Smoked him.
Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Welcome back inside the Hilton Park Lane, hosted by the Hippodrome Casino, where day 5 of the main event is taking place. But the clock is still paused. Action has not resumed. Tournament director Toby Stone is making his way to the feature table to talk to the players. Something's going on. I am James Hartigan, alongside me Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Not quite sure what the controversy is, Nick. We are due to kick off level 25 of the main event. Blinds are going to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40k big blind ante. We started the day with 16 players. We've lost 3 during the first session, so we're down to 13. We have a table of 7 and a table of 6. But we have been advised of a delay in play restarting. And just awaiting Toby to come to the table. Now, I'm going to assume that he won't be bringing his laptop with him. I'm assuming that the final 13 are not going to look at numbers and we're not going to see a 13-way chop.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think this is chop related. I think it's to do with the conduct of the players, but I'm not sure what. Let's see what he has to say.
And once this is resolved, we will continue playing. A reminder, we're trying to get down to the final table of 6 tonight. Of course, if we do get to the end of the 5th level of the day, we have more than 6 players, we will stop there. Let's head to our main feature table. Let's go over to the main stage and see what tournament director Toby Stone has to say to the players.
You use the time bank as the penalty, but if you act within your 30 seconds, either calling with your last chip or folding your cards, then it shouldn't be a penalty. Because in that spot, you've left one big blind.
Well, it's not a penalty. We're just reducing the time players can act to prevent them from stalling on the following hands.
So they would then have a not 30
1-1. Yeah, just 30 seconds of time bank doesn't mean that you can abuse 30 seconds every decision that you have to make.
I think you should enforce that to players if they leave one big blind and then run their time bank.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay, that's reasonable.
Yeah, in terms of in the hand that they do it,
yeah.
What are you suggesting? That they get a certain amount of time to act during the hand, so they can't use 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times.
No, at the moment, if they leave one big blind behind, let's just say the number is one big blind. If they leave one big blind behind,
okay,
then
let's call it a very small percentage of their stack rather than defining one big blind.
Well, the reason I say, if I can expand on that, the reason I say one big blind is because I thought part of the reason you couldn't leave one chip was because you're exploiting the big blind ante, because you can still win the whole ante back, so it's like a very large benefit to you to leave one chip. So I'm using one big blind for that example, but what I'm saying is, like, if you leave one big blind behind, that can be a legitimate tactic if you're bluffing in order to keep yourself in the tournament.
Sure, it can, yes.
So if you do that, so long as you act after your opponent's put you all in within the 30 seconds, it should be fine, I think, is what Harry's saying. The moment you use one time bank, it should be a penalty because you don't need that time anymore. You only have one big blind.
So we can do something in terms of in the hand, you have 1 minute to act, regardless of the amount of time bank.
I can actually use time bank.
Yeah. Honestly, even I'd be all right even just with any time bank.
No, your hand is not dead. No. Yeah, you have 1 minute to act, regardless of the number of time banks. Yeah, that was recommended by another player over here.
But only in the scenario where you have one big blind, not every single hand, right?
No, on the next hand. Yeah. If on the next hand, then every decision you're taking 30 seconds, well, now you're abusing the 30 seconds. On the next hand, because now you're just... Pre-flop, you can wait 30 seconds. On the flop, you can wait 30 seconds. On the turn, you can wait 30 seconds. You can wait 2 minutes, deliberately to ladder up the price pool. And this is what we don't want. This is what we're trying to avoid. It's not good for poker, of course.
It's clearly about players stalling to try and ladder.
I also don't want to define it so much, because if you define it too much, then people will just say, well, now it's 2 chips, or 3 chips, or 4 chips. So that's why I like to prefer it as in our discretion. If we feel you are abusing the time that you have, then we can potentially put you on a shot clock. Well, less time.
So now it's official. It's 2 time bank.
No. I don't want to make a rule right here in the middle of a tournament. You know, I can't make a rule right here in the middle of a tournament.
I mean, I think the reason I think the reason we asked Toby is, like, there's only 13 players left, so, like, if we can all agree on a particular set of rules, it doesn't have to be a defined rule, but if we can all agree on what's happening,
now,
then
we can follow something for this tournament. Yeah, I wouldn't want to say right now that that's what we're going to do in the future.
I think
just been called up here right now, and it's something new that we're trying to deal with.
Yeah.
So, and there's multiple options we could do, so I don't want to define something like that. So, if you want to agree something now between you guys, no problem. I think we do need to continue, though, as we're filming this. Okay.
Interesting that it's not about dictating a new rule, it's trying to agree a new protocol with the players' consent.
Yes, they would lose. Well, then they only have 30 seconds if they have no time bank cards. Time bank cards, they can only use a minute.
How many time bank cards?
I would say 2, no?
I mean, Nick, the whole point of having like hand-for-hand, for example, is to eliminate players from stalling to try to ladder, right? So if you've seen another way where people are trying to exploit the system, you want to do something about that.
Right. Yeah, and it's nice to see the players being amicable here. It seems like they want the same thing as...
Can you repeat it?
They want the same thing, but it's important we're all on the same page.
Okay. But this is only in the scenario where you have a small amount of chips.
Yeah.
This isn't every hand. Okay, cool.
And we don't want to define 1 big blind or 2 big blinds.
But the dealer will count down and say your hand is dead in that scenario.
Okay. Like normal.
That's good.
Okay.
For all N, we can just...
No, just when you leave
Okay,
a small
so
amount of chips behind,
just to summarise what's been agreed, and to be clear, this is not a change to the rules. This is a protocol at this point in the tournament that the players have agreed amongst themselves with sign-off from the tournament staff.
Glad that we find some kind of...
It's clearly about those situations, Nick, where we see a virtual all-in, where someone bets everything they've got bar 1 chip. When the action comes back to them, and we did see this happen earlier on with Coutinho, what you cannot do anymore is spend all of your time bank cards.
As long as we're playing the same set of rules.
And running the clock down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important that the players highlighted that there's 2 reasons why we do this, right? We do this, number 1, because it does allow us to ladder if some other action is happening, within a reasonable amount of time. But then also because there are certain situations where we can commit a bunch of chips, and if 3 other players are all in behind us, we can still get away in a situation where we're guaranteed a ladder even though we've committed.
So, if you do that, if you do the virtual all-in, you leave yourself 1 chip behind, action comes back around to you, You have a maximum of 60 seconds to make a decision, and that will cost you just one time bank card. So you're getting 60 seconds for the price of 30. That's a deal in my book. Toby clearly just explaining the same thing to the players at the other table.
Then we can put you on a 5-second shot clock. Okay?
Now, this 5-second thing is interesting.
If you don't, then we won't need to. So, okay?
So this is basically, if you have a super short stack, so let's take the example of the person who virtually moved all in and left themselves one chip.
Right.
If you then fold, so you've just got that one chip, what you cannot be doing is using the 30 seconds every time. That is considered to be abuse of the time bank, abuse of the clock, and the staff reserve the right to put you on a 5-second decision timer if you're going to tank on every single decision on every single street.
Right, and at that stage it should be relatively straightforward. Once you're that shallow, you're going to look at your hand. A player at this level knows what they're going to go with and what they're not going to go with, and that's the end of it.
Even letting you use one time back is pretty generous, I think.
I agree.
You've literally made the decision to go all in.
Yeah.
The only reason you haven't is because you can fold if you're bluffing, right? Or ladder. So like, if they
I agree.
Yeah.
Right. I think
imagine if you like two big blinds the next hand, and then you're like, oh, should I go all in with 2 big blinds or not? And then you can't use a time bank, right? That would be kind of like bad, actually.
Yeah.
Because there might be still some like potential decision kind of.
2 big blinds left and you limp, and the TD's like, no, you're not allowed to do that anymore.
Also, nobody wants to do it on TV.
Yeah.
Well, the clock's restarting. We're getting cards in the air once again. So we are at 20-40 with a 40k big blind ante. The new protocol agreed by the players. Just trying to do what's right for the game. And all I would say, guys, is that the whole concept of the shot clock, the whole concept of time bank cards is relatively new. We're talking in the last few years, and let's not forget there wasn't live poker for an 18-month period. So, of course, there still need to be adjustments made as we realize what is best for the game and what keeps things moving at the right pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And I paused just then halfway through explaining, but I think I was going to say the players have done a great job of explaining their interpretation right there, more succinctly than I could have anyway. And it's really cool to see the players all on board with this. It seems like they all understand the value of the shot clock. These are players that probably were very pro shot clock in the first place, which still is to be implemented in many large tournaments around the world.
Yeah.
So, these things are interesting to talk about. This is important for the future of poker. Great to see it developing in real time, and you guys get to see part of that conversation here in London.
Well, first hand back from the break, first hand of the new level. We get the opening raise from Docherty with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit, and we get the shove from the top boss of Kanji Club with king-queen suited.
Seems good.
Almost 800.
Yeah, 10k short.
Mr. Docherty on the button with a pretty reasonable open, but I think ace-7 off. A little bit on the weak side to be calling off here. Definitely probably going to be a fold a lot of the time. Pick up for Kanji Club.
Could have analyzed it.
I was waiting for you tanking 785,000.
By the way, I forgot to say, Kolshi texted me saying good luck.
Oh,
nice. And he also said...
and to be clear, Stephen Horter, I don't think this is about trying to punish short stacks. This is about people who
by special request or something.
Use that virtual all-in move as a way to, not as David Docherty said, to basically give yourself an out if you get caught bluffing, but to basically just try and hope that someone busts from the other table and to try and kind of to try and ladder in a situation where you're exploiting the fact the tournament is not currently hand for hand.
Yeah, and this is a game about laddering, so there is a certain reasonable amount of laddering that you should allow yourself to do, but when you're using 5 or 10 time banks in a row to just allow the other hands to play out at normal speed, that's when it becomes an exploit, and that's when it becomes, it's not very gentlemanly, is it, James?
No. Erik Seidel, all in for 340,000, just 8 big blinds.
Go, Erik. 340k.
I think you've made an 8 for Harry.
Quick fold for the big blind. Harry Lodge.
Floor, Erik left the chip.
Erik Seidel now up to 11 big blinds.
this one's yours, right?
And clearly Crusty
I'll let one
Potatoes
there.
incapable of paying attention to what was being said.
get rid of
No rule change. And Toby Stone specifically said, I'm not keen on changing the rules mid-tournament. This is a protocol that all the players have agreed to.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. I think that's a great move by Toby as well. I think that's very, very diplomatic. It is important that we protect the integrity of the game, but also, yeah, we don't want to be making very specific things that will persist into the future if we haven't got them, you know, absolutely perfect. But potentially this conversation might play into a specific rule change moving forward. Folding around now. Kanji club on the cutoff with 4 deuce of clubs. Very graceful fold. Now this was pronounced Kisu, right?
Kishu.
Kishu, thank you. Ace 10 on the alert button. Probably going to go ahead and open this up. Starting the hand with about 26-ish big blinds, something like that.
How much are you playing with deuce?
900 I started with something like 9.
Thank you.
Robek thinking about this. If this isn't just a Hollywood James, probably going to be like ace 7 of hearts or pocket sevens. Something like that seems good. It's not completely crazy for it to even be a hand like 8-7 of hearts if he feels like he's applying really, really significant ICM pressure, which of course he is at this stage. Ultimate power poker maneuver with those suited connectors. We see it sneaking into some of those GTO pre-flop ranges so often.
So it's all into call for Dan Kishu. And he is folding. One final thing I think is worth highlighting, Nick, and I know people make a joke out of it, but I believe that if you look at the T's and C's of any poker tournament, regardless of whatever rules they're following anywhere in the world, there will always be a clause very early on which basically says the tournament director reserves the right to make any decision in the best interest of the game, which can completely veto all the rules that follow.
Yeah, exactly. Toby comes out, he goes, all right, guys, I'm sorry to pull rank here. Forced all in. All players will be all in from now on. Game integrity. No, that's a good point, and I think that is the right decision, especially if it's slowing the game to the pace that we've seen in a couple of these spots. Jess Ellis says the TD has decided that deuces are now high. I love that. Kanji Club in the hijack. Decides to pass the ace-9. I dig it. Kanji Club has about 24 big blinds there, so yeah, definitely want to be on the tighter side, especially as we're getting up into the final 13.
Like 6 less?
535.
Sorry, 535? Thank you.
So 10-9 suited for Grafton for Roman Harabek, who has the slight chip advantage over David Docherty right now and is shoving.
I was going to say, this is the easiest shove of all time.
On the small blind, on the big blind, rather.
Yeah, right. Small blind into big. Queen 10 really should be a call in this spot, though, honestly. You feel so bad about it, but your opponent should be shoving incredibly wide in this scenario.
I think I will call adjust.
Sorry?
I think I will call adjust.
Yep. He's just indicating that he's probably calling. He doesn't want this to be... He doesn't want to make his opponent feel like this was a slow roll because this does seem like a very, very obvious call blind be blind. He's just weighing up all these other options to see if there's the potential for a ladder, etc. Blind v blind, ante in play. I don't think there's any way out. Does make the call.
While Vasillas gets it in good, it is a domination situation in favor of the shorter stack. Queen 10 against 10-9.
Don't be lucky for one time, Roman, please. Just
and we will see if Queen 10 can hold or whether Vassiers gets unlucky, and we are down to 12.
Pretty standard stuff, James, blind v blind. This plays out like this pretty much every single time when you're playing with any decent players. 9-10 suited, snap jam, queen 10 mandatory call at the stack depth. Especially with the big blind ante in play. So much additional dead money to win.
Dealer time, eh? You're tanking too much.
Queen, jack,
That's
deuce. Well, this is spicy, isn't it?
That's a spicy flop indeed, James. The up and down straight draw for 9-10 here. Hrabak actually in decent shape here.
Twin diamonds. Ace is good. Twin diamonds. An ace for sweat.
How about the ace of diamonds for a sweat? That would be a real sweat.
Right now, eights and kings working for Hrabak. 10 on the turn. So same out needed. 7 cards for Vassiers to fade on the river. It's the king. It's the straight for Hrabak, whose run good continues. And Nicolas Vassiers is eliminated in 13th place, taking us down to 12. 2 tables of 6 remaining now in the EPT London main event.
I will see. How did you last end?
That 13th place finish worth £41,100. Meanwhile, Hrabak now moves over the 4 million mark, has more than 100 big blinds.
Long live King Viserys, first of his name. King of the Andals in the first men. GG's to you, sir. Very, very unlucky. The hand unfortunately played itself, and the run good continues for Hrabak up to 102 bigs.
Unbelievable.
Sometimes,
what are you going to do, though? You can't blame him. I think that's always the line from Hrabak.
It's dead.
Any player worth his salt will know that's going to be a push pretty much 100% of the time.
We would be flipping, let's say that way.
Thank you,
By the way,
yep.
a masterclass from Erik Seidel today in laddering in poker tournaments.
That's how you make the money. King of the Roynar and the first man. Thank you, chat, for correcting me. I was trying my best. I don't actually know the official thing, but
nerds, the lot of you.
It's rich coming from you, James.
There's a level, and I know my place.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, the great thing is, we've got Griffin on the team. He makes everyone look like a jock.
Yeah, true, accurate, yeah. That's why we take him out for dinner, right? Makes us look cool.
Hrabak now with the chip lead on the button and calls. No small blind this hand. Seidel short in the big blind, checks his option. And it is a 9-4-4 flop.
I think it's pretty straightforward. Just a little c-bet here. Just the one big blind. Sounds good. Yep, just the one. And a quick pass. Really interesting line here with the limp, though, James, right? I think it's potentially an adjustment for the fact there wasn't a small blind, something like that. Yeah.
I thought it was strange at first, and then when I suddenly realized, of course, it's, this will be a dead button next hand. There's no small blind that hand. It makes so much more sense.
It does, and I mean, effectively, that's really interesting because you end up playing what is a heads-up pot, or what would be a heads-up pot if you were playing a heads-up tournament, and Erik Seidel there in the big blind with such a short stack.
Absolutely.
You're going to default to what the heads-up line would be, and at about 8 or 9 big blinds effective, you're still limping with hands like 8-7. Also can be played as a push, that's no doubt there, but you get a lot of information from Seidel because he's super handcuffed at this point, so much more ICM pressure than if this was a pure heads-up flip-out.
So are you trying to multitask today, Nick, and play mini EPT London events, or are you just going to focus on the stream today?
I feel like this is a test.
No, it's. I was just looking for your name in the lobby because obviously we've got the $3.30 deep stack running now. Late registration still open. There is the $25 PKO starting a bit later this afternoon, and then, and this is exciting. There's a $1.10 event happening this evening. And I thought, well, if it's $1.10, that's going to be like, how many rebuys can you take? It's a freeze out.
Wow.
It's a hyper freeze out for $1.10. That's pretty cool. And when you consider those WCube tickets added, I mean, how do you miss that?
I'm not going to lie. Some part of me would love to just win a mini EPT while on stream. I think that'd be very cool. So I don't know. I might jump in there if it's okay with you, James. But the $25 ones might actually have to not just be all in pre-flop for 200 big blinds. But I don't know. We'll see.
I think the 330, the one, and that 110. I mean, you can't do more than one bullet.
Exactly.
In the 110, so.
Okay. We'll keep our eye out, guys. And if I do jump in, I'll let you guys know on chat. And we'll pick some emojis that can influence the play as well, like we did yesterday.
Ragnar asks, what is a freeze out? Put simply, freeze out means you're frozen out once you're eliminated.
Yep.
So it's one buy-in, one entry, and then when you go bust, you are bust. You cannot rebuy, you cannot re-enter. It is over.
That's a good talking point, actually, James. I get a lot of opinions, especially when I'm playing live here at EPTs or UKPTs or whatever. I get a lot of opinions about people and their the way they feel about re-entries and so a rebuy being different from a re-entry,
Absolutely.
Right? A rebuy meaning you sit down at the table at your seat. Whenever you bust, you get chips and you continue playing in the same seat. Basically, a re-entry meaning that you've actually been eliminated from the tournament. You are re-entered into the tournament in some fashion as though you were a completely new player. What are your feelings? Because
I'm more or less a poker purist, and I don't believe that championship events, for example, the main event, should have any re-entries. I would prefer it if EPT main events were freeze-outs, and I've made that known publicly. However, I concede that player feedback, and ultimately it's not what I want, it's not what I think, it's what the players want. It was very much split. And I think what we've come up with the EPT main is a compromise where single re-entry is allowed.
Yeah, and I think that's the sweet spot for me too, because people who travel for this event don't want to get unlucky in the first level and then be like, why did I bother? This was my Woodstock.
And the problem that we had is a lot of the people who would Erik Seidel all in here, but I don't think he's going to find a customer from Harabek. Let's see what the blinds have. Docherty folding 10-4 in the small. Kanji 5-4 in the big. Okay, well this shov's going to get through and Seidel's going to pick up the dead money.
How much is it?
Too much to call with Queen 4. But yeah, I was going to say, Nick, that a lot of the people who say they wanted to be a freeze-out, a lot of them were also complaining about the fact the prize pool wasn't as juicy as they wanted it to be.
Right.
Well, guess what's going to make it a bigger prize pool?
Yeah, more entries.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I think that is the sweet spot. If I were to ever try and replicate what Mr. Veldis did with his Lex Live, very successful Lex Live events, probably single re-entry situation might be cool. Keep it on the purer side.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I know that there has been a player questionnaire here in London asking for the opinions on re-entries, but I kind of feel that we've taken the decision to have the single, and I would definitely, not that my opinion counts for much, definitely fight any change to allow more than a single re-entry. As I said, it was up to me, it'll be a freeze-out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other sort of thing I've heard is people sort of saying, well, when it's a 3 re-entry situation, all the regs have a huge advantage because they can just, bully you with all the money that they have. I'm not sure if I totally sign off on that, because when you do re-enter, you are entering the tournament at the phase at which you would have entered with all of the disadvantages of, being more short stacked, not having as many big blinds, especially in the case of PKOs.
Well, we've got aces here for the chip leader, raising to 80,000. We've got David Docherty on the button with ace-jack suited. Oh, 2 big stacks, 2 decent hands, especially at a short-handed table.
Yeah, I mean, they are both very deep. I wonder if he opts to play this one on the slower side for that reason, but ace-jack suited on the button, 3 3-bet, totally possible.
Docherty has decided to 3-bet in position. He's re-raised to 235,000. The blinds are folded. It's back on Hrabek. And when you look at the stack sizes here, Nick, is there an argument for flatting with the aces?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, I think in a very high-pressure ICM scenario, when you're this deep stack, the best way to get all the chips in is to actually get more in pre-flop, right? Because then it sequentially increases the pot size thereafter, and it's easier to justify getting the chips in without overbetting, etc. So I feel like this should always be a 4-bet, but you know, these guys might have some history. Maybe
475.
There it is. Okay, yep. And I love the sizing here as well, James. It's basically just a little bit above a click. That's how 4-bet should be sized.
Okay, so question now is, can Docherty legitimately call and play the flop in position, or is ace-jack, even suited, too weak to call this 4-bet?
So the consideration here is, well, it's not that much more for me to call. I have position. I have the hand that flops well. I have a good price. If this guy is capable of 4-bet bluffing with like ace-5, I have that crushed. Ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited is a very common 4-bet bluff in these scenarios. So he might level himself into a call here despite being very, very dominated. And the pot is increasing, James. It is massive already.
We have got more than $1 million in the middle already. The two biggest stacks at the table, and it is a king, jack, deuce board. So Docherty with second pair top kicker. Hrabek a 9-1 favorite with the overpair to the board.
Oh, man, this is getting spicy. Look at the SPR here, James. Docherty's got about 3x pot behind here. It's not unreasonable to think that there's a chance that these chips might go in. This obviously isn't the best flop for ace-jack. Hrabek might be concerned about jacks or kings at this point. But when SPR is like 3, I think you're just supposed to barrel off. I think you're just supposed to go for it, even if you've gotten unlucky here.
Well, 275,000 is the continuation bet from Hrabek.
Yep, very, very small continue as we've come to expect in these 4-bet pots. I don't think ace-jack can fold at this stage, especially if he is thinking, oh, I was beating some 4-bet bluffs pre.
Docherty calling, taking us to the turn. And that turn card is the 3 of diamonds, while Hrabek, 95% favorite, has aces, has the diamond draw.
Yeah, that ace of diamonds feels so good in this spot. Even if you decide not to fire, you know you're always drawing to the nuts in some fashion.
So 1.6 in the middle. Docherty, the effective stack with 2.6 behind. Oh, sorry, Elka wanted me to say it in the style of Mathis from Casino Royale. 1.6 million in the pot.
350.
Continuation. Again, relatively small, but because the pot was so inflated pre, still within shoving range on the river if he does decide to call here. It might be a little bit on the larger side, but the bet sizing here, absolutely expert in my opinion.
Docherty calls, and we are going to the river. 2.3 million in the pot. Docherty will have to go all in.
He's just kept it so small, James. It's like ace-jack's like, what am I supposed to do? And the running diamonds. Aces with the ace of diamonds. This is the nuts.
It's a straighty flushy board, Nick.
Yeah.
Docherty's got second pair. When the bet comes from Hrabek, this has to be a fold. Am I just playing results? Am I just too influenced by what I can see knowing Hrabek's hand? If I've got ace-jack of spades and I'm looking at that board and someone shoves on me, I do not want to be calling it off.
I mean, you know, maybe he gives him the queen of diamonds here. Maybe at this point he just wants to commit and make the rest.
375.
375, keeping it really small again.
Okay, I was going to let him get away cheap.
I mean, is this a size that might induce a bluff from ace-jack? I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Yes, Chad, I know Queen 10 of diamonds is the nuts. Stop it. Behave yourselves.
I mean, the problem is Hrabek is not going to fold. If Docherty decides to turn this hand into a bluff and shoves here, you're not going to fold because of the one time in however many million that your opponent's got Queen 10 of diamonds.
That's what I mean. The effective nuts, of course, Chad. Don't be so pedantic. Oh, it's so annoying. He's like, I had showdown now. Oh. Just the size is so small here. Will he level himself into bluffing it off? I mean, you could get 2 kings to fold here. You could get 2 jacks to fold here on the river if you size up.
I think we can all agree, whatever controversy has occurred in the last hour, that this is legitimate use of time bank cards.
Absolutely.
Running the hand through his head. Running through the streets. Third time bank card played by Docherty. I mean, the more he thinks, Nick, the more it's about calling, right? Rather than trying to make some kind of move.
Yeah, I think that's the vibe he's giving as well. He doesn't look. He's not giving off the visual tells that suggest that he's going to suddenly try and look very strong. He's agonizing whether or not he's calling, but this is. Oh, he's just got such a good price, but I just don't know how he can call here.
Well, this is going to change the dynamic of this table. It's going to change the dynamic of this tournament as Docherty plays another time bank card. A pot of over 2.5 million, 375,000 to call. Temptation so strong as a 5th time bank card is played. Another 30 seconds thinking time for Docherty.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him mouthing there. He's just sort of trying to talk his way through what he can be at this stage. And I think that kind of precludes him from actually trying to represent something strong at this point.
He makes the lay down, gets away from it on the river. But regardless of that, Roman Hrabek has just won a huge pot and extended his chip lead up to 5.4 million now. That's a 135 big blind stack as David Docherty drops down to 2.2. Okay, still got 56 bigs. Above average, very comfortable, one of the biggest stacks remaining. But when you've had that monster stack for so long, when you've been chip leaders for so long, that is a psychological blow.
What's that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I really like everything from Roman Hrabek there. I think all the sizes on every street were very, very well done.
I don't care. This is interesting. That one was...
Roughly 30 minutes into this blind level. 12 players remaining in the EPT London main event, playing down to the final table of 6 today. Blinds currently 20,000, 40,000. Erik Seidel hovering around the 15 big blind mark. Dan Kishu and Aleem Kanji also reasonably short right now with around 20 bigs each. And a raise here from David Docherty opens to 90,000 with ace-7 offsuit, a hand commonly referred to as the Spraggy.
The Spraggy indeed. Ari Lodge, big blind, 7-4. Pretty straightforward. 7-4 off. Not so great. Just give it up. Easy game.
Raise and take it. So with 12 players remaining, everyone guaranteed £41,100. There will be a jump in the payouts when we get down to 11. Then they'll be guaranteed nearly 50k, 49,350. Once we're down to 9, there will be a money jump with every single elimination. And of course, when we get to 9 players, we will be at a single table. And that trophy will be closer. To reality.
Back to life. Back to reality. Erik Seidel, UCG, our shortest stack at the table. 13 big blinds here. 8-7 suited. Remember, guys, we are 6-handed, though, so that will impact ranges. Puts it in the bin. Puts it in the bin.
So if you weren't with us for the first level of the day, we discovered that Romanian filmmaker Dan Kishu's most recent offering was a movie called #DogPoopGirl. Some of our viewers even dug out the trailer. Sounds like a good one.
Wow.
What's your plan, Gary? Thank you.
6.8 out of 10 on IMDb. It's pretty good for an IMDb rating.
Jonathan watching on YouTube says, so 9-handed only for final table. I don't know what that is meant to portend. It's absolutely standard practice for an 8-max tournament to have a 9-handed final table, because otherwise you'd be playing a final table bubble with 1 table of 5 and 1 table of 4, which is far from ideal.
Indeed.
Standard live, standard online.
Hey, shout out to my boy Nayo in the chat. Welcome. Another fantastic streamer on the PokerStars stream team. Go give him a follow if you guys don't already do so.
Only seen one of Harry's hole cards. Know he has the 5 of hearts, and we know he's raising the button.
So Harry Lodge on the button here, guys. 42 big blinds. Obviously, Hrabek, our new monster chip leader on this table. 135 bigs. 5.4 million chips. Besides, he's going to be calling in the small blind. I think it could have gone either way there. The 3-bet of the call seems good to me. And, of course, Seidel trying to ninja that short stack here in the big blind. Wakes up with 10-9 off. So Erik, after putting in his big blind and his big blind ante of the same value, has 11 big blinds behind. This is a very tough spot, James. Really, you've got a great price. You've got a hand that can flop okay. I think probably you are supposed to come along for the extra big blind here, but it just feels like, oh, I just don't even want to be involved with this. Why can't you just give me ace-king here and I can ship and pick up all that squeezed cash?
So we are going 3-way to the flop, which is Queen 3-3. And I don't know who has the best hand right now, because maybe Harry Lodge has Queen 5 of hearts.
Sure. Could also have pocket 5s. This is an interesting one, though, because Queen Tray does tend to favor kind of a small blind calling range here. There's plenty of Queen Jack, Queen 10, King Queen as well might sneak in there once in a while. Depending on how you're going to size your bet here, that's definitely going to influence whether or not you want to c-bet. I think if you're going nice and small, you should always c-bet here. That's fine, because it will be effective on the Queen 3-3 quite frequently. If you're somebody that has larger c-bets in general and you're not adjusting correctly, you probably can't do it as often.
Yo-Yo, watching on Twitch. This ain't the 1990s, bro. We've moved on.
Yeah, that's not cool, bro.
So we are heads up to...
And this is a free one.
The turn. And do we think ace high is the best hand here?
Lots to consider here, James. If you think your opponent will have lots of small pocket pairs, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, that kind of thing, probably a second barrel is necessary. If you think he's going to be more prone to having Queen X, then obviously the continuation is not really going to be useful. If you have a hand like 4-5 of hearts, then you're feeling a lot better about the continuation where you can get some of that stuff to fold as well. But without seeing the other card, we're not sure. I think Hrabek played his hand really well there on the flop, though, to recognize that on this kind of a texture, ace-10 will be the best hand against that button open range very frequently.
Fold.
Gets it through.
Will we ever learn the other card of Ari Lodge? Guess not. So a reminder that for today and tomorrow, and indeed into the weekend, you've got the mini EPT London series running on PokerStars. Low buy-in tournaments, there are 3 of them every day while we're streaming, so you can play while watching the action. And tomorrow, there is going to be a mini main event for 1,000th of the buy-in of an EPT main event. It's going to be a $5.50 MTT with an EPT Prague package added to the prize pool, which will go to the winner. So today's events, Nick and I were talking about it earlier on. We've got a $3.30 deep stack, which is currently in late reg. The $25 PKO is currently registering, and later tonight there's a $1.10 freeze out. I'd like to think that most people have a bankroll that could stretch to a $1.10 freeze out.
Yes, indeed. And also I just spotted that our boy Wistern is in the 330 if you want to go and get on that table. Hand number 46 now, back on our feature table here in London. Folding around, Ari Lodge, ace-7 suited on the cutoff. Harry has about 50 bigs here. Obviously, it looks like Mr. Seidel is in our small blind here as one of the shorties. I think this is pretty much going to be a mandatory open. The only reason why you might reconsider this is having that ginormous chip stack to your left in Roman Hrabek. You think he's going to be trying to exploit you and put you in lots of tough spots, you might avoid this. I don't know. Honestly, ace-7 suited probably way too strong to not play here. If you're folding this hand, you're probably massively over-adjusting. Perhaps ace-7 off is a hand you might sneak in there, but you might choose not to under those circumstances instead. Raising to take it.
Day 5 of the EPT London main event continues. From a starting field of 749, we're down to 12 players, 2 tables of 6. There'll be 1 table of 6 by the end of the day. Still think we'll get there. We've got ace-8 of diamonds for Dan Kishu.
Yep, suited aces, obviously really nice opening hands. Hands that one likes to open. Harry Lodge there, ace-6 off, +1. I think that's pretty straightforward. Get away from that one. Doesn't do very well against the UTG opening range, especially not with so many players to act behind.
9-8 for Docherty in the small blind. That's a fold. Kanji, king 10 of clubs. Hey, Nick, these two cards, they're Kanji's clubs.
Very good. Kanji's clubs. That's awesome. He really does look like he could be the big boss of the Kanji club as well.
Top boss.
Top boss.
Going to challenge Tazu Leach for that position. 8-7-5 on the flop. Top for Dan.
All in.
Woohoo! All in. Wow. That's a Laura chips, you guys. Significant overbet, if I'm not mistaken.
That was a big all in then. Big hand, big all in.
Being big, very scared, you know, you see things different. I mean, exaggerating.
I mean, if it's against me, I understand. Because I always get there, so, but...
I'm a chicken.
I love that. That's very cool.
40.
Looks like Dan's in action again. Oh no, he's just posting the big blind. Late. It's Harry Lodge who's first to act with ace-10 under the gun.
Sure thing, yeah. Six-handed guys, ace-10, very playable here. He's going to go ahead and open it up. He is raising to the absolute minimum, which has become table standard at this point. Very standard meta for the modern poker format regardless. Mr. Harabek decides to call from UTG +1 directly to the left of Harry Lodge here. Erik Seidel just waiting for his moment now with 9 big blinds here.
Seidel folding that suited king. He's got 9 bigs. Docherty folds the button. Kishu in the big blind with Jack-9.
I will defend my blind.
He's going to defend. You heard the man.
I will defend my blind.
So Harabek's got both players dominated. MBN. Oh, not anymore. Check. We have a rotation situation. It's top 2 for Dan Kishu.
Now, previously we saw him admitting that he was a little bit scared to play the streets, concerned about being outdrawn on, which is why he overbet ship the ace-8. Is this a spot where he goes, full pot, or he goes, all in? He's got about 2x pot, a little bit more in. 2 and a bit X pot here, SPR. All right, so checks, and Harry decides to continue here for a 105K.
Optimistic. I guess he's got the ace of diamonds, if I'm going to try and accentuate the positive.
Ooh, this is such an interesting spot. Harabek with such a strong hand here, ace, jack, 9, top.
Well, 105,000 from Lodge, flattered by Harabek. Kishu, 80% equity, 2 pair.
SPR looking much more friendly, James, to just get those chips in the middle. Stands to win a whole lot if he just rips it. And I think in this case, it would be a much more acceptable shove given how much dead money was in the middle.
Dan Kishu finds himself in a 3-way pot. All in, and chaos ensues.
How much?
Ace-Jack might be tempted to call here. He's beating a lot of draws, guys.
Top pair, top kicker. And this all in for around 20 big blinds. Yeah, this is a call.
It really feels like you got to call this off because he can just do this with any flush draw, any straight draw, maybe even a combo draw. Ace 5 of diamonds, not unreasonable here, for example. And then you got to beat on the ace as well.
There is the call. So Kishu getting it in as nearly a 9-1 favorite. Just has to fade an ace. And of course, Harry Lodge has folded an ace.
If I'm lucky, we'll get an ace.
Or 10-10.
Kishu's been commenting on Harabek's luck thus far. Let's see if the Jack-9 can hold.
A lot of people observing that Harabek does have a habit of getting there. But maybe not on this occasion. Will Barry Greenstein make an appearance? 2 outs for Harabek, 2 cards for Kishu to fade. The river is a 10. So Kishu doubles up through the chip leader.
I got 1 card right.
How much is it again?
At this point,
800. Make it 8.
Let's bring Joe Stapleton back to celebrate this amazing result.
Hello, my babies. Hashtag dog poop girl double up.
In 2022, which is clearly
the year of Romania.
He's from the same country as you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got my memes confused.
Nice pot there for Jack-9. That's why you defend your big blinds, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Right there.
And that will give Kishu a 50 big blind stack. Erik Seidel still clinging on.
Smart.
Sub 10 bigs. He's in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
From my country.
He's back.
Thank you.
Roman Harabek still leads with around 4.5 million, 110 bigs, and still half of level 25 to play.
And deals you winners.
That hand.
Glad I haven't missed too much Erik Seidel excitement.
9 Jack. It was 9 Jack.
Blinds are 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. So even though Erik Seidel has got more than 13 starting stacks, that's just 9 big blinds. Ace-9 for Hrabets. Man, we've all been there. 9 big blinds, card dead, 9-3, 9-4, Jack-4, Jack-3, Jack-2. Baltic Avenue and a business card you got at Subway.
You get Jack-high?
Sometimes.
Damn.
I get a lot of Jack-4s.
What box?
Jack-4 is like, Jack-4 and 9-3 are the 2 hands I've dealt the most.
I have to say, I see Jack-4 come up a lot more often after recent events.
Oh, maybe that's why I'm thinking of it.
When I was playing in the charity event, I feel like I looked down at Jack-4 about 15 times.
You didn't do it for the memes?
There was a couple times when it actually got around to me in the big blind, and I could show it for the memes.
All right.
People appreciated that. It was kind of funny.
And Harry Lodge going to defend in the big blind with Queen 4 suited.
Harry just doing his thing. Queen 4 suited. What are you going to do? You're not folding that?
8-5 tray. Ace high is ahead. Queen 4 has got a lot of backdoor possibilities.
It does. It does. Even though it doesn't look like Harry really caught much of this. Definitely isn't the wildest float, for example. Could even sneak in some check raises here if he really wants to go to town and represent some sets, represent some draws that might get there where he can use that 4 of clubs as a blocker. Plus, of course, there's always the backdoor opportunities. At this stage in the tournament, I'm not sure how much Harry's going to want to mix it up here, but it's not completely crazy. Yep, you love to see it. So far, we've seen Hrabek really, really sizing very well, in my opinion. And you want to have much bigger continues on these textures. You want to really punish those smaller pocket pairs and those. You want to sort of decline your opponent the opportunity to check raise you super light with these situations too. By having a larger size, it's a lot more difficult to check raise there because you're committing so much more of your pot to try and successfully bluff. When you do have some of those sort of semi bluffs there in those scenarios.
Going in the wrong direction then.
The right direction if you're sat here.
What direction is that? East? Yo-Yo Devo saying everyone is pretty short stacked.
No.
This fella is, though. Pocket sevens for Erik Seidel.
Yep, there's only one way this is going. He's all in.
Also East. OMG.
Does this guy ever not have aces, Joe?
Docherty busted multiple players yesterday who had gigantic stacks when they ran their kings into his aces. And it looks like he is the big favorite to be busting Seidel here with a small stack. Not quite as big a cooler.
I think it's not unreasonable just to flat here, Joe. It really depends.
What bad can happen?
Well, I mean, you don't want to invite too many other players in, but he's already shipped for like 7 bigs, so it's already what would be a considerably ginormous open in the first place, right?
Right. There's the flat.
Yep, I love
just
to
a
see
call.
it.
How many more people will Docherty cooler?
All right, no more players, just the heads up, aces versus sevens. Erik Seidel at risk.
Docherty, you can see the look on his face. He knows that he has had aces an unreasonable amount of times.
I probably wouldn't win this. I'm used to being up against sevens. Kings.
Yeah, this is new territory.
Or too hard.
Right, yeah.
If you're going to get run down, this would be the time for it to happen.
It's a diamond you're going to be worried about.
You know what they say about sevens, Joe?
Seven is always coming to the flop. It's just 2 9s, though. 9-9 tray. Seidel needs to hit a 7 to survive. 2 outs.
It's a really good one.
2 chances to hit him. Turn card. Another deuce. Or just 1 deuce. But, you know, there have been other ones on other hands.
Just 2 sevens remaining in the deck. That's a 2-outer, Joe.
And that is going to be it for the legend that is Erik Seidel. Deepest EPT main event run ever.
Who Seidel? We busted.
Guys, get your claps in the chat for the legend that is. Thank you so much, Erik, for coming out and taking part. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honor to watch you, sir. He's not a fan of the TV tables, guys. He's made that clear, but he stuck it out. I appreciate you, man.
Doesn't really have a choice, but yes, we do appreciate him being here in the first place. And out in 12th for 41,000 pounds.
They like to switch it up, and the other table does have like some names on it.
Everyone else ladders up.
So you can entertain us putting your big blind now?
Yes.
Hashtag gratitude, Joe.
Are you
I'm
not
just grateful, man.
Like
You got to be grateful every day.
Here I'm not at work.
Yeah, the light is very stressful, really.
Yeah.
That's why I wear the sunglasses.
Really, you would be surprised, but
I know you're something to do with film, right?
That felt unfair that last time. But, like, given the history of this tournament, Roman's supposed to wake up with kings there in the big blind.
Yeah.
Maybe he did have one.
Right, get a little entitled now, Dave.
I'd say like, I've already busted 2 people with aces v kings, so like, I feel.
And what did you have?
Check your privilege, Dave.
I had aces. Like,
you had aces?
I feel unlucky that you. Oh no, not against you. Not in that hand. No, not in that hand. No.
Oh, okay.
Eric Lodge with the
I meant this
Erik
hand.
Seidel.
Okay.
Maybe okay.
So, guys, Harry Lodge here with 45 bigs on the button. Going to open up with those sevens.
Ooh, and Roberts with ace, queen in the small has got Lodge covered, has got everyone at the table covered.
Significantly so, yes.
I think it's going to be very, very rare that we don't see a 3-bet. That was a couple of 100K chips I saw going out there. There it is. 275. Docherty still to act. Queens.
You know how much you have, Harry?
After he gives that speech about him not having kings, wakes up with queens in a 3-bet pot in the big blind.
Hachi Machi. Docherty 7 in chips. Second in chips.
Hachi Machi.
And Docherty
660
is now gonna 4-bet to 660,000. The 3-bet coming from the only player that can bust him in this hand.
Use that cameras for a phone.
Excuse me?
The Oscar. They are made with. I mean, this is huge. Top. I mean,
yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm very interested in this hand, but Dan's telling adult film production anecdotes.
Full.
Ace Queen lays it down.
All right, big pickup there for Docherty. Back up to 77 big blinds now.
They are not so expensive now, in between 16 to 70,000 because of the objective.
We barely caught our breath here at the feature table, but we got to cut away from the Dan Chizo's porn stories because we have got action on the other table. Jack Sinclair betting 40K. Looks like a board of 6, 9, deuce, 6, 2 diamonds. Benjamin Pollak in the hand. You think for a guy named Pollak, he'd splash the chips a little more. River, 10 of clubs. Back on Sinclair. Reminder, board is 10, 9, 6, 6, deuce. No flushes possible. $325,000 from Sinclair. Pollak folds, and Sinclair shows 5-7 for a straight. No, for a 7 high. If you squint your eyes real hard, though, you can convince yourself you had a straight there.
I don't know. I hope not. Oh, yeah, we're 10.
It doesn't really make a difference to you, right?
Back to the main table. Jack 5-4, 2 spades.
Unless you think this table
Docherty versus Chizu with the same hand.
Maybe.
There's the time.
Docherty with the spade. They both have backdoor flush draws. They did. Now there's a 100% chance of chopping should we get to showdown. And Docherty's checked. Chizu is going to fire. 60K. Docherty might fold. Does fold. Important pots where you can get your opponent to fold a chop.
Absolutely. You should do it whenever possible. Kishu puts in a small bet and does, in fact, take that bad boy down.
Someone who has all the chips over there?
Someone does over there too.
I didn't really look. Yeah, we're down to 10.
Oh, we are down to 10. Someone gone broke at the other table. We will show you
Yeah, 10.
what happened
Draw at 9.
after this hand at this table. We were just over there.
I know. You're going to make us walk all the way back over there? Unbelievable.
Come on.
Come on, guys. Folding. Excuse me, not folding around. First player to act here is Harry Lodge, deciding what he's going to do. 9-4 off. I think he's just balancing his timings here, unless he's going to go completely ham with what is considered one of the worst hands in poker.
Ham Lodge.
Fold.
Bye-bye. Queen Jack for Hobbits. Short-handed here. It's got all the chips. Easy open. Couple of face cards. 9-5. Suited. On the button. Docherty. Folds Kanji. 8-3. Easy decision.
Kanji club, small blind.
I said it was an easy decision. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Chizu with a slightly easier decision.
I knew it. That's why, right?
Everybody loves a good speech, though. All right, well, we announced during the hand that we're down to 10 players, which means someone from the other table has gone busto. Are you ready to see who it was, Nick?
I am. I'm so ready.
Here we go. Benjamin Pollak doesn't look super stoked right now. Cards are on their backs. 5s versus 10s. Domination. Pollak going to need to spike a 2-outer.
Sinclair looking really good right now, Joe.
Well, we sort of already tipped what happens here. The river's not going to be a 5.
He's done it again. Joe, how did you know?
Benjamin Pollak out.
In fairness, we got kind of spoiled there by Harry Lodge. I think somebody needs to have a word with him. Couple round penalty.
And Pollak cashes for the new prize amount, which is just shy of 50,000. And this will be the last time that prize jumps take longer than one elimination.
True. Absolutely. Tom, our moderator, if you could time out Harry Lodge for 1 round, please, that'd be fantastic. No spoilers. That applies to people who are also playing in the tournament.
How much does he have? How much does he have? Oh, okay. And he has his one. He's short. And
all right, guys, so there's been a raise here from Mr. Docherty. Currently sitting in the cutoff, and Mr. Lodge is going to defend his big blind.
All pretty standard stuff. 6-4 deuce, 2 diamonds. Docherty ahead with ace-king.
So, guys, just to give you some context here, Harry Lodge with about 39 bigs, so not particularly short. This is such an interesting flop, though. I don't think Docherty even needs to continue here if he doesn't want to, but if he does, he should have a much larger size, something definitely above 50%, maybe even closer to 3/4 if Harry does decide to check flop. There's obviously a few turn cards that are good for a continue, a club being one of them, but you don't really want to be check raised down these boards by the big blind range too often. Feels kind of bad when you allow your opponent to check raise you here and, you know, they've got like some sort of a weird gut shot or something like that.
It feels weak also to just
exactly.
see a 6-high flop and not bet it.
Yep.
I understand both sides, but yours
Yep.
probably makes a little bit more sense. Lodge catches the turn, top pair now, and I guess in most cases they're not going to catch the turn. And everything you were saying about ace-king was probably going to work out here. Because I wanted to ask you, like, let's say the turn's an 8.
Yeah.
Right? And then Lodge is like, okay, well, he checked the flop. Maybe I can bet this.
Well, there is kind of an answer to that, Joe. So the 8 obviously doesn't improve your hand. It's you kind of give your opponent the opportunity to start bluffing super hard. But because the pot is already so much smaller because you haven't bet the flop, you can still continue calling there knowing that you do have the best hand
You can just,
pre-flop.
like, station down if you...
Exactly,
okay.
yeah. And then, you can, if the board pairs or something, you can go, he's got a lot of missed flush draws. He's got a lot of missed straight draws. Ace-king was the best hand pre-flop in most cases. Therefore, I can call down. And you can get to showdown like that instead. You just need to know that, you will have the best of it quite frequently with the correct runouts.
Well, not a great run out thus far for Docherty. Lodge bets the 10 for 160,000. And, yeah, Docherty playing the way you would play it when you don't expect your opponent to have hit whatever random turn card 5 on the river does not improve either player.
Yep. And now at this point, it's just one of those ugly runouts. You try and get to showdown, but if they go really big here, you go, I don't care if I'm being exploited. There's just too many weird things the big blind will have here, and it's all good.
I don't care if I'm being exploited. I think is something that a lot of people could take to heart.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Not all the time, obviously.
Yeah. You want to avoid being exploited at all times. However, it's okay to say, maybe I'm getting this one wrong, but it's not even like a super high value spot. This doesn't come up very frequently. This isn't a situation where I'm going to be losing lots of chips very often. Therefore, it's not such a big deal. And I think on this board, you're just going to be losing so frequently anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
It does go check, though.
Yep.
Well, it's fun. You're like at least happy you got a showdown.
Sure, yeah. But you see how controlling the flop size there, controlling the pot on the flop allowed you to call the turn, which would have been probably the equivalent of a c-bet regardless. And you end up sort of losing the same amount of chips without giving your opponent the opportunity to check raise you on the flop, etc.
Yes.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that in this case, and I don't mean as a
but it's not
actual
like
counterpoint.
10 hands, 10 hands.
Jack 10 probably would have folded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You will get Jack 10 to fold on that flop.
But I understand that I'm the sort of player that when I check ace king there, I'm going to get bet into.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I bet ace king there, I'm going to get check raised. because I'm a weak spot. Because you can. Because you should.
Joe,
or as this person put it, a beta.
Joe, it's much more simple than that, mate. You got to believe in the heart of the cards, buddy. And I just feel like you've lost your heart.
I believe in the heart of the cards, the diamonds of the cards, the spades of the cards, and the clubs of the cards. Ace 7 for Aleem Kanji. Not your favorite hand to get it in with
Seems
for 15
good,
big blinds, but not the worst one either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the big blind antes in play, guys, this is totally fine. Like Joe said, you prefer like an ace 9. Ace 10 feels really good. Ace 9 feels like
ace
pretty
10's
good.
a dream. Ace 10's a slam dunk. Fist pump, get it in. Pocket 8s for Harry Lodge.
Yeah.
Looking to run down the Spraggy, as noted by James Hardigan in Twitch chat.
I think Harry's definitely calling here. I mean, you're just going to be ahead of so many pairs here. You're crushing a bunch of pairs here. You're crushing ace 7. You're crushing ace 8. Maybe even hands like ace. There must be some suited aces that shove here as well, much weaker than ace 7 as well, that you're dominating.
How worried are you about the big blind, a.k.a. versus are you flatting this?
Yeah.
Are you reshoving?
That's a great question, Joe. You're flatting this because you keep the big blind super honest. We're not playing a PKO. The big blind's not going to squeeze you out to try and win a bounty or something. He's going to be super honest. It's already a big shove. So there's no point protecting at this point because the shove itself was already enough protection to keep the big blind out of the hand unless they wake up with something monstrous.
So Lodge has made the call.
I hate it. Yeah.
The big blind has folded.
One of the worst hands I folded.
But I think that there is action elsewhere.
Bad ace.
So that's why we haven't seen, all in a call. And that's why we haven't seen these hands exposed yet. I think that's what the floor was talking to Harry Lodge there about just moments ago. About the pace of play and making sure that we keep things even between the tables.
I think it was also a kind of soft hand for hand. But obviously, in the event there is an all in a call, let's try and run them simultaneously. This is obviously the last point where we'll be at 2 tables.
Yeah, so it's easy to keep track of those things, and we are going to the other table now. Well, let's get the pot straight here first.
Might as well. Do you know what's happening in the other hand, Joe?
Not yet. So we've got Ian Hamilton and Alexandra Villemure. And it looks like Hamilton shoving.
Yeah, so I'm guessing the all-in hadn't happened yet. They're just waiting for this hand to actually conclude before dealing out the all-in.
Got it.
Of course, if... Let me decide to call here. If we get a KO from this table as well, and a KO from our table, we'd be down to 8.
We're down at 8, and then what? It's it goes by stack size. Who gets the 10th and 9th place
that's
money?
a really good question.
13, lucky number.
Well, that is a fold. So play has now concluded at the outer table, so I guess we should come back to the main stage. And a reminder that we have got Aleem Kanji all in with A7 against the Snowmen's of Harry Lodge.
I actually consider this the nuts, genuinely. Never lose. It's good that you've got me near me.
I've been a lot happier with ace 9.
Of course, if 8s hold.
Always coming 7, but how many of them?
If ace 7 doesn't get there, if it doesn't always come 7, then we are going to be down to a single table of 9.
I really want to go out for drinks with David Docherty. 9-5-3 on the flop.
Yeah, 8's holding, and right now...
Take a 6 and then you're 8.
Kanji has 2 immediate outs.
I'll give you a 4. Fine, I'll take it.
Needs Barry Greenstein, needs that ace on the river. Too little, too late, and the top boss of Kanji Club is gone. Aleem Kanji is our 10th place finisher in the EPT London main event, and he will cash for nearly £50,000, 49,350. And we need to stop the clock because it is time for the final redraw of the tournament. All remaining players will now take seats at the main stage.
Aleem the Dream is over.
Can we get some claps in the chat for that, man? He played phenomenal poker. We saw some incredible calls, just overall ridiculously solid. Kanji Club, I'm going to the Kanji Club, guys. As soon as it's open, I'll be there.
Charter members.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, Harry Lodge.
I cannot play with him. I fall from hand with him. And
he's up to 2.69 million.
Only because he's so greedy.
I have like 4.3 or something.
Yeah, ace jack.
Like, I think.
Okay,
I take it back, guys. I want to go for drinks with all of this table right now. They all seem very, very nice guys.
Only a redraw.
So 7 eliminations so far, 3 more to go before we're down to 6, and that's when play will conclude for today. Still a lot of great stories to follow, including David Docherty, Harry Lodge, and Dan Kishu, plus of course Jack Sinclair, who was at the outer table.
Maybe I just move here.
Everyone is going to be bringing their chips. Should also highlight Jamie Flynn, who starts the day as a super short stack and has somehow survived to the top 9.
Very cool.
And of course, Nils Pudel, who's been amongst the chip leaders for most of the last 2 days.
Hashtag Poodle Power.
So they will give the players their new seat assignments, and those will be the assignments they will hold for the next 2 days. Of course, only 6 of the 9 will get to come back for the final day.
Man, this has got to be exciting. Yeah, get your pictures. Get your videos.
So back to the action once the redraw has been conducted and once the 9 players are in their new seat assignments. A very exciting point in the tournament. The official final table is when they're down to 8. Our final table, for streaming purposes, is when we're down to 6. And just a reminder, guys, tomorrow we're starting half an hour later, so don't be caught out by that. Starting the action at 1 o'clock local time, that's 1 p.m. BST, which is 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And we'll have cards up action from the final day. Alongside that, the main event of the Mini EPT London online series. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But we have run pretty good, I have to say, with final tables this year. Monte Carlo, Barcelona, and London whoever makes the final 6 should be an entertaining watch tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, I don't really feel like it's a shame we'll have to lose any of these players, but I don't feel like there's anyone that we're like dying to see tomorrow that would leave a bunch of boring people left.
Yeah. So the first part of day 4 is getting down from day 5 rather is getting down from 16 to 9. The second part 9 to 6. If you have just joined us on PokerStars TV, if you've missed what happened to get us to 9 players, I am here to facilitate your wishes. We started with 16. And on just the second hand, it was Mark Tutor who lost a flip to become the first player out. Our 15th place finisher was Ben Heath. He flopped a set, but got rivered by a flush. Then Pollak found himself involved in a weird pot. He and Alexandre Villumiere both had aces in a 3-way all-in. Sergio Coutinho couldn't improve. He was out in 14th. A rivered straight for Roman Hrabek. Then Nicolas Nassiers went out in 13th. Poker Hall of Famer Erik Seidel's main event run ended in 12th. And then we saw Ben Pollak KO'd in 11th by Jack Sinclair. And then, as we just saw, Aleem Kanji, his exit in the 10th took us down to the final 9 players. And that's where we're at right now. So let's look at the chip counts of the final 9. Let's see who the chip leader is right now. It is Jack Sinclair, up over 4.5 million, 113 big blinds. Roman Hrabek, who we've been watching on the main stage, also has more than 4 million chips, also has more than 100 bigs. Clearly, Villumiere, Docherty and Lodge very, very comfortable. And Dan Kishu finds himself with 50 bigs. Niels Budel not that far behind. Jamie Flynn has managed to cling on for most of the day. He's hovering around the 20 big blind mark. Ian Hamilton is the short stack with 16 big blinds. He is slipping into the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And of course, it's worth highlighting that we still have 20 minutes to play at the 20-40 blind level. Then we will take a break and then the blinds will be up, and that will put the pressure on players like Hamilton and Flynn. And when you've got people like Sinclair, Docherty, Villumiere at the table, they will put the pressure on the short stacks. They've proved their worth over the last few days. Now we are down to 9. Everyone is guaranteed at least £61,000. 61,350 to be precise. And now we reach the stage where there is a pay jump with every single elimination. 79,750 for 8th. More than 100k for 7th. Nearly £135,000 for 6th. 175k for 5th, close to £250,000 for 4th, nearly 300 grand for 3rd. The runner-up gets more than £414,000, and the winner tomorrow will get £664,400. But more than just that prize money, which is not insignificant, they also become an EPT main event champion. They get that trophy, and they also earn a place in history. Winning an EPT still means something. Just ask any of the former champions of this particular tournament. The last time EPT London ran was back in 2014. That was when Sebastian Pauli was the champion. He won that for £500,000. 2 EPT Londons in 2013, straddling different ends of EPT seasons. Robin Ulatalo winning in the autumn, Ruben Visser in the spring. Benny Spindler beat Steve O'Dwyer heads up to win his EPT title. David Van Plu was the champion the year before that, beating John Joanda. Aaron Gustafsson was the first ever winner at the Hilton at Metropole when the EPT was held there for 3 years. Michael Martin came back from a very, very short stack, the proverbial chip in a chair to win in 08. Joseph Murwad won in 07. Of course, Victoria Corin Mitchell became the first female EPT champion in 06, the first of her 2 EPT titles. Telcher was the champion in 05. John Shipley was the inaugural EPT London winner in 2004. Britain taking the title the first 3 years in a row. The title all going to local players. So a reminder that once we are done here in London, we will be very much focused on WCOOP Take 2. With what happened back in September, we get another chance to run the main events, to run that championship weekend. The series will conclude between November 5th and 9th. Boosted guarantees for the main events, and we will be streaming the 10K World Championship of No Limit Hold'em on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. We'll be here from the 7th to the 9th. That's the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of that week. But don't forget, if you are in Southern Europe, there's something for you as well, because the Southern European Championship of Online Poker will kick off this weekend. It's running from October the 30th to November the 20th, specifically in Spain, France, and Portugal. And again, the guys looking after those countries will be streaming on their Twitch and YouTube channels if you fancy something of a Soukup 2022 flavour instead. And then, in December, it's the final EPT stop of the year. We are going back to Prague. These are the festival dates, by the way, not our streaming dates. December 7th to 18th. We're going to cover the last 5 days of the main events. That will be the 5 days up to and including the 18th, which we've established is World Cup final day. So we're making plans to accommodate that. But yes, you will be able to see EPT Prague on Twitch in Europe. Twitch in Europe? Twitch in YouTube. I'm thinking of Europe because, of course, that is the continent we will be leaving in the new year. Because, Joe, we finally get to go back to the Bahamas.
I'm so excited to go to Baja Mar. I have a totally clean record there.
So, yes, the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship runs from the 30th to the 3rd. Of course, the entire festival date is much broader than that because PCA 2023 will be at the Baja Mar Resort in January, February. And if you want to play the PSPC, there are still chances to win platinum passes for your woohoo. In fact, there is a chance at every single Road to PSPC stop. This is the live global tournament series that is running now. Platinum passes added to the prize pool, awarded to the winners, and clearly this is a series that is designed for different parts of the world. The best thing I can tell you to do is go to PokerStarsLive.com and check the schedule and see if there is an event taking place in your part of the world, somewhere near to you, where you can potentially go and play a fun live tournament, which will have a real money prize pool as well. And of course, with the added bonus that if you win it, you get that platinum pass and you win that 30K package to the PSPC. Meanwhile, Mini EPT London continues this week. Today's events are the 330 deep stack, which is in late reg. There's a $25 PKO tonight, and that $1.10 freeze out as well. And tomorrow is the $5.50 Mini EPT London main event, which has an EPT Prague package added. We just talked about Prague coming in December. Want to be there? Play that $5.50 main event. Win it. Free package. It's worth about $6,000, I think. Maybe close to 7 once you factor in the accommodation, the travel costs.
And the untold riches you could win from playing the event.
Exactly. Exactly. What if?
We do love a Cinderella story. We do love to follow one of our online qualifiers. I have to say, you would be the ultimate qualifier if you were the player who won the Mini EPT London, then came to Prague and made a deep run in that main event.
Yeah, hell yeah. The fires of hell yeah.
So it looks like the redraw has been conducted and the players are taking their seats. And looks like Jack Sinclair has drawn the 1 seat, Harry Lodge in seat 2, then Jamie Flynn, Alexandra Villemierre, Ian Hamilton, Dan Kishu, Roman Harabek, Niels Pudel, and David Docherty in the 9th seat. That's how they are spread around the table. And yes, that was the final redraw. That means when we end today with 6 players, they will come back in the same seat assignments, just minus whichever 3 players were KO'd, because we still have another 3 full levels to play after this. And I don't think it's unrealistic to expect us to get down to 6 today.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right. And also, obviously, now all that commotion to do with time banks is now kind of moot, isn't it? We're on the final table. There's no more desirable tanking situations, it's going to be one chip behind. In this case, will only be in situations where you want to raise, fold, and maintain your stack in the tournament, potentially where other players are all in behind you.
Just before we start, for the new players that are in the table, when you get your card, I need you to keep them in those boxes.
So that trophy is very much in sight now. Just 8 eliminations, and it will be presented along with that first prize of 664 grand.
When you receive the card, in the box, 2 seconds, and then you...
Looks like we are almost good to go. We will restart the clock and play out the end of this blind level. 20-40 with a 40k big blind ante. 20 minutes left on the clock.
Nice try, Kishu.
How are you guys with my chips here? Because like you can't see past
I
it.
can't see them at all.
Yeah. Maybe I have to slide them a bit further forward.
Yeah, or you could put them on the right of your box, and maybe jack.
Yeah, it's awkward because I'm like right-handed and I don't like reaching over.
I don't care, honestly. No.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll try and do this.
Okay, can I take a selfie real quick?
It's very nice of him. I would just be like, good luck guessing.
Looks like play has restarted.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, that is very sporting, though, honestly. Like, when you play in some of these tournaments, certainly not EPTs, people are a little bit more professional. People have dirty stacks all over the place. People are always shuffling chips to keep you guessing.
Yeah.
You ask them how much they have, they just give you a blank stare back, won't help you out at all.
I don't answer because I don't usually know how many chips I have. And also, I'm afraid my voice will crack. Oh, like 40,000.
A few people have asked, by the way, and I'm assuming you're local, whether it is possible to come in and watch. The answer is yes. Now, I think security here is pretty tight, and I do think you have to register in order to get into the gaming area. But once you're in, absolutely, we want to see people on that rail tomorrow. We want spectators in the stands. If you want to come and watch this final table live, it is open.
It's open. It's just going to take a little bit of paperwork, basically, to get in the to get into the tournament area.
Is it the same paperwork to enter the Hippodrome? Is that the situation, right?
So bring an ID, bring your passport.
Yeah. And then once you're registered, you can use that same card to go play some cash at the lovely Hippodrome Casino in Leicester Square. I mean, I would love to see a rail building right now. I mean, we're on the final.
This could be over very quickly, though. So.
Well, that's true, but still, paging anyone who's going to show us a good time. Get on that rail right now. European final table commencing now.
And for those of you who don't know, including Foowish asking on Twitch, the venue is the Hilton on Park Lane in Mayfair.
Now, if Ian Hamilton builds up a stack and makes it to the final 6, I guess I'm going to have to watch Hamilton tonight and just bury us with references tomorrow.
Alternatively, I could bring all of my joyful trivia on the Hamilton Watch Company.
I do like watch trivia.
Uh-oh, guys. Look at this. Our shortest stack was all in from UTG with ace-queen suited. Kishu now with a decision. Not so deep himself, sitting around 50 big blinds. Still lots of chips to play with, but it is a significant chunk of his stack, and many players act behind him. Just puts it in the bin. I don't blame him.
I'm fine with it.
I don't blame him. Yeah, I mean, ace-queen, very strong hand. So much action behind you and a big chunk of your stack, and there's all that ICM pressure. Wants that ladder so bad, of course. I understand. Folds round. Small blind, quick fold. Big blind, the only player left to act here. Pocket fours. Yeah, his face says it all. I just don't think you're ever going to want to be putting in more chips here with a pair this low, especially when his shoving range is going to contain so many pairs that have you dominated here.
I like how you say his face says it all because he's about to go set miming. Oh, no one can see me doing it.
Lucky them.
Oh, wow.
Bulimia lets it go. Just very quickly, as Hamilton rakes in those chips, if anyone is interested in coming to the Hilton Park Lane to watch the final table tomorrow, I do urge you to go to PokerStarsLive.com and read the instructions on the rules of the venue. You must bring a valid government-issued passport or ID. The casino membership is mandatory. You can start the process online. There is a link on the website, and then you can finalize it on site with a valid photo ID, such as driving license or passport. But please do follow the instructions online. I wouldn't want someone to make the effort to come here and then be turned away at the door because they haven't followed the correct protocol.
Also, additionally, I would add, if you do want to take part in any of the side events that are happening here, you cannot buy in with cash. You must pay via card or with your PokerStars account.
And for the main event, you can't buy in at all.
I mean,
it's the final table. Don't be an idiot.
Can you imagine being allowed to buy in with one starting stack here? Which is one big blind.
Not even a big blind.
Not even a big blind. We'll allow it, they say. We'll allow it this time.
Sinclair. I love the fact that these two are sitting next to each other. Nick, what is the dirtier sounding name? Harry Lodge or Jax Sinclair?
I'm not participating in this.
I leave it to you, the viewers. Sinclair raising ace deuce. Trays for Lodge. 5-5 for Hamilton. With the flat in the middle. And a 16 big blind stack. God, you wish that these were even sixes. You wish that sevens, you're real happy.
I mean, honestly, I think Hamilton knows what he needs to do here.
Really?
Yep. And I mean, with the flat there from Harry as well, you just got so much dead money to pick up here. I think the fives are a mandatory push. 2 quick folds. These guys know what's up. But I'm with you, Joe. Fives is it needs to be done,
right.
But you don't really feel great about
right.
it. Eights is like, okay, this is always a go. I'm happy.
All right, Anchovy, that's not at all true. You don't have to be.
Take a look at some chip counts here, guys. Main event day 5, Sinclair 4.48 million, our chip leader. Flynn, now the shortest. Hamilton was our shortest coming to the table, but like Joe was saying, he goes, maybe if this guy spins it up, it'd be quite the story. And right out of the gates, he's picked up a couple pots at non-showdown, which I've taught Joe recently is one of the 3 ways that you can win chips in poker.
You can show the best hand at showdown. You can get your opponent to fold.
That's right.
And you can bluff.
And you can bluff. That's right.
Those are the 3 ways.
Inside joke, guys. Don't worry. Rounding on hand number 59 now. Flynn in the cutoff. Players playing nice and fast here, guys. Ace-6 off in the cutoff going to be opening up. Flynn just has the 16 big blinds, though.
Really crowded.
Now 14 once he's put in that raise. Can Hamilton wake up with it again? Ace-3. Definitely worth the consideration. It's not completely wild to include this as a consideration for a shove, but I think it's going to be a fold most of the time, if not always. Just deciding whether or not it was a spot where that ace blocker would be of any use to him. Looks like it's going to be a defend in the big blind from the Jack-4 of hearts.
All right, Guzis. Says, wait, is the Park Lane Casino membership fee actually £1,000? That's what I'm finding online. No, we're not at the Park Lane Casino. We're at the Park Lane Hilton under the license of the Hippodrome Casino. And the Hippodrome Casino is free to join, but you will have to sign up in order to be able to spectate here. Not the Park Lane Casino, the Hilton Park Lane. It's a little confusing. Just Alice J. Hippodrome, more like Chippodrome. Got him. All right, well, we have gone to the turn here. Kishu had defended the big blind. Jack-4 suited. Does have a pair of 4s. Gut shot. Just one gut shot possible, I guess. For Flynn. River is a king after the check on the turn. Kishu good. Flynn kind of handcuffed here. I do think that Kishu has played this relatively meekly, relatively, I wouldn't say face up, but, and that a large bluff might work, but is it worth it? Is it worth it?
You could be picking up on some of that energy that we saw from Kishu earlier, though, Joe. You know, indicated to his opponents he's kind of feeling nervous about these spots. So might be the player that you lean on in these situations more so than one of the bigger stacks or one of the more experienced players like Sinclair, Hrabec.
We have seen him call down relatively light. I don't know about this light, and I do think you tend to believe a player with 13 big blinds, betting 5 of them on this river. 200,000 is the bet. And that was 200 into 340. So this is a pretty solid value sizing.
Yep.
And that River King is a hand you would expect to hit the cutoff short stack raise pretty often.
Sure, absolutely. He's telling a believable story here for sure. Sometimes people interpret the turn check as weakness, and they kind of put in the hero here once in a while, but well-timed. And I was going to say, all indications thus far kind of indicate more of a Kishu as a more fold on that river.
Yeah.
More leaning towards folds in general is what I'm trying to say.
You'll see them.
Did Kishu have Jack 4 there, by the way?
Yes. Jack 4 suited.
Thank you. I'll take it. I thought that.
Where do I know that from?
Yeah. Rings bell.
And you have these sunglasses, which are not sunglasses. Yeah.
Nice work there by Jamie Flynn. Manages to get the best hand to fold and gets himself back up over 20 big blinds. Action folds around to Kishu. In the small.
Hello.
Big slick energy. Hashtag dog poop girl. Hashtag year of Romania.
Looks like he's going to play a troppy here. Limping in here, 45 big blinds effective. I think at this stack depth, you want to do a little bit more raising with hands like ace-king here. There's other stuff that you can limp trap more aggressively. It goes check.
I mean, look what a huge favorite ace-king is against 8-3 suited here.
Well, that's part of the problem, but maybe he was expecting the big stack to go after him. And look at that flop, 8-3 of clubs, 2 live cards, and the clubs. Now the statistical favorite, 56% on this flop.
Shoot checks. Yeah, now you're going to be in a spot for the rest of this hand.
Check a bet and a call.
You think trapping with aces doesn't work out very well very often? What about trapping with ace-king?
Oh.
Kishu does make top pair, top kicker on the turn, and it's not a club.
That makes things easier, doesn't it, Joe?
A lot easier.
That's much easier.
This is what you picture when you limp ace-king there. You're like, I'm going to flop a king, I'm going to flop an ace, they're going to bet, they're not going to think I have it because I just limped. And then you're like, oh, no, wait, it's queen high, too close.
Okay, it goes check on the turn. I'm surprised we didn't see a continuation. And 8-3 does make a pair, but ace-king still the best of it. Kishu, there's value now, buddy. Go for it. Go big. No, goes for a check. And a check. 8-3 just to show down ace-king has the best hand.
Seems disappointed he couldn't get a bet there.
I think Hrabec is thinking to himself, wow, that was pretty, that could have gone a lot worse.
Too much showdown. I don't love Okay. So we've got the tournament director here now. Let anyone know that if you finish today with fewer than 6 time banks, they're going to give you 5 new ones.
I had a pair.
So if there's 7 tomorrow, we get 5, and then when we bust one, we get another 5?
Do what you really do.
Are you hearing this, Joe?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I was
Yeah. So I was alluding to the fact that, maybe he was thinking the big stack was going to be more aggressive. He's saying, hey, it's an hour ago you were aggressive. What's going on?
No, don't make many promises. We are not in love.
What I was about to say was that I'm not huge on stereotyping players based on their age. However, I do think older fellas love to trap.
Or
not just fellas, by the way, older players.
What they perceive to be trapping.
Yes.
But they're consistently trapping themselves.
Or just losing value a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Because there's sometimes more situations where you can get people to call.
Yeah. I would say that's more of a profile and less of a stereotype.
Profile.
Like, I would say that an older generation would more often bet really big when they're bluffing and slow down a whole bunch when they think that they're trapping, expecting one of these quote-unquote young guns to come in here and do the betting for them.
And that's why my new comic book is called Trapped.
You guys should have seen the actual exposed here.
The first few pages here are a big old metaphor about how we love trapping.
Absolutely, guys.
Such a fun feeling in poker.
Yeah, if you guys haven't had a chance to get your copy, I think Joe might have a few more here on site.
I have exactly 10 left.
So if you are considering coming down and joining us for the rail here in London, you might, if you're extremely lucky, be able to get your hands on one. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Lots of positive feedback here in London. I'm excited to see the entire book come together, the entire graphic novel.
And I do think that tendency, though, part of the reason why I themed the comic around that sort of thing is because I'm one of them. I think it's like a kind of an outdated...
You're one of the old profile?
Yeah, I'm a part of the older profile. And all I want to do is have the nuts and get some guy to shove on me. It's like the fantasy, right? Like the sort of what Griffin did to Will Kassouf. That's like the fantasy to like talk someone into overplaying their hand and trapping them with the nuts. Trap 2-fold and Trap 3D are viable sequel names. Yeah, it's actually not bad. It's actually not bad.
90.
Action's folded around to Roberts with King Trey. Makes it 90K. Winds at 20,000, 40,000 still to the end of the level. Just a couple of minutes. Alfredo Garcia says, loved the comics, Tapes. Thanks, Alfredo.
Tapes, is the comic available somewhere digitally? Like to view, like as an online situation?
It isn't yet. I mean, I have it.
Yeah, well, you sent me a version of it, yeah. But
yeah,
I
kind of want the it to be special.
Okay.
So I'm not distributing the link online, although it's not like I really care if it gets out there, but it's just kind of one of those things that...
So I shouldn't have sent that to 15 of my friends, that link?
You can if you want.
As
long as they I just don't want it to be distributed. I don't mind if it's shared. Does that make sense?
No, that does make sense. I was only joshing you.
King 6, free betting for Docherty, and these are not the 2 biggest stacks, but the second biggest stack is the one that's just been 3 betted to. And Robin's 4 bets. Woo! We haven't seen much of this.
I love that. King 3 of hearts. What a great combo.
Some light 3 and 4 betting.
Accidental Grenade says Nick was only joshing about having 15 friends. Zing.
You mean finally we have a chance?
That's it.
Hey, AG. You banned. Oh, he's got the sword. He got me.
Good old K-Bex. Probably going to be the last hand of the level.
Beautiful.
Kishu. If his glasses are on now, what was he doing the rest of the time?
I'm not kidding. I saw the card again. The right one.
Oh, okay, I'll do it.
No, but like seriously.
No, it's okay. It's right.
Just really take.
No, I will do it from now with both ends.
Yeah.
Four diamonds. Docherty.
If you look at like this, you know,
I appreciate that.
Completes. Sinclair in the big blind with.
Oh, here we go again. It just keeps cropping up, eh?
Oh, boy.
This just in, the most statistically probable hand to be dealt is, in fact, Jack 4. It's just an anomaly. You just get dealt like 5% more than all other combos.
And that hand a little too bad for Sinclair to want to take it.
To a flop.
That's right.
Raising the fold, Sinclair leveraging that big stack against one of the middle stacks. David Docherty actually has a limp fold there with 6-4 suited. That surprised me. I thought he would come along, but obviously feeling that ICM pressure, we do have a 19 big blind, 22 big blind stack from Hamilton and Flynn, respectively. And therefore, just wants to play it a little bit on the safer side. Doesn't want to get out of hand against one of the most accomplished and the, for sure, biggest stack here in London.
I thought that was going to be the last hand of the level, but it went so quickly. We managed to squeeze in another.
I have to sell it more.
Jamie Flynn folds ace-10 under the gun.
Price I pay. Now I get to play deeper. Blind by blind.
Good, no?
That was good.
Quick folds, back round to the button. We were just talking about him. David Docherty here, 59 big blinds on the button.
I'm 6, I think.
You see, I have a poker wallet.
Yeah, that's right.
My wife bought it.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't matter.
She said that I should not play.
Always holding for this.
Don't play this card. Don't know.
King Jack off. Definitely going to be playing this one. Raises to 90,000 chips. Sinclair with pocket
What did you call me?
90,000 chips. Ah, I see. Just a call from the 4 as Harry Lodge's big blind gets out of the way. So we're heads up to the flop. Dealer versus small blind.
And that flop is 8-6-5 gut shot draw for Sinclair and the best hand. Ace on the turn, a bit of a scare card for the 4s. It puts 3 spades out there, so Docherty does have some additional ways to win this.
Yeah, I think it's probably time to start betting. If Sinclair does decide to check, he does check the 4s. I mean, it's a weird one. We spoke about this yesterday, didn't we, Joe? Having King Jack here, you have showdown, but you're kind of like, I could probably get some 5x to fold. I can get some pocket 4s to fold, some pocket 2s to fold. Might even get value from some weird spades that I have beat. 10 of spades.
Can you just semi-bluff your very good flush draw?
Yeah, I think that's probably reasonable. You get looked up by like the 10 of spades here once in a while, and then you both make the flush. You can get some value there. You can get 4s to fold for sure. I think I'm definitely leaning more towards a bet turn for sure here, even though you do, in these situations, want to consider your options when you have king highs because you don't often want to turn showdown into a bluff.
And Jack ditches it. Kind of understandable. Underpaired. So most of the board, a lot of dirty outs, even if you make your straight. So that is the last hand of the level. There you go. If anyone wants to go from the Hippodrome to the Hilton, there's a shuttle that goes back and forth.
And you never know who you're going to meet on that shuttle.
It's like a solid 25-minute walk, which is nice to that part of town, but sometimes you don't have all the time. 9 players remaining, unofficial final table. The aim is to play down to 6 today. Chip leader Jack Sinclair just barely edging out Roman Roberts. A lot of decent middle stacks here. Just 2 shorties, Ian Hamilton and Jamie Flynn, creeping on into the danger zone. Players are going on break, but we're going to throw you guys to a little poker in the ears. Myself, Hardigan, Lauren Mann, my producer friend, and legendary filmmaker Paul Schrader, back after this.
I started to think, you know, what kind of person would want to live in limbo? You know, a person who hasn't committed to living yet and hasn't committed to dying yet, and is looking for a way to sort of exist in between.
Why cards? Why blackjack? Why poker? Why gambling? What attracted you to that particular world?
Because it's just numbers. You know, the person who sits in front of a slot machine for 8 to 10 hours a day is not that different from the person who sits at a card table. Obviously, the person at a card table is much more proactive. With slots today, you don't even have to pull the lever anymore.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to collect your coins anymore.
Yeah.
So you just sit there and watch these colors flash by. Whereas with blackjack and poker, you actually have to play. But when it comes down to it, it's still a number system. And if you're really playing by the numbers, like a top poker player, every so often there'll come a moment where your intuition and your skill come to play, but mostly it's your number crunching ability that's coming to play. You know, you're going through the odds. His percentage of getting what he wants is such, I suspect. My percentage is such. Do I stay or do I go? And so that aspect of it, the sort of numbness, the repetition, the hour after hour sort of sedation is what drew me to, I was saying, you know, what kind of person enjoys this sort of level of sedation? You know, they're not getting paid for it. I used to go to the club rooms down in Gardena, and there was always the same crowd. And, you know, they would just spend hour after hour there, and it was a kind of warm sort of passing of the time. You know, occasionally somebody would make money, but you didn't really feel that it was, they were all there to go home rich. They're all there to be there. And so that's what sort of intrigued me. And I started to think, you know, what kind of person would want to live in limbo? You know, a person who hasn't committed to living yet and hasn't committed to dying yet, and is looking for a way to sort of exist in between. And so that's where I started coming up with this idea of a man who has so much guilt beyond which society demands of him. He's paid his debt to society, but he hasn't paid his debt to himself. So he's just waiting. And he's waiting around to see whether this is going to be life or death. And it's like the minister in First Reformed, the first thing he writes is, I've decided to keep a journal for a year. Well, what's going to happen to him after a year? Well, he's going to have to make a decision whether he wants to live or die. And it's the same thing with this character. He's spending this time in these wrapped rooms waiting for something to happen that will give his life a direction. And in this case, it's a young man who walks up to him and gives him a sense of direction, a sense that if I can turn this kid around, maybe I can forgive myself.
Action is on Olushemi, and he is raising under the gun with Jack 10 off. Round to Patrick Antonius on the button. He folds. Fadri Sella is in the small blind. He's got King 9.
And I think yesterday, towards the end of the day, we saw Shemian getting a bit liberal with his opens from early position, and not everybody would open from under the gun with Jack 10 offsuit. And Lanini, he's got a good spot for aces. It's fun to get aces in the big blind.
It's fun to get aces in the...
Any seat you're in, any position.
That's your chips. Do you have a stack behind there?
900 more.
I don't mind that he's 3-betting right now because you usually assume that people's under the gun open range is quite strong and that you will get more value this way. But Shemian is a bit weak, but he has position.
He's like, no, I'm going to see a flop. I'm going to outplay you. Or just crack your
Outflop
aces.
you.
Yeah.
Shemian flops shreds.
I like this check by Lanini.
Hold my hair back, Maria.
Not on my shoes, Joe.
I'm going to... Hey, there's a turn and river still.
I like to see Lanini check call.
Shemian, that's 130,000.
If you check call here with aces, you just keep all the worst hands in, and you also give someone like Shemian the option of barreling on later streets.
Is that an ace?
Close, but no. Shemian now a 95% favorite. Lanini check called the flop for 130,000, and suddenly he elects to lead turn.
Yeah, this lead doesn't make much sense to me. I think that if you check call the flop, then you just open it up for Ole to do so many things on the turn. The worst thing, you have nothing to protect from. Either Ole has a jack or eights full, or he's going to barrel off with no real equity against your hand. So, and you're also just letting Ole off the hook.
You're like really
to fold
hoping
in this spot.
You're really hoping he has kings. It's very wishful thinking.
And based on the pre-flop action, that's highly unlikely.
Right.
So this is roughly half pot, 250,000.
And realize that Shemian has more jacks in his range than Lanini does, because Lanini's not likely to be 3-betting ace-jack from the big blind against Shemian's under the gun open. He's not going to 3-bet, you know, queen-jack suited, king-jack suited. He's probably just going to call those.
When Ole stares at, Lanini there, he's not actually trying to figure out if Lanini has him beat, right?
No, he's just trying to figure out if he moves all in, if Lanini will call him.
Indeed. Well, Lanini had 500k behind, so when Shemian shoves on him, it's a snap call from Lanini, and he's now drawing to 2 outs. He will need Barry Greenstein. He will need ace on the river, or Ole Shemian will claim his scalp. Just a 5% chance of survival. Is Shemian going to get Greensteined? The river is a 9. And Ole Shemian eliminates Davor Lanini in 14th place, taking us down to 13 players. And Shemian is now closing in on the chip lead. He has got 3.7 million, close to a 150 big blind stack, while Lanini walks away with 35,500 euros.
Goodbye, Davor Lanini, and goodbye, audience.
Kings against 9-5. Classic confrontation.
It's just one of those matchups, one of those unavoidable confrontations.
Well,
and there's still plenty of chance he can win this.
It is always coming 7. Alternatively, he may choose to try and represent the ace.
Ole's like, I'm running so good. I am just going to call with my gut shot. I know it's going to come. I don't even need to try to outplay this person. I'm just going to hit the card I need.
45,000 was the c-bet from Jozonis.
That's actually not a bad card for Shemian because he calls the flop a lot with second pair. He did call the raise from the big blind. He certainly has a lot of eights in his range.
Oh, I forgot what you were saying, Yozonis.
Sorry. And I like this lead because you know that Yozonis would check back a lot on this particular turn card, even if he had an ace in his hand. So it's definitely very believable.
No, Yozonis. And there it is. Always coming 7.
What do we play at the end of this hand? Do we play the swag meme or the sevens meme?
Well, we just had the swag feature, so I vote 7s.
This guy, spaghetti and meatballs. Seven is always coming.
390.
And I think this is just the run out where Yozonis can get away from his hand.
It's a big bet from Shemian. Nearly full pot.
Did this dude crack aces and kings in back-to-back hands? Did that just happen?
Yeah, that just happened. Cracks aces with Jack 10. Cracks kings with the Dolly Parton.
Those kings just got Dabney Coleman, but folded on the river.
He got there on the river.
This movie probably would not have existed if it were not for Joe Stapleton. And I know that sounds, I can say that with...
Clip that!
Having risen up the ranks and having met Joe Stapleton, what a perfect collision of events in the universe that you should get involved in the production of a movie that features the game of poker, knowing someone who works in the poker industry, and gifting Joe with this amazing opportunity.
Oh, it's amazing. No, I actually, this movie probably would not have existed if it were not for Joe Stapleton. And I know that sounds, I can say that with...
Clip that!
It's true. No, because I originally met Paul on a different movie, and he's spoken about it publicly, called 9 Men From Now, which is almost like a modern Sicario Western. I was totally obsessed. But it was a lot bigger. It was twice the budget. And Paul was so smart. He knew that that movie was taking forever to try to set up. And in the meantime, wrote a smaller film that just, you know, budget-wise worked. And it was more contained. And he gave it to Oscar. And just while this other movie was kind of like, it was very clear it was not happening, Paul's manager was kind of like, oh, like, have you read this other project that Paul wants to do? And it, you know, nobody's attached but Oscar Isaac. And I was like, yes, what's it about? And he's like, well, it's kind of in the poker world. And I'm like, oh, well, I am tied to that in a way. And I've been around that world because of one of my closest friends. And I actually read the script in Vegas, like the summer of 2019. And actually Joe was my business partner. I immediately gave it to, and I was like, this is actually better. I like this film better. And then I immediately sent it to Joe, and I was like, you're never going to believe this. I'm dying to work with Paul Schrader, and, you know, here's this new script, and, you know, poker is heavily featured.
And am I right in thinking, Joe, the sequence of events was that having read the script, you felt compelled to write a series of notes, not realizing that Lauren was then going to send those notes uncensored, unfiltered, to the desk of Paul Schrader?
Yes, and I've told that story many times, basically, that I just thought I was writing them up as a favor to Lauren, that one day she could look really cool on set and be like, hey, this is how they really do it, and she just hit forward to Paul and all these kind of harsh notes got sent in. But what I've never actually asked Lauren is, Lauren, did you take a calculated risk in sending that, or did you just be like, I'm like, this is the best way to deliver it to him? Like, what was your thought process in doing it that way?
Well, I knew that kind of what is special about Paul's movies is, they're very similar storylines, but they're set in different worlds. And, there was enough poker in there where I knew that if we got it wrong, and that would just be so embarrassing, Paul needed to hear. I mean, Paul's a genius, and can I say?
Yes.
And he, what he kind of knew on his own was impressive. But also I feel like it would be a major disservice to the film if I went through and made this and did not step in. And I just was incredibly lucky that I had Joe, that I trusted Joe. But I don't think I didn't really care at a certain point what Paul was going to say, because he needed to see that, there was another layer of vetting that we needed to do with all the poker content. And obviously, knowing Joe so well, I never had any doubts about putting Joe on the phone in the room with Paul. And what I was like, the most pleasant thing was that Paul ended up, Paul likes Joe more than he likes me, more than he likes most people. Paul, he ended up, because they were had their own little bromance, and I was like, this is awesome. There were times on set, if Joe disappeared for a moment, he would instantly, it would be in the thing Poker Joe, because there were multiple Joes on set. We need Poker Joe. I mean, so it was the coolest thing was to see Paul leaning on Joe and knowing that was the most invaluable resource.
Welcome back to London and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are in London for the penultimate day of the main event. We have already played down from 16 to 9. Now we play down from 9 to 6. All remaining players at a single table. And right now it is Roman Hrabak from the Czech Republic who has the chip lead just ahead by 10,000 chips of Jack Sinclair from the UK. Most of these players are pretty deep, with the notable exception of Ian Hamilton, who's playing 18 big blinds, and Jamie Flynn is playing 15 big blinds. As we go to the 2550 blind level, average stack right now is exactly 50 big blinds. I am James Hartick, alongside me, Griffin Bencher.
Hello, James, and everyone at home.
That means Poker Joe is taking a short break. If it hadn't been for Poker Joe, I'd have been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Poker Joe. So yes, if your name's not down, you're not coming in. If you don't see your favourite player on that list, that means they are out. These are the 9 remaining competing for a first prize of £664,400. We have reached the point where there is a pay jump with every single elimination now. And I guess, Griffin, in a way, that slows down the action. ICM is real.
Yeah, a lot of money difference. 10 times as much, even more, between 9th and the top prize of £664,400. So a lot of ground to make up.
Most of the £3.6 million prize pool still to be paid out. So another 90 minutes of poker to be played, and a reminder that worst case scenario, we will play 5 full levels today. This will be the 3rd of the day. We're about to kick off now. I still maintain it probably won't be until the 4th, or maybe not even until the 5th level of today. I still maintain we will get to 6 players. But it's no big deal. We have to come back tomorrow with 7 or 8. We can live with that. But 6 is a nice round number.
It is a very nice number.
So the 9 players returning to the main stage. And they get to play with the trophy in sight, literally and metaphorically.
Very hard. I'm sweating so hard.
Looks like we are ready to go. Ring the alarm, and I'm throwing elbows. So action will start on Alexandra Boulamier. Folds under the gun. And Hamilton passes. Dan Kishu, have you had the chance to show off your new screensaver to him yet, Griffin?
Not yet. Gonna wait for the winner's photo.
Dan is going to open to 100k with Queen 10 suited. Ace Jack offsuit for Niels Pudel in the hijack.
Yeah, playing about 36 big blinds with Ace Jack here. Couple different avenues you can take. Certainly a flat seems fine, but you know, you are going to open up the possibility to the 4 players behind, maybe finding a squeeze. So sometimes it's easier to just make a tight fold, not tell anyone, except all the viewers at home.
Oh my.
And that will be raise and take it for Kishu.
You know, that expression, ask me no questions.
No, I don't think that will make it yet.
It's from a movie. I don't
How did you say it? Carlo Ivari?
Yeah. No. A mob, mafia mob. Questions, I'll tell you no lies.
Hamilton folding in first position. Kishu out. Round to Pudel, who has ace queen.
This one's going to be a bit too good to fold.
Raises to 100,000.
Definitely worthy of consideration here, but I don't think it's the best spot to be set mining.
You have around 2 million, right?
1.9, I think.
Yeah, okay. Because you have something there behind it.
No.
No, you did. Keep your chips out front, man. I'm sure they were just the little ones.
Never stop boring. Exploring.
What are you talking about?
On his arm. Never stop.
Oh.
King at 10-8 with 3 hearts. Ace high still the best hand. Plus Pudel with straight and flush draws.
Yeah, hard to find a 90-10 on the flop. This is one of them. That jack now dead.
70?
Continuation bet and a fold. Starting to see a rail building around the table. It's the beginnings of a movement, which I hope will really take hold tomorrow.
Yeah, I expect the rail to get significantly bigger.
I mean, I'm not sure we
down
can
to our final 6.
capture the giddy heights of Barcelona, Griffin, but I'll take anything.
As Docherty said in the interview a couple levels ago, planes, trains, and automobiles.
That is true. If he makes the final day, he's promising to bring some family and friends.
We made a mistake wearing black.
I thought he was just bringing vehicles.
White tomorrow.
The white hoodie wasn't that good like this.
Yeah, this one's really.
I
don't have enough.
This one is really good.
Yeah, I don't have it yet, but I want one.
Like people are asking, can they buy it?
Yeah.
But a conversation on YouTube about the prospect of a deal. I mean, we're not going to see a 9-handed shot, but
limited edition.
not beyond the realms of possibility that when they're short-handed tomorrow, they'll agree a deal, and it will play out on the main stage in front of the cameras for us to witness. Optical JW says, I've seen a tournament where they didn't play to a winner after a deal. They just drew cards for the trophy. I can believe it, but that would not happen on the EPT. There will be a financial set-aside, so there'll be some money left over which they have to play for, plus the title and trophy as well. As we see Sinclair flop a flush draw here. Ace-9 officially the best hand right now.
Yeah, quite a loose-ish final table call from the small blind here, but I think it shows a lot of confidence to be, quite aware of Sinclair's wide range as the chip leader on the final table, and deciding, I think I have the best hand enough here. I want to play this pot, but yeah, not the flop.
I'd love it if the finalists now proved me wrong and did a 9-way deal.
Trying your trick. Raise.
Sinclair with the snowmens.
No.
Raises with the pocket 8s to 100,000.
I wish that it would be so nice.
What was it? Tell me what.
Dan Kishu in the big blind with King Jack. Wannabe69 says, do we know much about the Poodle guy? The honest answer is, no, we don't. Beyond the fact that he has live earnings of $50,000, which in the grand scheme of things, Griffin, is not that much.
Yeah, clearly a very big stage for Poodle. Really a big stage for anyone. I mean, the opportunity, the chance to take down an EPT, one of the most prestigious events you can win in London. Such a cool place to do it.
Yeah. Worth highlighting that he has had a couple of cashes at this particular festival, cashing in both the UK IPT main event and the UK IPT High Roller.
Yeah, these runs tend to come in waves in poker.
Yeah.
As your confidence grows, culminating in this impressive final table situation, and doing pretty well here. There's some separation between Hamilton, Flynn, and the rest of the field. They're sitting around 15 big blinds, but Pudel is 7th in chips at 39, quite close to the rest of the mid packs.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool, I guess.
$115.
115.
Yeah.
Zero drink.
They taste better.
I agree.
I can't drink regular. Drinking something sweet is just so wrong. I mean, I guess they are sweet.
Yeah, they
but
are
like,
sweet.
It's not the same kind of thing.
I think for me, most of it is psychological. I just know how much sugar I'm putting in. But also, like, the taste of regular Coke, I don't like it. It's kind of like...
Yeah, makes your
stick
teeth
to
go...
your mouth.
Yeah, your teeth go furry. It's like horrible.
Well, thanks to Tom, one of our Twitch mods, for highlighting that over on the German stream, being hosted by Felix Schneiders,
It's less sweet. That's
they described Pudel as a community member, so clearly part of the German Twitch community.
Endorsement to you, though. I might get a Diet Coke right now.
Not the most
I win
desirable
it's going
swap
to be
here
like the
for
trophy
Docherty.
one. We're like holding the Diet Coke.
Pretty desirable turn.
You got to go for Coke. Like, there's no money in Dr. Pepper.
And Arabic's not liking that.
It might be owned by Coke. I think
They're
they
all owned.
actually
They're
are.
all owned by like 2 companies, right? Well, that's fine then. As long as they can give me a lifetime supply of Dr. Pepper
you
Zero.
don't care about money.
I don't need
Much
money.
of Docherty's check back range are going to be hands like the one that he has. And I like the check back here because you don't want to open yourself up to some semi-bluff check raises or check raises even from value hands that are beating you like flushes and trips. You hate to see the 4th club, but Arabic might have too much showdown value here to try to turn this jack into a bluff. I'm just going to be hoping to be ahead of red 10, something of that ilk.
An extra 190,000 chips for David Docherty, and everyone realizing that if Niels Pudel is a member of the German Twitch community, that means we have a chat pro at the table, Griffin.
Oh my. You guys finally made it. I knew you would. You have a representative.
It's not Chat Pro Saturday, so Nils cannot tell anyone else how they should have played the hand.
You have to wonder if it's a coincidence that the scheduling of EPT London was never on a Saturday, so the chat pros never got their opportunity.
Oh, if I had my way, they'd all run like this. Monday through Friday, which is the working days of the week.
Yeah.
Athena on YouTube asks, are we allowed to drink at the final table just to take the edge off? You can do whatever you want, Athena. Players at the final table, yeah, if they want to drink, they can.
Ooh. Very dicey spot here with ace-queen. Most of the time it's going to be one of those situations. You probably just need to make a tight fold, but with how stubborn Viermeer's appeared so far on this final table, the ace-9 call, the jack-3 suited defend, seeing Lodge 3-bet Sinclair, who's been, the most active on the table, maybe a part of your brain is thinking, oh, Sinclair's going to have ace-6 suited, and Lodge is looking down at king-queen and 3-betting, and now I'm folding this, bottom premium, but makes the right decision anyway. For that is not what Lodge holds. Harry Lodge's got a lot more than that. Very curious how Sinclair reacts to this 3-bet. Because he's going to be opening such a wide range, he does want to be protecting that opening range by calling hands like this sometimes. Certainly relatively deep enough to be protecting against these kind of 3-bets. So might want to call for 200,000 more, but might want to just, and does call. Plenty of room to play here. You know, an SPR of 3-1.
And, I mean, Sinclair's got to be done with the hand now, right?
Yeah.
I imagine we'll see a continuation bet from Harry. And Jack can be done with it.
Ich habe hijack echt hoch. Spielweise ihn, zweckweise 40 kW.
725,000 in the pot. Harry.
Yeah.
That's 175k. Gets the fold. Okay. I don't want to let down our check viewers, and I do want to get this right. So let's nail it before we get to the final day of the broadcast. Let's try Roman Hrabets. Is that better? Hrabets?
Rabbits. Oh, it's just rabbits.
Al Pepsi me.
No?
No, Griffin.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Making a funny.
Don't.
Okay. Rabbits. Rabbits.
Feedback on my pronunciation. Ignore Griffin. As usual, he's just trolling our own stream.
Whoever can say the name right gets a platinum pass. Ian Hamilton, 15 big blinds and pocket aces. This is why we play. Oh, Alexander Hamilton.
Meanwhile, on a separate issue, Nicholas Morel says, y'all should do more sweat hands. Those are a ton of fun. You do know those are done in post-production, right, Nicholas? You do realize you have to pick an interesting hand that works as a sweat hand, rather than, well, on this hand, we're going to sweat with Jack Sinclair. Oh, he's folded. On this hand, we're going to sweat with Harry. Oh, he's folded. So
Rabbits here is just going to call. Certainly suspicious of this 15 big blind open. A lot of hands are going to be worked in as shoves. So going to expect a pretty strong range. All the same, though, you know, Hamilton could be trying to go in for a steal with something like King Jack, King Queen.
Wow. Pudel gets away from sevens, which is, for a German player, the ultimate hand.
Yeah, you know, seven's not doing that great against these ranges. I think, you know, I'm playing 37 big blinds. I might call from the small blind there, but there's certainly, you know, you don't want to open yourself up to getting cooler, playing a guessing game. You're really just hoping to smack that set, which does not happen particularly often.
So ace is still good. Hamilton an 84% favorite. He is first to act on this Queen 10-5 flop. And he's bet 100,000, which is the size of his pre-flop open. Hrabets on the button.
Yeah, I think there's a chance Hrabets will, you know, you have so many chips. You're facing a small bet of this nature. You know, maybe your opponent is just c-betting here with ace 7 of hearts or something. You know, you think your 8's still live anyway. Maybe your opponent has ace jack or ace king, and they'll, oh, there's the 7 because it's always coming.
And any good German player should know that. Nils Pudel, you should be ashamed of yourself. There is now the flush draw for Roman.
Yeah. I will say that the 7s wouldn't have seen the turn, so I would appreciate if the chat, you know, not too many. Oh, they're going off. They don't care. They don't care. They're going off.
Don't come here with your theory.
With your,
we play results
logic
on this channel.
Yeah. Free card.
We all know you play sevens for the meme. Yeah, interesting check from Hamilton.
Just get a free card here. Don't even need to go rabbit hunting.
Oh, that didn't work.
No, not really.
That doesn't work, Griffin.
Can we talk about this after? Don't have to call me out in front of everyone.
150,000. Yeah, could have just checked it back, but Hamilton has like around 10 big blinds behind.
I mean, I might just check shove here. If you have a flush, you have a flush. You know, you don't have pocket tens or queens. You would have re-raised those pre. So you either have a flush or you have a queen, maybe even king queen that might call my shove. I don't want to call here and see a club river.
There's a time bank card.
And that's when Hrabich will feel pretty silly about betting this turn.
He jams the turn, check raises all in. And yep, this is the moment where you think, oh, I could have just seen a free bloomin' river card.
Well played by Hamilton there. Got a little extra money.
Absolutely.
Maybe shouldn't have. I didn't love the bet. I think Hrabich is going to regret that once he sees what Hamilton had. A pretty good opportunity there to hit a club or an 8 on the river.
Gotta realize your equity. 20 minutes into level 26. Blinds are 25k, 50k with a 50k big blind ante. 9 players remaining in the EPT London main event. Playing down to 6 today. And now it's Hamilton with the Snowmans.
Num num, num num.
Raises to 100,000. Ace 8 suited for Dan Kishu, who calls.
That's the ice hockey player, you know he is.
Bit of a loose call here. You know, Hamilton only playing 25 big blinds. That range is going to have ace 8 suited in bad shape a lot of the time.
David Docherty with deuces. Calls as well. Great price now for Jack Sinclair in the big blind. But maybe, no, Jack's not thinking you're doing anything funky than just calling, is he?
Well, he might be thinking about, you know, if I made this 400K, if I imagine I'm going to get past Shisu.
Well, Jack folds, so it's 3-way to the flop, which is ace 9-5, which means Dan flops best with top pair. Everyone checks. Turn card for free. 5 of diamonds. Hamilton picks up a diamond draw. Still no C-bet from Hamilton. Dan Kishu is a 72% favorite here.
Not a lot of room here for, Hamilton to start betting with only having 1.1 million. But what Hamilton is going to do is put out a little protection bet, trying to fold out those, king-queen type hands without a diamond that might get there on the river. You think that your hand is probably good here a large percentage of the time once. Kishu, is it? I'm bouncing back and forth. Kishu, thank you. Once Kishu checks back the flop, you think, probably not going to have an ace. So this way you kind of set the price. You also don't get bluffed,
Well, we thought.
Oh, gosh. No.
We thought that Hamilton had checked, but he hadn't. Instead, he has bet, and the best hand has been folded.
Oh.
I mean, I get not wanting to get carried away, Griffin. I get not wanting to make a mistake, but even I can see that that is way, way, way too tight.
And this is a great check raise from Docherty. Gonna have most of the fives and flushes in this situation. Not a ton of fives that are calling from the small blind, in fairness, but certainly pocket nines, ace five suited, all those diamond combos, really repping the diamonds more than anything. And this is, probably gonna work. Not much of defense Hamilton has. And now the question becomes, would have Docherty done that?
Wow.
Would Docherty have done that had Kishu have called on the turn? And maybe still. So maybe Kishu did just save some chips. And look at that little smirk.
Well, 3 players went to the turn. And it was the worst hand that ended up winning the pot. David Docherty back up over 3 million, playing a 60 big blind stack right now. And obviously, we need to keep an eye on Jamie Flynn, who's down to 13 big blinds. Ian Hamilton hovering around the 20 big blind mark. Georgina James Reginald from Team Pro Online, currently railing the action. Hamilton has opened with ace-jack. Docherty's got 5-4 suited on the button. And that looks like it's a raise and take it for Hamilton, who is keeping his head above water. Back up over 1 million, closer to 25 big blinds now. Jamie Flynn remains the short stack at the table. 30 minutes into this blind level. Thomas Gould asks, where is Maria? Los Angeles. Thank you for your question. Obviously, Maria was able to join us on Monday and Tuesday. Yesterday, we had an early finish. I did warn Maria on Tuesday that we might not get to talk to her because she's probably still in bed at the time it was going to finish. Maria not available today, but hopefully back tomorrow for the final table. But again, if it's brief, if it's a quickie, 8-hour time difference between London and California. And whilst Maria shows great commitment to poker, she ain't working before 10 a.m.
Nope. Pretty interesting hand here with these 10s and king-queen suited. Hamilton, not a lot of maneuverability with this stack, but I think the offsuit variety of this hand goes into the muck quite quickly, but suited, it's going to play well enough. I think it's probably about breaking even with the range of the under the gun open here. And that is going to be advantage Hamilton.
We have got a street flash board, street flash board,
street flash board. We have got a street flash board, and it's going to hit.
You reckon? You reckon we're going to have the set for Villemere and we're going to have the royal flush for Hamilton?
Well, the problem is we're probably not even going to see a turn card. Villemere.
I said it before, I'll say it again. You should know better.
I feel like I get it right for a while, and then I look at the letters, and they just merge together.
Montreal resident Griffin Benja, ladies and gentlemen.
So yeah, the problem with this board is that, and why we see a fold, is because even if you think you are ahead here, that range Hamilton has, flatting under the gun 1, playing 20 big blinds, it's not just the king-queens that have great equity where you might be ahead. It's like the pocket aces and pocket jacks and the ace-jack suited and ace-queen, you know. So you're really doing not good against that range. So disciplined fold. Hamilton finally gets a hand off, takes a little sigh.
6 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus.
I mean, I get, by the way, how the action slows at this point. It's not just the money jumps. It's also, Griffin, the fact that they've spent a decent chunk of today, or better part of a level, playing short-handed poker, and suddenly you're going 9-handed.
Mm-hmm. Expect a big boy raise here in the big blind. Something to the effect of 4x. And Sinclair is not going to like the price of poker, 'cause it's going up.
As the legend used to say, the price of poker is going up, Vincent. 400,000.
Did I just cold call that sizing? Oh my God.
Jack Sinclair currently leads with an 85 big blind stack. Roman Harabets second in chips with 77 bigs. Oh look, there's Nicholas Walsh.
What a super fan. Takes his level off and just watches from the rail. Pitch. Who loves it more?
Jamie Flynn remains the short stack, currently playing 10 bigs.
Not an envious spot to have one of the worst aces. You're up against one of the toughest players on the table. You're out of position. But, you know, it is just a min raise. You're going to be up against a pretty wide range. Let's just see 3.
We're going to see a flop.
Yes. Going to see a flop. Gonna see a flop.
And then there's an ace-high flop with 2 spades. So potentially a bit of action here.
So Hamilton going to have to hold on tight to that bull. And that bull is this top pair because Hrabich has the range advantage here, has the flush draw, and in a lot of cases here I could just see 3 barrels trying to get a weak ace or middling queen off of their hand. Gonna start small likely. So we see a bet of 125,000. And this is why I mentioned this isn't the most envious position, because this is the type of player that will take you all the way to the felt and just keep blasting away into your top pair.
Yeah.
With 9 left in the main event. A difference of, 600,000 pounds.
Ooh.
However,
Hamilton improves to 2 pair on the turn. Hrabich still has the flush draw.
Yeah, and now this is a spot that Hamilton needs to exercise some patience. There's going to be a temptation facing this bet of, 300 to 400,000, which is almost certainly coming, to check raise all in. And there's certainly an argument to do so. There's 2 flush draws out there now. Maybe you want to just protect and get the money in, but
yeah,
Hrabich is probably very capable in just firing 3 barrels here off, and you could get that extra 800,000 on the river. Maybe ICM dictates that you should just shove here, you should just protect, as the big bet does come in now of 300,000. And you can see the way that will set up a pot-sized shove, and this is all very intentional behavior from Hrabich. 300 call here by Hamilton will create a situation where Hamilton will have just less than pot.
Under Green Thunder asks on YouTube, how do we mute the commentation? Not a word, but I get what you mean. Sadly, you can't, but guess what? We can mute you. Ed, hit him with the ban hammer.
Clearly doesn't want to mute the whole broadcast, still wants the sounds of chips. It's like an ASMR thing for them, I think. And yeah, Hamilton just plays it a bit safe and just goes for the shove. And Hrabich, this is now the 2nd time in a row where he's had a flush draw on the turn out in position against Hamilton and has decided to take aggressive action and not seen the river. So that's got to be very frustrating for the, one-time brief small chip leader.
Get a showdown?
Is GJ hiding from the camera?
I'm seeing a lot of comments like, why wouldn't you take the free card, all this sort of stuff, but got to be careful about being results oriented. In that situation, Hamilton happened to turn 2 pair. It was the only card in the deck that Hamilton was going to check raise all in there. All the other cards would have just check called, and so, or even check folded. So it's just one of those situations. You got to think about the times Hamilton has Queen Jack and just folds on the turn,
right?
So it sucks obviously for Hrabich, but that's why we see him betting. Out of all the range of outcomes, he got the unluckiest one to get check shoved on.
Shooter.
Raise my cut off. Harry Lodge's cut off. When I got the num-nums.
Griffin, what did we say earlier about the accents?
Keep on doing as much as you can.
No. So king, high flop. In fact, the flop is It's going to give Jack Sinclair 2 pair, making him an 84% favourite.
Calden asks, Griffin, can you talk with your robot voice? I don't know. What's he referring to?
Bet 125,000. Get a fold from Harry Lodge.
Why
Next hand.
Anyone.
Computing.
Why would anyone encourage him? Why would any of you think this is a good idea?
Up to 4,500,000 chips. 90 big blinds. Level 26.
Okay, I'm just going to make a note. We always talk about like technical innovations that we need to have or ways that we can improve the stream. I need a timeout Griffin button that not only mutes his microphone but stops him from being able to turn it on for another 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
Raise.
Raise 100,000.
Question of the day from Vapor. What is happening? I concur. And unfortunately, I can't give you a clear, concise answer.
Chat Pros Unite. Pudel. Jack 10 suited. Opening up under the gun. Confident raise.
I thought I saw your name in a message you sent, but I wasn't really paying attention.
It's in my imagination. Or do we see pocket eights like every other hand?
Num num.
You know, Nick was railing the table. Any chance we can get him back?
Now, Pudel, do you have a bet in ya? Because it's going to work. Not easy, especially with the very capable Rabbit. You might just tilt check raise you. Thinking. I know Kishu's going to have a lot of ace-X type hands in murky waters. And I got to worry about the check raise from Harabich. What do I want to do? All the chat bros, they know what to do, but I don't. They see the cards. Yes! Finds the bet.
Okay.
However,
so Pudel making it 80k into a pot of 350k. We've seen that Dan has made some pretty tight laydowns, so could easily fold eights here with an ace on board.
Wow. You never know what to expect with Kishu.
Expect the unexpected with Kishu. And he's going to go heads up to the turn against Pudel. Deuce of clubs on the turn, and that means Dan has picked up the flush draw to go with his eights, which are the best hand. 88% favourite. Look at that. 8, 8, 8, 8. Dan Kishu checks, and chaos ensues.
Yeah, it's a very difficult card for Pudel to bet. You know, you're going to expect your opponent to have a lot of aces and then club draws on the flop.
And there is the flush for Dan Kishu. Decides to bet river.
Bet 90,000.
90k into 510k. Very small. And I wonder if Pudel is thinking of trying to bluff raise him off this hand.
Find a raise. Find a raise now.
No, he lays it down. So Dan Kishu chipping up. Playing 45 bigs right now. Jack Sinclair remains chip leader. Roman Harabets second in chips with 3.2 million. Well, of course, we've got the 10k high roller running today, and we referenced earlier on that Ben Heath, after busting the main, hopped in the high roller.
Must be a good podcast.
Among the other players in the 10k, Dominic Nitscher. Christoph Vogelsang. Oh, there he goes.
Back in his turtle shell.
Danny Tang.
Is that camera looking at me?
Mustafa Canet.
Not in Brazil, not in Brazil.
And we've got the reigning World Series of Poker main event champion, Espen Jorstad. Looking very dapper. Handsome for a man.
Guy looks rich.
One player who is no longer in the 10k high roller is Samuel Grafton. So we lose the squid from the high roller. We gain a Stapleton in the booth as we return to the main event. Hello, Joseph.
Hello, my babies.
John Delano believes that Espen has a John Cena quality.
I'm more of a Josh Duhamel for Espen. Remember that show Las Vegas where no one ever loses?
Yeah. You know, I always would confuse Josh Duhamel with Timothy Oliphant, which I feel like
that's fair.
Well, this is blind v blind, unraised pre. Harabets versus Pudel. Two less than stellar hands. 9, 8, 7 on the flop.
Oh, someone in the comments says, looks 100% like Joel Kinnaman. Bit of a deep cut, but there's something there. Joel Kinnaman, of course, the star of season 1 of Altered Carbon.
Action going check, check here. Deuce on the turn. Pudel still with the best hand.
Let's just get to showdown. Elp Meme asks, how many more days do we have left? We can never really know. Any one of us could go in any minute.
Well, I just read a depressing United Nations report on climate change, so...
Not that many.
Yeah.
I heard that United Nations report was too important to email, so they flew it around the world on a private jet.
And now, Ravitch at the bottom of his range might want to fold out those queen high type hands with a bet here, but it's going to be tough to get through that two pair of Pudel. Might want to go on the big-ish side to really incentivize those jack and queen high folds. King high sometimes. So it does go 75% pot. And Pudel definitely too high up in his range to fold. And Harabich, things have not gone well in this final table. For playing so impressively over the last few days, I just think that, there's been a couple of situations that haven't really gone his way. Maybe some, bets that probably are good in the long run, but just happen to not be good at the time. And staring up to the ceiling. Oh my God, I can't believe I only have 3 million now.
Thank you.
A reminder of the mini EPT London series. We're getting close to tomorrow's mini main event. Still got a few games to play today, including that $25 PKO and the $1 freeze out this evening. But yes, tomorrow afternoon, Friday, October 28th, $5.50 mini main event, awarding an EPT Prague package to the winner. All the other tournaments have WCOOP tickets added to the prize pool. So get in.
Fish Moose 26 asks, are the commentators, COMMENTATERS, also on delay? Only the scalloped ones. Thank you for your question. Sinclair, under the gun, King 7, suited. Hamilton folds the off-brand sourdough in the hijack.
Yeah, that's what's so fun about being the chip leader on a final table like this, is you can really raise hands like this, and not a lot of defense against it unless they get significantly better hands. Even this ace-9 suited, just think, nah. I think we'll probably see it continue from Hrabich, but not as thrilled.
Whoops, there goes Hrabitsy. In on the button, ace neener.
I like these three hands, you know. It's hard to get a three-way flop at a final table like this, but just the way they're spread out, you know, a nice little pocket pair, maybe flop a set, ace-9 of hearts, and then king 7 of spades. No one's got a spade, no one else got a heart. Just so much interesting things that can happen. Docherty. Whew. Oh my God. Eyes popping out of his head. Keep it together, keep it together. They don't know I have trips yet. Just check, remember to check. You're not supposed to bet. Right hand raises, hits the rail. Right hand raises, hits the rail. Right hand raises, hits the chips. Hrabich can't stop betting.
Just one heart out there. And what a great opportunity for Docherty to not have to make this look funny, and bet gets to just call.
Yeah, no real reason for Docherty to raise here. May as well just call and let the opponent keep betting.
Maybe Sinclair calls behind.
Yeah. I mean, you also don't want to get cooler here. I know it's unlikely that Hrabich has pocket tens, but there's all these short stacks. You can really just chill in this spot. Just play this as a call down until the river. Maybe find some raises depending on the sizing.
Checks a second time. Unfortunately for Docherty, I feel like Hrabich, gives up here.
No, Hrabich is just, betting's been getting him in trouble, so. I think he could find some folds from Docherty with the 10x type hands on the turn if he made it big enough, but let's just take it easy here. Yeah, Docherty has the license here to go really on the big side because you unblock those queens and tens, which are good bluff catchers if Hrabich has those hands. Of course, we can see ace-9 high is not only just ace high, but one of the worst hands to call with because it blocks the straight draws that Docherty might have. You know, the jack-9 type hands. So you want to make that big bet and hope that a queen or a 10 calls you. And that's going to propel Docherty into second place. Great final table so far. Started the FT with, I believe, around the 2.5 million mark. Now all the way up to 3.36. Hrabich, meanwhile, started neck and neck with Sinclair over 4 million and now is at 2.8. So hasn't really gone his way so far, but so much maneuverability, so much time to turn things around. 57 big blinds. And as we look around this table, Jamie Flynn is our significant short stack, just 10 big blinds. Shove or fold mode. Johnny Bravo over there, just been waiting for his moment.
Hamilton with the J10.
And Hamilton was down to $1 million, so has had a pretty nice FT to get up to almost 2.
Kishu with the big slick energy.
Big slick energy.
Poodle on the button, suited ace. Seems like a fine place to flat if you are against the hijack raise.
We saw Poodle make a fold with ace-jack earlier in a similar spot early on in the FT, but the positions are later position here, recognizing that Kishu does, raise pretty liberally and sometimes is going to have something like King-Jack, Queen-10 suited and probably fold to this 3-bet. Of course, we can see Kishu's got the big boys, the big slick, and the energy that comes with it.
Venus Poker says Poodle is a dog here.
Get real. Where? It's amazing.
Throw him a bone.
And a poodle against a Shih Tzu. One of these two. Mathematical.
Pretty close. Pretty good.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll play.
Shizu Jams. Or not quite. I guess it's just a 4-bet. 1.2 million. And elicits a fold. Sending Poodle to the groomers.
Illicit.
Illicit? Yeah, illicits.
Yeah, there's 2 different illicits, right? One
There's
is like,
illicit and illicit.
there's a sexy and a non-sexy one?
Christopher Putz on the rail.
What a putz. Is that a British expression? My dad would always say it. I think it is now.
Yiddish, I think.
Oh.
Robertson, the hijack. Makes it 105 with ace-8. Gets through Docherty on the button. Sinclair flicks in the small blind. No thank you. Queen 5 off for Harry Lodge. Harry Lodge is what I call my winter home.
You're raising my big blind.
Raise the take.
Jamie Flynn gonna have to make a stand, my man. Hasn't had the opportunity, hasn't had a good spot, but down to 8 big blinds now.
Stealthy Mage says, how's it entertaining to go rail apart from all ins? You can't see anything, don't know anything, have to stand. Can someone explain? It's about the energy. I will admit, it's not the best spectator sport in person if you are not actively rooting for someone at the table, but when you're there and you're in person, you care about someone there. If you have a vested interest in it, the feeling, the energy. You know, like when you go to the movies, it's about that shared experience. It's about the people around you.
It's a lot like baseball. Not a lot's happening.
Yeah.
You're kind of chatting amongst each other, and then a really big event happens.
You can't really see
all,
the balls and
excited.
strikes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Hamilton getting a little bit comfortable here with the ace-4 suited. And it's going to force a fold from the very dejected jack-9 suited. Takes a lot for Hrabich to fold that hand. I think you can look at, you can see it on his face. Like I haven't folded jack-9 suited since 2017.
NFL's way better on TV also.
Mm. Larry Lodge hasn't folded king-10 suited in the small blind. See, if you laugh, you're encouraging me. It's like the robot voice. People are laughing at us.
Yeah, I'm laughing at
Getting
you.
radicalized here.
Lodge out of position and flops top pair and a flush draw. I feel like people used to flop top pair and a flush draw all
Way
the time.
more. Way
Yeah.
more.
It doesn't happen that much anymore.
No.
It's like white dog poop.
Hashtag white dog poop girl. Don't do it, Hamilton. You know that small blind range is all over this board. Hamilton.
Checks.
Gonna need an ace and only an ace to get ahead.
8 on the turn. Does not help Hamilton. Does not invoke fear into the heart of Harry Lodge.
Join your £6 beers.
Harry Lodge likes this board. You want to start betting here to get some protection and value from hands that might call this turn, like ace-jack, ace-queen. And does come out firing on the big side.
And a set of 9s for when you make your flush.
Yeah.
Hamilton gives it up. Scaposaurus Rex says, so not even playing down to a winner tonight? No. Thank you for your question. Stealthy Mage asks, are drinks free for the players? Generally not on the EPT. Free drinks is mostly a Vegas thing.
Yeah. Which makes you think, why do they want you drunk?
'Cause it's fun.
'Cause they like you. 'Cause they want you to have a good time.
GBR breakdown asks, Stapes, is it true that they already played down to win it because they're all winners because of the friends they made along the way? Yes, thank you for your question.
Wow. That is some galaxy brain stuff. That guy gets it.
He's the GBR breakdown. He'll break it down. Zeddy wants to know, did you and Griff see Pearl last night? I watched X. It was great. Looking to see Pearl soon. No, we did not. We did not see Pearl last night.
No.
I got in a Twitter fight and went to bed.
Sounds like you. I don't even think Pearl's playing here in the UK. Seen a lot of ads for Smile and other movies, but not Pearl.
Watch on the button with Jack 10 off.
Oh. Raising into the big blind of Vladimir.
Lovely defending hand despite being dominated in this particular situation. Of course.
Very large. Raising my big blind. The boy who lived. Time to die.
6-4 deuce, 2 diamonds. Boring flop for both hands.
Ooh, tricky.
Avocadabra. It works.
You'll get him in the next movie, Harry.
Works out for Villemur.
Villamina?
Villanova. Volumir. For Alexandra. Chip counts. Sinclair with 10 times as many chips as Flynn.
420 though, blaze it. Legalize that.
Docherty with 3.3 million, just under 3 for Rabbits. It's Flynn, though, who's in the basement. Might be making a call on the black phone pretty soon.
I still have to see that movie. You seen it?
No.
420, yeah.
The person on the flight over here was watching it in the seat next to me. And I had to just do one of these and keep my hand up the whole time. Because when I'm on a plane, I end up watching 7 movies all at once. Because I'm like watching all the movies of everyone all around me.
Yeah.
And it's fine if it's something like Endgame and I've seen it like 6 times. But when it's something I haven't seen and my eyes keep darting over to it, it can get a little dicey. Especially like a suspense movie. Lodge makes it 105. Seems to be a standard raise
such
here.
a sick shove. Because you don't have fold equity, but you're like, oh, maybe this is doing pretty good against Lodge's range, and it is.
I mean, a Queen Jack suited might have been a shove with 8 big blinds. No, not not after a raise, I guess. But.
I mean, probably not, but also if it's just like, I mean, you're running out of room here,
right?
And you might be doing pretty decent against Lodge's opening range, and clearly is.
Hamilton does defend with Queen Jack suited. Ace high flop. Now, the range advantage belongs to the cutoff here?
Correct. I mean, there's a lot of aces that Hamilton is just going to call in the big blind, but he still has to get them in order to continue in the hand. So...
$75,000. No.
No, thank you very much. I would like to try another. Yes, this Queen Jack suited. I'd like to send it back.
Next. Dazzler says, basic stuff, this unbelievable players on this FT. Can't tell if that's an insult or a compliment. I choose to take it as a compliment.
That's because
it's unbelievable.
Basic.
I don't know why basic is bad. You know what's great? Pizza, macaroni and cheese, French fries, all basic, all amazing.
I just like when Kristen Bell says it on The Good Place.
Yeah.
Says a little thing with the head.
You basic.
You basic.
I like when she calls herself a snack.
Yeah. That's just good awareness.
My buddy wrote for the last couple seasons of The Good Place.
Wow, he must be funnier than you.
Well, he's certainly more successful.
Do you have a follow-up?
He writes for Succession. He writes for, yeah, it's insane. He won the Emmy for that episode of...
Succession?
No, he wrote an episode of Watchmen.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, the episode.
How like friends are you with?
We were roommates back in LA, back in the day, and
They were roommates.
I wanted to be a sitcom writer, and he wanted to be a journalist, and he went on to work for Gawker. And then what happens is when you're a really successful, like viral writer.
You get swooped in.
Yeah,
swooped
they're
up.
like, come write some television. He's like, no, come on, write some
Come
television.
on.
Yeah.
Just come on, just try it.
Yes, that is Cord Jefferson, Eagle Eyes.
Oh, yeah, I know that name. I guess he's famous. Kishu here.
Yeah, this could be
Flopping
dicey.
it
Let's pick it up here.
But just called in the big blind and then flops. Top tizzy.
Top tizzy, and will we see a fast play here?
tizzy.
No, because what do we decide we're profiling? Kishu likes to trap.
Yeah. And if there's anyone that knows things about traps, it's the guy who has a comic called Trap. He's actually putting it up right now to the camera you guys can't see. Is an official comic.
Kishu checks again.
And I'd be surprised if we see a check here from Lodge. You have to understand.
Ooh, I'd be surprised if we saw a bet.
Kishu does have the top two pair, but Lodge doesn't want to just check back here and let a Jack 9, a 10-9, not face some pressure. Those are the hands that will fold.
I am the surprised one now. Because Lodge has bet 400,000 into 575. Really, as you just said, trying to get a 9 to fold.
Or even getting a king to fold. I mean, we saw, we saw Kishu fold an ace to a very small bet on the turn on a previous hand. So if you have that information, and that was well over half an hour ago, if you've gone to the rail and a friend has told you, like, listen, Kishu folded top pair after a check through board, you got to play these spots hard against him when you think he has top and middle pair. So the fact that Kishu actually has two pair, such a blessing. And I hope for Lodge's sake that the river's not a spade, because I think Lodge might come out firing here and expecting, Kishu to have something like just King X.
Mm-hmm. Except Kishu is now reaching for chips.
Yeah, but if he does one of his little block bets, that might even incentivize Lodge more.
Ooh.
So
reaches for chips and then
see,
checks.
I think we could see a big bet, upwards of 700,000 to 1.5 million, really putting the pedal to Kishu. Certainly in the realm of possibility that Lodge just says, you know what, I'm doing well on this table. I'm just going around, I'm chilling, I'm taking my little spots. But I think you got to take this spot because you expect your opponent to just have a king. So I think a big bet is coming, maybe even upwards of $1 million.
So Harry seems undeterred by the fake reverse tell from Kishu.
You just wish you were able to throw those chips out a little cleaner, right? Just your hand is shaking. You're like, there's a malfunction with my betting.
And now Kishu's trap has worked so well that he maybe has to consider that he doesn't have the best hand anymore. 1.15 million into a pot of 1.3 million. We can just call this a pot-sized bet, right?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's mark it.
Now you got to wonder, did Lodge get there?
Well, logic would dictate that you're losing to a flush.
It would.
That was a Lodge pun. Sorry, I didn't know that.
But we have seen Kishu, and we have heard that he thinks that these pros try to bluff him too much.
But we've also seen him make big folds. So, which Kishu you want to be? Do you want to be the brave director? Or the cautious?
I don't think you make a movie called hashtag
Don't say it.
Dog Poop Girl if you're not brave.
Well, I mean, is he the girl or is he the poop right now? Or the dog?
He's the auteur. You're saying, is he the girl in the painting? No, he's the painter.
Oh, okay.
Kishu can fold
What's it going to
and still
be,
have
chat?
2 million
the chat
left.
is convinced it's going to be a call, which means if he does fold, it's going to explode with WTFs and LOLs. So, which script is Kishu going to write in this hand? The biggest hand of the FT, and
Makes
finds the
the
call.
Snaps off the triple barrel bluff from Lodge.
Boom.
And wins a huge pot.
Boom.
Lodge down to 1 million in chips. That's 21 big blinds. Kishu rockets to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and poor Harry Lodge just thinking to himself, did you have to have like 2 pair? I think Harry's not really going to regret that bluff. I think he knows that that's a bluff he needs to make a lot of the time. Just happened to be so high up in his range at the top 2. And now the new chip leader.
I mean, hashtag dog poop girl never made it to the top of the box office. But Dan Kishu has made it to the top of the leaderboard with 9 players remaining. EPT London 2022. The year of Romania.
Okay, I'll make a deal with you, Joe. If Kishu wins EPT London, you and I are watching Dog Poop Girl together. Deal?
Yeah, sure.
It's a deal. Shake
yeah,
on it.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah.
I want to see an O-Tour at work.
Bogdan asks, what is the story behind the year of Romania? It just is. It's the year of Romania.
This year in particular, more than previous and any other. And here is the spot for Flynn. Running out of room, running out of time, man. I got no time left.
Getting it in with Flynn.
Yeah, you're
420.
You're not thrilled about having to shove here, especially because Lodge is going to probably raise much tighter playing 20 big blinds. But, you know, you've been real quiet all tournament. Got all final table, pardon me.
There's going to be an all-in call. He's open, we can't fold.
420.
Province with 8s is going to have to ditch those, I think.
How much are you playing, Harry?
Flynn was...
Also, can I just say...
Yeah.
You want to say something first?
I was going to say Flynn was the short stack yesterday and maybe even the day before. Been treading water this for like
I just want to
3
say
days.
that Lodge probably has to call an 8 big blind shove.
Yeah.
But really isn't liking it.
Right.
You know, you have to imagine that the range of hands that Flynn is going to have are going to have ace-10 in pretty bad shape. We're talking, you know...
This is a best-case scenario,
nines,
King,
yeah,
Queen.
pocket 9s plus, but is going to call, recognizing that stack is just too short. And here we go.
So, Lodge...
You don't want all pictures.
Is ahead.
All pictures would give Broadway to Lodge. Big smile, ready for the pictures.
It just depends on which all pictures. 3 kings is fine.
Add pictures you want.
Just not all of the pictures. And if Lodge loses this, they will flip-flop positions on the leaderboard. King high flop.
I'm ready for my close-up. More pictures.
Flynn needs to fade an ace now. That is just the right amount of pictures. Turn card is a 4. Lodge with 3 outs. Oh my goodness. Flynn can't dodge Lodge. Ace on the river. Barry Greenstein says hello. And Jamie Flynn says goodbye.
Damn.
Maybe we can hire him.
Jamie Flynn fought valiantly all day. Was the short stack multiple times throughout this tournament, especially today. Did his absolute best, flopped his absolute best, could not hang on.
Yeah,
Finishes this tournament in 9th place.
Oftentimes we would get, sent to the secondary feature table and you'd see Jamie Flynn all in, often with the best of it. Just one of those things where couldn't really get a big stack going, but stayed really, head above water, found his way to a 9th place finish. I think should be very proud of getting this deep and getting this far and making it to the final table.
And now we have our official final table of 8.
Oh, is that true?
Okay, so technically didn't make the final table. Sorry.
No, redraw at 9.
You blew it,
Flynn.
Flynn.
That would be absolutely ridiculous.
No more redraws.
But it's the kind of thing I could see it coming. Something.
And it looks like Harry Lodge is going to open again. Harry got a stack back up over 30 big blinds with that win. Pocket jacks now.
I was going to say I don't expect a particularly light open here from Lodge.
Ooh, and not a particularly light hand for Villemure.
Yeah, and a bit of an interesting spot. Is going to play it as a re-raise, and that's going to create a very difficult situation if Lodge elects to shove these 30 remaining bigs, which would be pretty standard.
I'm gonna lie, I was rooting for Flynn.
This could be a 4-bet shove fold scenario.
Wasn't me, it was Harry.
And that's the only reason that maybe sometimes you want to consider mixing in just flats with the ace-queen, so that you don't get shoved on by hands like 9s, 10s, jacks, and you're folding that flip equity. Or maybe Villemure is prepared to call off 30 big blinds. Probably not. It's actually more like 35.
There's the shove from Lodge.
I believed him on the flop and turn, and then on the river I was like, no, it's got to be a bluff. I don't know why.
Villemure.
Yeah, see, I don't like that he's asking how much is that. I feel like you got to know and you got to have a plan in a situation like this. And maybe this was the plan. Play this as a 3-bet fold.
You're saying you have to know how many chips your opponent has when you do this?
No, I think that, I don't know. I mean, when you 3-bet a hand like ace-queen, I think it's got to be with a design. Am I 3-betting the button against the cutoff here to call an all-in? Or, am I 3-betting and I'm prepared to fold to a 4-bet?
I think that all of that seems totally fine. I think just verifying the amount, and you realize that the guy has like 11 bigs, then you're like, okay, I'm calling. And if he has 32, you're like, all right, I guess I'm folding.
Yeah, but you should know if he has 32 or 11 before you 3-bet, is my point.
We're not all geniuses like you.
Well, perhaps when you...
Also, I think you can maybe ask that question try to get a bit of a read. Try to see how comfortable your opponent is. Maybe you're close to making a decision. You want a little more information.
Yeah.
Struer says, this hand in ICM is clear fold.
Yeah, I agree, and that's the problem. I like the idea of keeping in the weaker hands like the ace-jacks and ace-tens that are going to fold to the 3-bet, than just 3-betting and folding and effectively turning ace-queen into a blocker bluff hand.
Yanni Pup says, I think it's okay to 3-bet ace-queen as the standard / you're never not 3-betting before knowing his stack. Just my opinion. Meme Loco keeps asking us, why is ace-7 the Spraggy hand? Because Spraggy played ace-7 once. Thank you for your question.
Fold ace king.
Ace king? No.
3-bet ace queen without a plan.
Sinclair cold calls the situation. 3-bet ace queen without a plan.
Ace 10 versus Jack 10 domination situation. Head of the flop. Docherty, Hamilton, Ace, Jack 5. This could be a little dicey for the Jack 10.
Yeah, but don't expect a particularly big bet from Hamilton here, and some checkbacks. Chance to hit another Johnny.
Or another ace. Okay, it doesn't matter. 3 aces for Hamilton. $125 is the bet from Hamilton.
And Docherty's actually probably not very thrilled with this. A lot of the hands that are going to take this line are going to be ahead of Jack 10 a lot of the time. Some ace-x checkbacks, queens, kings, king jacks, queen jacks. But your hand is too strong to fold here on the turn.
River deuce.
But I don't think Docherty is going to be tempted to, make some big hero call facing a bet somewhere in the realm of 2 to 400,000.
Docherty has checked. Hamilton is going a couple of 100,000 here, 325. Wouldn't be a hero call necessarily. It's more than half the pot. I guess a little bit more hero than not.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a bluff.
Like
catcher, right?
Like a Vic Mackey kind of hero, or not a pure hero. Does make the call.
Yeah, doesn't believe Hamilton.
Nice sizing there from Hamilton. Not sure how much more he could have gotten. And Docherty drops down to 54 bigs.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Docherty called there and so quickly, but I think it's probably from a place of a lot of experience and study of just like, okay, I'm too high up in my range here. I'm so under-repped. They're going to have a lot of history against each other too. Maybe it's the kind of spot that
I move round a bit.
He reckons Hamilton
I
would
move round a bit
play as a bet bluff, having check back the flop.
Well, you don't like my
But I think a lot of the times you're going to expect those bluffs to start happening on the flop, right? King queens, those kind of hands, king tens, queen tens. Would probably fire on the flop to get things started, and that check back is very suspicious to me, I think.
Mm-hmm. You have another one that's sort of like that, but that's okay.
Falls around to Kishu.
Gray and shit.
Jack 10 off.
Maybe.
Folds. Ace Jack suited for Roberts.
Pretty.
You can almost hear the diamonds sparkle when you look down at suited diamonds. Ding, 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 ding. Sinclair with King 9 in the Bieber.
Oh, yeah.
He is a believer in King 9, suited or unsuited, in the big blind. Seven high.
And similar to the line that Villamir used against Ari Lodge, going to start with a lead out on a board that technically favors the big blind calling range more. And you can see how unenviable it is to have something like ace jack, no backdoor flush draw, and have to defend against this kind of play. Even if you do think you're ahead an okay percentage of the time here. How are you going to proceed on the turn when the turn's, an 8?
I don't know how to proceed on the turn, but I don't see people being particularly balanced when they do this.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of people leading 7-5 here.
Oh, and I think Ravitch is going to call here, as he is, because he just doesn't play these games. He's prepared to buckle down. I mean, in my humble opinion, I think these two are the stars of the table. For these two are maybe the best two players remaining. So this is an interesting dynamic that's has been developing all tournament long, and has another chapter of that story here.
Well, there's always coming 7 on the turn. And Sinclair ain't slowing down. The Chippopotamus is charging.
I really like that remark that you made, Joe, about, from the times you have seen this, that it hasn't been balanced. It's something to consider,
But what you said prior to that, you still have to be able to
to call
navigate.
down with ace
Yes.
jack. You still have to worry about the times that Sinclair does just have 7-9 here or 7-3 suited. So many 7x type hands. I mean, even if he's getting goofy with something like 5-6, and you can see, just has to rescind.
Yeah, I do think they have 4-6 sometimes, right? They have a bad pair and a straight draw.
Yeah,
True.
it's just tough.
You bet 10 seconds earlier, I'd been all right.
No, I mean on the flop even.
Well, you see the players are leaving the table. That means it's time for another tournament break. Should we see where the chip counts are before we go? All right, I'll allow it. Dan Kishu with the hero call of the day thus far. Stationing the triple barrel bluff of Harry Lodge sits on top of this leaderboard. Harry Lodge dropped down to 33 big blinds, dropped down lower than that, but manages to bust Jamie Flynn in 9th place. But the main short stack at this point is Niels Pudel. We're taking an 18-minute break at EPT London. More live coverage of the final table when we return.
I can't speak for John Hamm or, the people who are really under pressure, but for me, I mean, it was like, I'm not doing the writing, I'm just, performing it, and it was all good.
I got the impression, watching every season, that this was a show that clearly had budget behind it, but also real craftsmanship and care, because you could see the attention that was going into the period detail. Everything from the belt someone would wear to the watch they're wearing, everything looked and felt right.
Yeah, I mean, my desk was really decked out, stuff you probably never even saw, with real 60s props and things. The prop master was great, and costumes. I mean, we wore true vintage undergarments.
Wow. Even stuff you couldn't see?
Even the stuff you couldn't see, because it does fit you a different way and makes you look a different way in the clothes. So
that's incredible.
It was definitely.
I mean, two things. You talk about Roger Sterling, John Slattery's character. When people talk about great TV characters, of course, people think Mad Men. They're going to say John Hamm, Don Draper, but Roger Sterling was just such an amazingly written character. I don't think anyone expected him to survive to the end of the show based on his lifestyle.
Right.
And if we're going to talk about the end of the show, and again, no spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen Mad Men. If you haven't, watch it from the beginning. It's bloody awesome. But Joe and I have this thing where we talk about how endings are hard, and even some of our favorite movies and favorite TV shows don't quite stick the landing when it comes to their final episode or their final act. Mad Men is a show that bloody delivered. What an ending. What a great way to go out.
The actual last minute of ending you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something. We didn't know about that until it aired, because only a few people were privy to that. So we read the table read, and I'm thinking, wow, I didn't think he really buttoned it up. And then they showed that. But that's how secretive he was. Nobody
Wow.
even knew about that until you aired. I was like, oh, good, that was great.
So when you're on a show like that, that is obviously, you know, while it's happening, people knew how good it was, right? It's like not a show that people
Well,
needed
certainly
to
by
look.
the time I was on it, they did, yeah.
Yeah. So, is it just as is it more fun or more pressure?
More fun.
You did so. It wasn't like big tension, pressure, egos. We're on the best show
I
on
can't
TV.
speak for John Hamm or, you know, the people who are really under pressure. But for me, I mean, it was like, I'm not doing the writing. I'm just, you know, performing it, and it was all good. So no pressure for me.
Okay, Vanessa, what you got? Now we're heads up. Wait, you got a pair? Yes or no?
It's possible.
Ace high flop.
Vanessa's so good at the analytical portion of the game, but her table talk could use a little work.
Standard C, but let me just see if I've got this ace that I need to continue in this hand. I was lucky.
Doesn't hit Jack Deuce.
No, I haven't got Jack Deuce. Well, I think you got King Queen.
I think you might be right. Your move, Hotshot.
I've got to find out where I am, right? Can't just play. I'm in position on a scary board. I mean, if you want to play a big pot, do you want to play a big pot or small pot? It's up to you. Big pot or small pot, depending on your answers.
Depends on the turn.
Well, before we get to the turn, depending on your answers, how I'm going to play this hand, whether I raise or just black call. Do you want to play a big pot or a small pot? Small pot, it's up to you.
Medium.
Medium? Okay, I'll raise.
It's obvious the answer there was just yes.
36 more.
Show the Jack 5.
I won't, I'll show the Jack 9. Whee! Here we go, here we go. You see, no ace can't call, here we go. It's all going in. This level, one of us is going out, I swear.
No ace can't
Listen, go hard or go home. We're not messing with Hey, bello, eh? Wow, wow. But why I make this move? I have Jack of Heart, this big card. Jack of Heart, you see, big heart. Heart comes on the turn.
Do you think that you didn't have the best hand?
I think I maybe. Well, I've got to protect my hand.
Actually, really?
I had to find out. I had to find out where I was. I wasn't sure.
He might not have known where he was, but I have a pretty good feeling Vanessa's about to tell him where to go.
Oh, yeah.
Today's the day we crown another champion on the European Poker Tour. Blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Kevin Killeen first to speak, and he's got kings under the gun. Raise coming. He makes it 85,000. Action folded around to Jake Cody, and he's got ace queen.
Oh boy, this could get uglier for Jake Cody than Willem Dafoe and drag.
No re-raise from Jake, just a call on the button.
I do like to just call with how deep they are.
Art Corrin also has a queen. Queen Jack in the big blind.
Getting pretty good pre-flop pot odds, but his hand is pretty much in jail.
He calls as well. We go three-way to the flop. Killeen, roughly a 2-to-1 favorite. Well, that's a gut shot for Corrin. Colleen's king still way out in front.
Yeah, look at that. Things not so bad for Queen Jack all of a sudden, though.
No c-bet from Colleen. He's checked the action to Jake.
I'm fine with a no c-bet, believe it or not. The only problem is that there are lots of bad turn cards.
So Jake takes over the betting lead, 160,000.
He must have heard me calling him dad face most of the tournament. Today he's dressed like Sandy from the end of Grease. Sure, I could have said Danny, but I went with Sandy.
Looks like Corrin's calling with his gut shot.
Kevin's hand obviously way too strong to fold, but he can't really like this action.
He calls as well, so we're still three-way as we go to the turn.
On the rail, Liv Barry, Olashemian, and Olashemian's two guns.
There's a 6, which doesn't change anything. Corrin checks.
Given the flop action, this could very well check around.
Colleen checks again. Yeah, no second bet from Jake. He checks behind.
Do you think that's the real Iron Man?
Queen on the river. That's top pair for Corrin and Cody. But Colleen's overpair is still good.
Oh, man, worst river ever for those two. Not even a great river for Colleen, actually, even though he's still winning.
He's counting out a value bet. 380,000 into a pot of nearly 800,000. So what's Jake gonna do here?
Even though we know Jake has the worst hand, folding here would actually be pretty close to being a bad fold in the long run. He might actually be winning here more often than he's losing. He's also got Art Corrin to worry about behind him. Even still, a fold here would be incredible.
He does fold!
Wow! Again, wow.
Can Art Corrin get away from his queen? No, he pays off Kevin Killeen.
Oh, man, that's going to be rough watching this back, seeing Jake fold a much better hand and then calling with his. Hail to thee, Jake Cody.
Killeen chips up to the delight of his rail. And what a read by Jake Cody. Kevin Killeen with ace-queen. He's in the hijack. And he raises to 105,000. Pablo Gordillo is out. Sebastian Pauli on the button has kings.
Oh, man, these are going around like a case of man flu.
Ace-queen versus kings round 2. Well, that's a 3-bet from Pauli. He's made it 275k. Action back on Killeen.
Not a spot where a dude's usually folding. Or ever.
Sure enough, Kevin Killeen in his lucky hat calls.
And sure enough, King's still a huge favorite over Ace-Queen.
Killeen out of position without the betting lead with the worst hand. Oh, hang on a sec. Top pair and the nut flush draw. He's actually a statistical favorite, even though Pauli still has the best hand right now.
That is a sexy flop for Kevin Killeen, and he could be going for a check raise.
Pauli continues for 250,000.
Killeen's hand is certainly strong enough to check raise, but he might actually realize it'll be tough to get all the chips in the middle as a really big favorite. He's usually going to be a coin flip, just like now.
He just calls.
And by just calling, he earns a little deception as well.
Near enough 1.2 million in the middle. Board pairs on the turn, the 6 of spades. Killeen checks for a second time.
Pauli should definitely keep betting.
Here comes the second barrel. That is 425,000. Does Killeen raise now?
If he does, it's generally more of a semi-bluff than a value shove.
Once again, it's just a call.
Huge pot.
2 million in the middle. 10 of spades on the river. That's a brick for Killeen. He checks.
It's kind of scary that Killeen's stationed the whole way, but I think there's too much value in this spot to check behind. I think Killeen's going to have a lot of missed draws.
Pauli does check behind.
Free showdown.
Colleen with top. Powley with the overpair. Adds more than $1 million to his stack. And straight back to the action, we have another all-in. Powley's fellow countryman Art Corrin has called Jonathan Benzadoon's shove, and it's ace-queen versus kings again.
Jeez, this table's seen more kings than all of English history. Okay, well, maybe not that many, but a lot.
Benzadoon has hit a queen, so he's now got 5 outs. Looking for another queen or an ace, and he needs to see it on the river, or he will exit in 7th.
Are kings in a hold again?
Martin Finger among the pros on Art Corrin's rail. The river is a deuce. Kings do hold again. And Jonathan Benzadoon is eliminated.
Now I'm living for big mission of making poker popular and entertaining people.
We are thrilled to have him on Poker in the Ear today. Masato Yokosawa, welcome to the podcast.
Hello, everybody. I'm Masato Yokosawa. I'm really glad to be here.
We're really glad for you to be here. I don't think that James and I both, we did not realize you're a very famous poker blogger.
Thank you very much.
We would like to know, I specifically, because I would like to be a famous poker vlogger. How did you do this?
Actually, I'm not a poker YouTuber, I guess. Like, I make video not only for poker. Like, my video is kind of like entertaining a video. So it's not only for gambling and poker. So I think majority of my subscriber doesn't know how to play poker, I guess. So yeah, I think, if you want to be a famous YouTuber, so maybe you have to try, everything.
He's basically saying, Joe, it's time to move on from poker, dude.
Yeah, what he's saying is try being talented.
Yeah, that too.
We don't see a lot of Japanese poker players, not in America and not on the European poker tour. Yeah. Obviously, there's probably more in Asia. How is poker portrayed in Japan?
Let me question. You think how many poker rooms in Japan? I mean, it's not illegal poker room. Legal poker room in Japan.
0.
How many? 0. Okay.
I was going to say one or two.
Okay. We have amusement poker room. It is kind of a play money poker room. So they play not for money. Just like you go to like a pool bar or that bar or something like that. And now you think how many amusement poker room we have in Japan.
Is it a lot or a little?
500.
Okay. How about you, Joe?
50.
Okay. So we have more than 450 poker rooms in Japan.
I was close, so I win.
Nice
Yeah. You won. For sure, yeah. So, yeah. Actually, the poker is not so small in Japan, in my opinion. I think, like, United States have about 500 poker rooms in States, I guess. I'm not sure, but anyway, 450 is, bigger number than everybody thought, I guess. So, like 3 or 4 years ago, they only had like 70 poker rooms in Japan. So now we are making big and, poker industry in Japan. So I think you will see a lot of Japanese poker player in WSOP. I mean, next WSOP, I guess.
That's cool. I always appreciate, we've had Japanese players show up from time to time in Monte Carlo. Occasionally we'll get 1 or 2 Japanese players. Then we had you at EPT Prague. What did you think of EPT Prague?
It was exciting. I mean, it was excellent. Perfect. Like, I think EPT is best poker streaming tournament in the world, I guess. So, yeah, everything was perfect. And I really want to play it again.
What was your life? I mean, you seem like a very young man. What was your life before all of this? Were you a student? Did you have a job somewhere?
I was, I was playing poker in amusement poker room in Tokyo, and I don't know why, but I had a lot of confidence that I would be a professional poker player somehow. And my first poker trip was for WPT Jeju, and somehow I won it. I mean, it was smallest WPT main event, but I still made like $100,000 for the prize, and it also made me a little bit famous in Japanese poker community, I guess.
Of course.
And so I'm only the WPT winner in Japan right now. And
oh, cool.
I've started to make videos on YouTube 4 years ago. And it was a really big turning point in my life. Like, I was living for making money and success, but, you know, now I'm living for big mission of making poker popular and entertaining people.
Welcome back to London and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Here we go with more coverage from day 5 of the main event, the penultimate day of this £5,000 buy-in tournament, taking place at the Hilton Park Lane, hosted by the Hippodrome Casino. 9 players remain, that's right, we're down to a final table. 8 players remain. Of course, Jamie Flynn went out during the latter half of the last level, cashing for 61k. 8 remain, so this is the official final table. Niels Pudel is the shortest stack, but still has 23 big blinds. Dan Kishu is chip leader right now, but Jack Sinclair is not that far behind him, 75, 74 big blinds respectively. We are now going to the 30-60 blind level. This is meant to be the penultimate level of the day, and it is worth highlighting that if we play the next 90 minutes, if we play the 90 minutes after that and still have more than 6 players, we will end there for the day. Everyone now guaranteed the better part of £80,000. Then we start paying out the 6-figure scores with £664,400 up top. I'm James Harskin. Sat alongside me is Nick Walsh from Team Pro.
Hello. Thank you so much, James, for having me.
And Nick, you are both commenting on the action here at EPT London, whilst playing in mini EPT London. You jumped in the $25 PKO.
I did. I can't stay away from you guys. I feel so far away from you not streaming this week and last, so I thought, why not jump in? I told you guys I'm willing to punt. If I'm on your table, let it be known. Let it be known.
Well, I can tell you that this $25 PKO is still in late registration. 3,500 entries so far, a prize pool of $80,000, and of course the added value of those WCOOP tickets as well. Later on this evening, in fact it's registering now, is a $1.10 hyper. It's a freeze out, $1.10 coming up a bit later on as mini EPT London continues. And again, tomorrow, I want to highlight that the mini EPT London main event will have a $5.50 buy-in, and will offer an EPT Prague package to the winner. Again, added value in all of these tournaments. And with the money being invested in this series, I personally think it's a better proposition than just offering random free rolls.
I completely agree, 100%. And I'm jumping in to be, closer with you guys and to be involved with the process here. But if you're not already taking part, definitely consider jumping in now. There's so much added value to these, and I feel like these don't get enough attention. And there always seems to be an overlay on some of these. So definitely take advantage, guys. And stack me. Let me know.
Take advantage and stack me.
Okay, and as we speak, Mr. Finton Hand has also joined my table. So there we go.
Yeah, that's not the kind of person we want to encourage into these games. By the way, average stack is 2.8 million. We are playing slightly below a 50 big blind average for the first time in what feels like forever. So maybe we'll see a KO this level, but no one is super short. This is level 27 of the main event, and cards are in the air once again. Dan Kishu, the Romanian filmmaker, is sitting in the catbird seat right now.
Yeah, we saw a lot of really, really cool hands for him. A lot of cool spots where he seemed to trap his opponents. Obviously, that call down against the triple barrel bluff of Harry Lodge has propelled him to the top of the leaderboard here. Fantastic to see. And it was funny, James, because Joe and I were sort of saying, you know, the older generation, they have a certain style about them. I feel like they have a lot more traps. They like to let these young guns barrel off into them. And sure enough, that style paid off in this instance. So very, very cool to see, and looking forward to more poker as we get into the final 8.
Yeah, so while this is the official final table, really we call tomorrow final table day when we're down to 6 players. And as I said, it might be that we don't get to 6 tonight, but I think it's important that we play through these blind levels so that tomorrow isn't too much of a grind and we don't have to start shortening blind levels too early in the day to make sure it's done in time.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this has been a really nice pace so far, and we definitely don't want to get to the point where we have to adjust structures if possible. Of course, if it's necessary, it is. But also, it's safe to say that the pace of the play so far in the final has been pretty swift.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously, again, not as though anybody was taking advantage of the situation earlier where there was time banks in play, but now every page jump counts, and every hand played is a hand that might potentially be better for the individuals taking part in them. So I don't think, unless we see some of these shorties doubling up, I think the pace is going to continue pretty swiftly.
Well, the under-the-gun raise from Ian Hamilton is being considered by Alexandre Villumiere, who's got ace-jack of diamonds. And Hamilton's done a decent job of chipping up to a 35 big blind stack.
Okay, playing
a call from the big blind.
Yeah. Just playing it as a flat, James.
The flop is pretty solid for a pair of 9s. 6-5-3 with 2 clubs.
Definitely a very dynamic board. We probably do have a continuation here, and it probably is one of those situations where you want to have a larger sizing. You really want to punish in these situations. So 340K in the pot. Yep, sounds about right. Something in the region of half pot. You know, the modern game, James, we see players very, very well versed in different bet sizes, and so frequently it's really to do with the flop texture. The flop decision is one that you make so frequently, so knowing your sizings on in these situations is so important. And on these dynamic boards, generally speaking, we want to have larger sizes to really, really put pressure on some of those combo draws, 1 pair plus straight draw hands, and get max value from those kinds of combinations as well.
A question from Athos1000 watching on Twitch. Bra, headphones are allowed in these? If you are not on the feature table, if you are not on the TV table, yes. If you are on the main stage where we are employing RFID technology, no headphones or communication devices, for example phones, iPads, smartwatches, are allowed. They are taken away from the players for the duration of the level and returned to them during the break.
Parabek has pocket 10s here, UTG +1. Definitely playing this one. Makes it the absolute minimum, so 60K raised to 120,000. Mr. Docherty with 45 big blinds here in the hijack, though. Ace-Queen suited. Just with the flat. Definitely an option to 3-bet there, no doubt, but he decides he's going to play it on the slower side. He is one of those middling stacks, remember, James, so
yeah,
that ICM pressure is certainly on him. Maybe that might be playing into his decision to play this as a flat as opposed to a more aggressive 3-bet. Nice little spot for the big blind to wake up with just complete air as well. You will get this heads up Obviously, as soon as you have the addition of the big blind, it is significantly harder to win a pot here in London. So heads up, definitely favorable. 6, 7 deuce, 2 diamonds, 10s now a 75% favorite.
Again, a board that favors the pocket pair rather than the overcards. No Bulka, the tournament does not end tonight. It will end tomorrow.
So again, kind of this low dynamic board. We do see an approximate or an exact half pot continuation like we saw in the previous one. I would argue this one's a little bit less dynamic and also doesn't interact as much with the flatting range of Docherty in this situation as opposed to when it was UTG versus big blind. But nonetheless, the kinds of hands you want to punish there are going to be smaller pairs and, of course, some flush draws as well. So the same kind of rules apply, but for different reasons.
I assume if you followed the tournament this far, most of you will be with us tomorrow for the final table. And a reminder once again, we're starting at the slightly later time, 1 p.m. local, that's 1 p.m. British summertime, which is 2 p.m. Central European summertime. If you're watching the stream, clearly you're tech savvy, therefore you should be able to do the time zone conversion for wherever you are in the world. Crisp cream. What are the taxes on winnings in England like? 0.
0. One of the great benefits of living within the United Kingdom. There ain't no taxes on gambling, bro. Living the dream.
I should specify that is assuming you are a British citizen. I'm not sure what the rules are for people from other countries.
Yes, you should look into your own personal situation.
There was a time that we were part of the European Union, Nick, and therefore if you were coming in from another EU country, you were subject to local taxation rules. But that changed. So I think that has impacted on players from European countries.
Yeah, feels like so long ago, James. There was better days, better times.
You're 5k short.
K2 says you assume poker is gambling. It is a gambling game. You literally have to have a gambling license to run a poker tournament.
Hello.
No one is saying for 1 second there is not a skill element involved. It is definitely a form of competition where being a good player is an advantage. But let's not pretend for 1 second that there isn't gambling involved.
The Cowboys for Docherty. UTG +1 going to be raising this up. Docherty's got about 41 big blinds once he puts in the just above min raise. Folding around, Hamilton's got nada on the button. Small blind folds, big blind left to act. 8-7 of hearts. This reminds me of a situation I was recently in, James.
Oh, yes. Calling an all-in and a PKO with 7-6 suited against kings to flop 2 pair and then lose to running kings. At least you weren't eliminated, Nick. It wasn't quite hashtag death by quads.
I mean, it's hashtag rigged for a streamer, obviously. Anyway, guys, we're going to a flop, of course. 8-7 of hearts, pretty clear defend here, especially off of these stack depths. And the flop. Okay. So a gutter ball for Frabeck. Docherty with that really pretty overpair, but no spade. So there's 360K in the middle. I do expect to see a continuation bet here very frequently.
Despite my belief that most people watching would be able to do the time zone conversion, several people from America, I'm sure it's not related to where they're from, asking what time will that be here in the US? EST, please. I don't think you want EST. I think you want EDT because you're currently still on daylight savings time. So it will be 8 a.m. for you, EDT. Again, we continue to see pretty cautious play at this 8-handed final table.
You know where phone bag man is? Like you.
Little blind v blind action here, James. Robert's got about 47 big blinds. Poodle only about 21. Honestly, definitely very close. As soon as we start to get under 20 big blinds effective, a lot of those weaker ace combos can just be played as a pure shove. In fact, the shove from ace 4 here, blind v blind, probably still totally plus EV. But whenever we're looking at those push-fold kind of charts, guys, that kind of information that we can learn and memorize, we need to remember that there are other options here and certainly other considerations regarding ICM too. So playing it a little bit more trappy, ace 4 played as a limp here. I do believe it's going to be a mix between a limp and a raise at 21 big blinds effective. Obviously, we have the addition of the antes, which changes things as well, but continues the trap, top pair, checking on the flop, leaving Poodle in the big blind to act. Sorry, was there a... Oh, there was a bet after all. It wasn't a check. So a continuation from the ace 4 and a fold.
Checking on the stacks of the final 8 players. Jack Sinclair has reclaimed the chip lead as the slight advantage over Dan Kishu. Roman Roberts playing an average stack. Niels Pudel, the low man at the table, but still has 20 big blinds.
Folding around to Hrabek on the button with the ace-king.
Roberts has made it 125,000. Docherty with pocket threes in the big blind.
So the effective stack here being about 45-ish big blinds, something in that region. Docherty, last to act, closing the action, probably wants to try and flop a set here if he can. So much dead money in there. Has a really good price just to see a flop and see if he can get lucky here. Something like ace king 3 might be spicy. Instead we see ace queen 4. Wasn't a million miles off. Pocket threes checks. Now notice the continuation bet size here from the ace king and how it's going to change given the dealer big blind dynamic as opposed to some of the other spots we've seen. Ace queen 4 not nearly as dynamic or as wet as some of the textures we've seen where they're over pairs on the sort of straighty, flushy boards. So as a result, a much smaller size. And takes it down.
Roman Hrabets playing a 53 big blind stack. David Docherty hovering around the 40 big blind mark.
Do the trick, mate.
A few people asking about Dan Kishu.
All right.
He is a Romanian filmmaker. We also learned today that he actually opened a comedy club in Bucharest and is responsible for the careers of many of Romania's stand-up comedians. This isn't a bit, by the way. This is his true biog. We also discovered that he did release a movie last year called #DogPoopGirl.
I will have to give that a look. It seems to be doing pretty well on IMDb, excuse me.
The problem is I appreciate that this is very close to the kind of stuff we do when we're leading you guys on.
Right.
When we kind of spew some of our #fake facts, but this is all genuine.
Yeah, I only spent a little bit of time in Bucharest. I'd like to go and give it another go. I was there for a poker tournament some years ago, but didn't get a chance to see the city as much.
See, Pete McDonald says, can't tell if James is trolling or not. Pete, go to imdb.com, search up Dan Kishu, Chisu. You'll see his IMDb credits. You'll see he's a Romanian filmmaker, and you'll see that this movie is genuine. We had some people give us a summary of the trailer earlier on, and I'm intrigued. Part of me wants to watch this movie, and part of me, based on the title alone, doesn't.
Somebody was saying earlier it's actually based on a true story as well, which I don't know if we're being trolled on. But anyway. Hijack. Kishu. Ace-7 suited, very playable combo. Put in the raise, and I believe Sinclair's folding the big. Yeah.
I'm being told it's on Netflix. I'm going to see if that is true in the UK, because obviously there are regional variations with the library. So do I have to put the hashtag in as well?
I think the search algorithm is pretty good on Netflix usually. I don't think I've spotted it before. I spent a lot of time on Netflix as well.
Wow, there's a lot of dog programs on Netflix. There's a hell of a lot of dog content. And then there's The Power of the Dog. Yeah, it seems the movie is not on UK Netflix.
Volumier has decided to open King Queen off from UTG.
But I do like the fact that I searched for dog on Netflix and one of the top hits was Inside the Mind of a Cat. No wonder you're losing subscribers.
Oh, that's brilliant. Okay. A7 suited for Docherty in position on the button. Just checking how many bigs, how many chips the UTG opener is going to have in this scenario. Volumier has about 34 big blinds behind. That's after he puts in this raise. I'm assuming A7 calls here. This is a pretty common sort of call button scenario. A lot of these suited ace combos are very nice to play from position. So we're going to a flop. A7 of hearts actually the best hand as we speak. But the board is queen high. Volumier now 84% favorite.
Checks the action to David Docherty.
It's a very interesting check. I think I really love it. He's telling a very believable story like, I have pocket eights, I have pocket sevens. I know that there's a lot of queens in your range. You know, I think it is perfectly reasonable to have some checks with top pairs once in a while, and I think this is a great board for it as well, James, right? Queen, six, deuce, rainbow, not a lot going on here.
Yeah.
You're going to have the best hand a lot of the time, but you're also going to get a ton of folds, and when you do get looked up, it's not going to be fantastic either. So I think playing it slow is nice. So a check and a call. A check, a bet, and a call, excuse me.
So no heart on the turn, no flush draw for Docherty. He's looking for an ace. Action has been checked to him a second time. So, Docherty made 105,000 on the flop. Think he fires again, Nick, as his equity kind of diminishes?
I absolutely love the fact that Volumier has a check in this situation, and I think it's very easy for aggressive, capable players to level themselves into trying getting pocket fives to fold, pocket sevens to fold, that kind of thing. Even a hand as strong as pocket tens. If he puts in a big enough bet on the turn here, I think he might actually convince some of those to fold. And given the fact he's played his hand in a more unconventional manner with a top pair check, I really think that, yeah, he's going to go for it. And here he does anyway. 250K. I think there's about a 0.0000% chance he's folding. Makes the call.
Volumier better than a 9-1 favorite. 4 on the river. He now has a lock on the hand.
It's such an interesting spot, James, because when you under-rep your hands in these situations and you expect your opponents to have lots of bluffs, when they barrel down on you like this, you go, okay, wait, does he actually just have a set of sixes now? And you start to second-guess yourself. So sometimes in situations where you do have traps, you have to be brave. In any case, because he didn't bet the flop, it means the size of the pot was somewhat controlled. Regardless, I think Volumier in this situation has got about 1.6 behind. Pot is 1.1, so Docherty might just empty the clip here. He does.
So this is a bet into a pot of 1.13 million of 700,000. It's chunky. And Volumier has to decide whether to call with just a queen. I mean, it's top pair.
And he's under-repped his hand. You know, James, he's absolutely under-repped his hand at this stage, so I just don't see how he's going to get away when his opponent can have so many bluffs here. That's not to say he won't have value some of the time, but he's put him in a tough spot, regardless
Yes.
of the call or not. This is not an easy situation, even though he does have a very strong hand in this scenario. But being under-repped, I think he has to call. Makes the call, shows him the good news.
And with that call, Alexandra Volumier is going to move up the leaderboard, sits in third place now with 58 big blinds.
Yep.
David Docherty drops down to 7th place, playing fewer than 25 big blinds.
Yeah, James, I got to say, I'm so impressed with Volumier. This entire tournament just seems to really have a really good grasp on where he is in a hand. He has a plan. He knows what's going on. We saw some really, really amazing bluffs on the feature table yesterday from him as well. He just seems to be somebody that has a great understanding of the game. And to have a check with King-Queen on that texture, I think is something that, in hindsight, is extremely cool.
Yeah.
But in the moment, you might just go, I made top pair, I bet. Because that's what you usually tend to do.
I like the way he plays. I like the way he dresses. I like the way he sits at the table. I like him.
I like him too. So that means Docherty now down to 23 bigs. Alexandre Volumier up to 56. So now third in chips behind Sinclair and Kishu.
Docherty with 9-3 off in the cutoff. Jack Sinclair, Queen 8 of diamonds on the button.
Great, 125,000.
Sinclair raising to 125k. King 10 in the small for Harry Lodge.
Harry Lodge here with about 28 big blinds, people. I reckon this is a coin flip, James. I think the 3-bet's fine. I think the flat is fine. I even think, under the right circumstances, folding King 10 from this position isn't completely crazy, especially the offsuit variety.
Great,
And sure enough, we do see the 3-bet.
Nice. 425k.
Yep. Jack knows what's up. It's definitely a raise, Queen 8 suited, but just keeping it solid, straight in the bin.
Just got accused of banning someone I didn't ban you, Steph. Oh, you now have been banned because you falsely accused me of banning you. Kishu, 4.5 million. Still leads. Pudel and Docherty the shortest stacks, but not in the danger zone. So first of all, Steph got timed out, not banned. Secondly, in the words of Shaggy, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Third, he has, or she has now been banned by the legend that is Pie Face Poker.
Mixed games movement, let's go. They saw me bluffing in the big blind. They saw me bluffing in the small blind.
It wasn't me.
I was even bluffing on the button.
It was not me.
They even got me on camera.
It was not me.
Simon, our director, just gave us the dirtiest look. He's had enough of our
Every now
antics.
and then, a random person will walk past as we're doing something even more random, and they will just be like, what?
We've been practicing that one for ages, guys. It's all scripted. It's all scripted. Anyway, guys, Ace-Jack opened. We got the big blind with a very defendable hand, 6-5 suited. Going to the flop here, effective stack is about 18 big blinds now, so the hand started around 20-ish.
I love Natalie. Never realized how that song was all about cheating when I was small.
And now you realize it's all about bluffing.
Oh,
We set you straight.
Someone having a cheeky tinkle.
Oh, man. Poodle might have a check back here, you guys. Don't forget, we are getting on the shallower side. I mean, it really could go either way, honestly. 4-8-4, you're going to get a lot of C-bets through pretty straightforward, right? But being check raised in these situations by very capable players, I think the check is fine as well. You probably will have the best hand here a lot. 10 of clubs on the turn. It is interesting, though, James, because I think probably the 6-5, the best shot at them winning this hand is by check raising flop, for example, right? Repping a 4, getting some, some king highs to fold, some queen highs to fold that might have a c-bet here. Once the 10 falls, it's really difficult to have the speed up, but it is possible. Hamilton's just in a bit of a weird spot now. Final table. And, the initial opener here is relatively short. He's going to go for it. 330K in the pot now, and he is going to bet approximately half pot. I approve. I approve of this size. Now, James, if you have a check with ace-jack on this flop, you need to have a call on the turn because you've given your opponent the opportunity to take it away from you.
You're dealing with false hypotheticals here, Nick. I would not have called the flop.
No, it went check on the flop. There was no need.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure enough, calling with the best hand.
And it is still the best hand as the board bricks out for Hamilton.
Yeah, it's hard for Hamilton to go for it again here because there are plenty of king high floats on the flop. He will have a 10 some of the time. Poodle will have a 10 some of the time when he checks flop as well. I'm not saying it's impossible for him to go ahead and continue, but I guess this is a run out where your opponent will just have made hands that will just call you down with. Yep. And then Poodle has to ask himself the question, do I need to turn my hand into a bluff? What if he just has 5-6? What if he just has 6-7? What if he just has Jack-9?
Yeah.
Check, takes it down. Very well played. I like the check on the flop, and I really appreciate the call on the turn. And that's what you need to do, you guys. You need to control these pots and be aware of not giving your opponents the opportunity to take some of those cheeky moves and steal from you.
So Niels Pudel, who we understand is a member of the German Twitch community, only has around 50K in live cashes, and a lot of that came from his cashes in this festival last week. He has moved off the bottom position. He now has 26 big blinds. David Docherty is now in 8th place with 23 bigs.
I got him bluffing in the big blind. with Ace Jack.
Me.
Indeed. Ace Jack catching that bluff.
I mean, again, Nick, we don't need to bastardize existing songs to make them about poker when there is the great Kenny Rogers classic. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Absolutely. Know when to walk away. Know when to run.
Rabetz has opened under the gun with Ace Jack. Sinclair, we know he's got a 5. He's called. Harry Lodge has Ace 5.
You know how we feel about this sourdough suited, don't you, James? These pros, they just cannot help themselves. They see sourdough and they go for it. Oh, for the first time ever on a professional circuit, Ace 5 suited has been folded. Where's Joe? Where's Joe?
Lumiere with King 6 of Hearts on the button. Is he considering doing something squeezy? No. Hamilton folds the small blind. Chip leader Dan Kishu in the big blind. Fold. So we are going heads up to the flop, and we only know one of Sinclair's hole cards. Ace, Jack, 8. So, regardless of what Sinclair has, we know that Harabetz is ahead right now with top 2. Plenty of guesses that it's 6-5 suited, pocket 5s. Don't forget, Harry Lodge had a blocker to pocket 5s.
Yeah, well remembered, James.
So he can't possibly have 5s. That's how blockers work, right, Nick?
I mean, me and James were just discussing this on my break, yeah.
I always take 30 seconds.
Oh, I had a hand.
Quick on this, there is a reason not to do.
Roman Harabetz sits 3rd in chips with 56 big blinds. We continue 8-handed with an hour left to play on level 27. Blinds currently 30,000, 60,000 with a 60k big blind ante.
You look.
Folded to the blinds.
Which point? That's the question.
Nick, I can't help but notice you do not
Which
have
point?
a poker
That's the
table
question.
open on your screen.
Yes. It was, I'd love to tell you a really fantastic story. A very brave and bold story. I got it all in. I didn't win. But if anybody watches my stream, they'll know winning all-ins is not my strong suit.
One thing I'd like to highlight about that event you played, by the way, the $25 PKO.
Yeah.
This might be the most popular mini EPT London tournament so far. The guarantee was $50,000. The prize pool is currently in excess of $100,000.
Wow.
More than double the guarantee, and late registration is still open.
You know, I wonder if it's because it is the $25 buy-in, honestly. Like, I feel like if you're watching an event that's a 5.5K entry, you're feeling a little bit adventurous. You're feeling like $25 is the one you want to win. I mean, with all that added value as well, then, you know.
Wonder what the field will be like for the mini main tomorrow, the $5.50 event with the Prague package added.
Yeah, absolutely. How long is late reg open for?
In the mini main?
In the 25 today.
Oh, in the 25. Can't be that much longer. I mean, it's been running for a while now, right?
Late reg ends in 4 minutes,
Yeah.
guys. Get involved.
You're getting an order from Ed K. Get in the 110 hyper, Nick.
Fine.
To be fair, that doesn't start for a while. Oh, no. It started. Sorry, my bad. Late reg open in that one as well. It's later than I thought it was. 20 past 7 in the evening. Where did the day go?
All right, Ed, I'm in, buddy. And this is a freeze out, guys. So take it serious.
It would appear, based on what we've seen from the last two hands, that we might have at least one, if not two, broken cards in the deck, which is to say that the chips are no longer functioning. So, deck change after this hand.
Deck change.
Well, it's going to go to showdown, and we're going to see both of Rabetz's hole cards. He had the snowmans. Num num.
Num num.
And they're good. So Roman Hrabet's now up to nearly 4 million, 64 big blind stack.
No. So, what was the question? There was no question. You said that I'm so aggressive that I always keep raising you.
Let's check on the stacks of all the players
Now you have the chip, so you
at this 8-handed final table. Jack Sinclair has reclaimed the chip lead from Dan Kishu. It's still close, though, 4.2 versus 4 million. Roberts, as we just referenced, sits in third. Alexandra Viumier has the 56 big blind stack. Everyone else below average. Lodge, Hamilton, 33 big blinds each. Niels Pudel, 26 bigs. David Docherty is the shortest stack with 23 bigs. Still 52 minutes to play at the 30-60 blind level. And yes, earlier during the last level, in fact, we saw Jamie Flynn cash out in 9th place for £61,350. So the next payout is just shy of 80k, £79,750. Then once we're down to 7, Nick, 6-figure scores.
6-figure scores. 6-figure scores. And of course that trophy as well. How pretty. Love those trophies.
Oh, that's a good show.
It's Thursday, right?
325.
Chip leader Jack Sinclair opening here with Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Careful for the next.
All right, chat. Seriously now.
Forgot about that.
I want serious answers only. We can do funny answers after. If you won that trophy, what would you guys do with it? Would you build a plinth in your front yard upon which to rest it with bulletproof glass surrounding? Would it be on your mantelpiece? Would you get it framed and hung on the wall?
So you're Romanian, are you French, or you where are you from?
I'm Romanian. I have the French citizenship because I studied in France in the 80s.
Okay.
At that time, you are too young, but there was a president called Mitterrand.
Oh, I know.
No, I mean, in that time, if you were studying in France, staying there for a long period, you could apply for the, you go in a tribunal, devant un juge, et tu passes, et ils sont d'accord, ils te donnent you have to get it.
Other times.
At that time, it was, they were saying that in Marseille they were getting 10,000 immigrants per day. 10,000 per day. 83, 84.
That would be 13 million per, that's a little bit.
No, that period, 83, 84, it was a
I like this one from Athos. He says, I'd mount it on the hood of my Tesla. And a nice, wholesome one from Lamrick. It would be on my fireplace mantle along with photos of the winning moment. That's lovely.
I have double citizenship. And I'm living in France.
Nice. A-Dub Chuck says, first thing I would do is clean it. Dettol wipes for the win.
Tinder Lover says, I'd give it to my wife because I lost all her money in poker. But you just won an EPT. It's all good.
Flush draw now for Pudel to go with his gut shot straight draw. Right now, Sinclair still has the best hand with Queen High and has a straight draw of his own.
A lot of people saying they'd sell it on eBay. I really wonder what a trophy would go for on eBay. Queen High is still the best hand. But does Sinclair know that? To the Norwegian who's on my table on the $1.10. Love the stream, Mr. Walsh. Thank you, sir. And we do see a bet from Poodle here.
I mean, we do occasionally see awesome hero calls. Queen High is asking a lot. Not surprised to see Sinclair fold there. Strong move from Pudel, which will see him add 215k to his stack and move up to nearly 30 big blinds. Let's reintroduce the man known as Joe or Stapes. It's Joe Stapleton.
Hello, and hello, my babies.
Hey, Joe.
The more this goes on...
Yeah, what are you guys doing here? Been slacking.
The more I see the cautious play, which I get, I understand, it's an observation, not a criticism, the more I think it possible that we do end today after 5 levels with more than 6 players. That said, there's still more than 2 hours to play.
Yep, those extra long luxury blind levels and all that ICM pressure adds up to, I would say they're playing slowly, but more cautious play is correct. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there.
It's kind of hard to have bust outs at the other tables when there's no other tables.
That is an amazing observation.
Yeah, no, I've got more. And I can't wait to share them with Finton Hands community.
Absolutely. If you're watching on Twitch, you may have noticed that we've just had a viewer dump from Easy with Aces. Welcome all 398 of you. Anyone who leaves, I will note down your name and I will find out where you live.
Thank you, Finton. Trying to build a new poker room, it seems like.
Yeah, that's exciting, right? We saw a post from earlier. If you guys don't follow Finton on Twitter, go take a look. He's teasing at this little poker setup he's been working on, and I'm really hyped to see what comes out of that. I mean, can you guys imagine a situation where we actually get a chance to play poker together on camera?
I mean, that sounds great for you, because you're good at poker.
Well, that remains to be seen, Joe.
The rest of us.
Wow. How was your stream today, Finton? Let us know.
He's gone already.
Hamilton raising here with King 10. Kishu with pocket 9s.
Ooh. Welcome to my life.
Blockers aren't real.
Did you just get KO'd from the 110 freeze out?
Ace King all in versus aces pre-flop.
Yeah, that's not a good spot, Nick. You need to avoid that.
I need to work on that. I need to work on those situations, yeah. Anyway, thanks for that, Ed.
Meanwhile, Kishu has 3-bet to 400,000. Looks like the action is back on Hamilton, who defaults.
Was that $110 you just? Okay.
About $110.
It was not suited, a dub check. And yes, Asian Larry, Nick is already out. Chip counts. Hot and ready. Hot and fresh. Kishu still on top. Roberts second place, but not by a whole lot. Just behind him, Jack Sinclair. And then we start getting down into like a little more medium pace for Alexandre Villemure. And then there's a whole bunch of people clogging up the 30 and below. Harry Lodge, Ian Hamilton, Niels Padel, David Docherty. Oh no, Docherty. We can't have Docherty having like the Cinderella run yesterday, early part of today, and then going out on the final day bubble.
That would be sad. I am rooting for our boy Docherty. Suppose at this point it would be cool to see a GB flag bringing it home. Especially on home turf, obviously. Sinclair now in the small blind with pocket queens. 64 big blinds effective here. There is a 3-bet from the queens. Now, guys, this is kind of big stack on big stack violence, so both players need to be very careful here. There's a lot of ICM implications associated with this.
Kishu needs to be more careful. And I think you could just fold. I think you can just fold, personally. I know it's suited. I know you've got position.
But it's offset. Pass.
Pass.
Respect.
I didn't say fold and show.
I mean, that is mad respect there. But I don't know. I don't know if showing it's the best idea, because then you're kind of indicating you're willing to fold a hand as strong as ace-9 suited. But I don't blame him for the fold. I think it's probably okay, especially against another big stack.
What?
Obviously, I like the fold.
Do I want to hear a poker joke?
What?
What did you say? Do I want to hear a poker?
We just were talking about it. In case you didn't hear, in case you're just joining, there's a companion piece to EPT London, mini EPT London. It's online. You play it from home. As long as you're a part of the global player liquidity pool. Right now we got the $10 going on and the $25, I guess you can't join that one anymore. But the $25 mystery bounty is happening.
At least I made you laugh.
Just a regular bounty.
Regular bounty, sorry.
PKO.
Is there an online mystery bounty?
No.
Well, they're really missing something there.
I know another one, but it's a little bit
They're wildly popular, Nick.
Family stream.
Maybe one day, Joe.
It's a
Maybe one
family
day.
stream. You have to be careful with this one.
Yeah.
We'll all agree to cover our mics.
Mr. Sinclair. Gonna raise it up here from the dealer
Any
budget.
Jewish person?
Queen 3 of diamonds.
Jewish?
Probably don't. Yeah, probably don't. Yeah, probably don't use.
Go with
for that
Jewish
one.
jokes?
Come on, guys. Want to hear the story?
Poker Jewish jokes.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I told you it's a little bit incorrect. But why don't they have poker rooms in Israel?
Remember earlier when I said whenever someone like Dan Kishu starts telling a story,
Because
I'm
they're
always
all-
wondering for the part where the part's going to happen, where you're like, whoa, buddy, we don't say that anymore.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Dude, he was laughing. I didn't feel like laughing for 4 days.
Well, I think we finally might have just had one. I don't know, because I'm talking over it as much as I possibly can.
Absolutely, Joe.
I apologize before I said it. A little
You're not allowed to pre-apologize for something if I can also make a statement.
I'll be banned. They remove me right now. Now we decided you lost all your chips. It's not a few. It's a final.
Yeah, I need to hang on here. I'm the short stat, but if he keeps telling jokes, I might get a ladder.
Bad joke.
That's.
I did not hear what he said.
I hope not. But
Who
no,
may decide?
Probably the first
And
no,
if someone writes something in the chat
making bad jokes.
that
but
is offensive,
who
you're going to
decided?
get banned.
What a good
For
joke.
the first time ever, a ladder has occurred in the
Like-
EPT as a
It might have
result
been
of a
fine.
player
I don't
ejection.
know. I just wasn't
Critics
prepared
say
to
they
take
are-
that
this is a
risk.
great
I
movie.
think you did the right thing, Joe. Well
The
done.
audience says no. This is.
Kishu under the gun with Queen Jack.
Good or bad joke instead of being kind of like rude or like.
I was not rude. I said.
No, I know. I mean, for me not, but maybe someone could interpret it in a different way.
Not today. Not with everything else going on. Docherty. Did not call. Action's folding around. To Hamilton.
You laughed at my joke, so raise.
Trying to get a little bit of sympathy from the big blind.
Maybe we should move on. Hamilton has defended the big blind with king 9 off, flops a 9, and the nut flush draw.
Yeah, pretty big flop here for Hamilton.
Of course.
Check. Quick check from the Queen Jack as well.
Deuce on the turn. Jack, still the best hand for now.
Yeah, interesting one. I mean, you do have showdown with the 9. You do have a nice draw as well. You might actually get some value off of War Spades, which I think is probably why
Let's see another one.
we're going to see a bet here. Queen Jack still the best of it, makes the call. And the river. 3 of spades gives King 9 the nuts. The best possible combination now.
Hamilton is going to lead at this. Which I think you're going to get a lot of folds to do this, but you're going to get a lot of checkbacks too when you don't bet.
No,
So-
absolutely. No, I think this is absolutely perfectly played. If Hamilton's betting the turn, like I said, it's because he probably anticipates there being some more spades there. And if you've got like pocket 10s with the 10 of spades here, if you've got like pocket 8s with the 8 of spades here or something, you know,
Yeah.
you can very easily level yourself into a call. Pocket queens with the queen of spades, maybe queen jack with the queen of spades.
Yeah.
I think he's played this perfectly, honestly. Oh, I thought he was going to raise there for a minute. All right, makes the fold. I really like the way Hamilton played that pot. It's very easy to check back with king 9 there on the turn, but I do think that there is really solid justification for betting there to try and queue up that kind of a river, and indeed get value from some other pairs that you actually have beat with the 9.
Mm-hmm. And if you notice,
How many good jokes do you have
did
left?
not go for the trap.
You do not appreciate my joke, so
I did. I didn't get the first one
Okay,
because I
chip
cannot
counts
remember the
once
final.
again.
a mermaid. You know what a
Docherty,
mermaid is?
21
Maybe because
big
you don't know what a
blinds.
mermaid is.
Oh, sorry?
Niels Padel,
It's an
29
animal.
bigs. Harry Lodge,
Oh, yeah, I
30.
think I know what it is.
35 for Ian
Okay, okay.
Hamilton. Then we get into the healthier stacks.
I don't-
Villemure,
but it-
52 big blinds.
I think I know what it is,
62 for the hilarious Dan Kishu.
So what?
It's that
66 big blinds for
woman
Rabbits.
swimming. Did you see
Jack
Pirates?
Sinclair.
I know, yes, yes,
Yeah,
okay.
Back
yeah,
on
the
top.
mermaids are
72
sirens
big
singing
blinds
or
over
whatever. You didn't see-
4.3
didn't-
million in
didn't
chips.
read Ulysses story. Okay. Sorry.
Odyssey.
Yeah, the other, of course.
Probably.
Ulysses was
Roberts
like
under
a
the gun
conflict,
with
you know.
ace queen
Turn
offsuit.
around,
Roberts
go to
in a
the
hoodie,
boat,
blue and white. Some sunglasses on his face? Okay, good.
Nice bluff.
Folds round. Docherty, king 4 off. Going in the bin, I imagine. Mr. Sinclair with jack 8 suited. Puts it in the bin as well. Folds to our button. The Lumiere folds 7-5 suited.
Me and you?
Now Kishu with the dominating ace. Or the dominated ace, I should say. Looks like he probably is going to come along for a call. So we're going to a flop.
Then cover your cards, please. I didn't see them, but it was close.
Maybe I wanted.
Two checks.
It's very nice, Tom. And John and other claps in chat. You guys are doing a great job, too.
I check.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. You're the bomb, dude. Is it time to represent the king? Hrabic does have showdown. He does decide to check. I like it a lot. And the 8 of spades on the river. This is actually a really nice run out for ace-queen, given the fact you've played it quite passively. Both players check. Ace-queen. Going to take this one down.
You win. Always.
You should make a rule. Every time you win a hand, you should tell a joke.
God, I mean, my voice can't take it.
Oh, no.
So I
Yeah.
win this time, so no joke.
Okay. No. Okay.
I'll let the setup fly.
A guy is getting to heaven. And he was...
Well, then you need to start winning some hands, though. So
okay.
People are entertained.
Okay.
In the stream, you know.
So guy go nowhere.
Maybe I might like fold to you next race if it's blind versus blind, so I can hear like.
Okay. May a list and then what do you give? I give you a joke. What do you give?
Oh, all right. So, what do I get?
What do you
5K
give?
more in the pot, please.
I don't know.
Roman.
Is that?
Short change in the
Oh,
pot
yeah.
again, but
Thanks.
you're on to you.
What do I get? That's a good question. I'll give you a laugh after the joke you say.
That's cheap.
Dell under the gun with 2 kings.
Hamilton's got about 35 big blinds here. Does decide to come along on the button.
It's a bit.
180.
Interesting that Kishu decides to come along here in the
Open
small
for raise,
blind.
right?
9-7 suited, very
It's a raise,
pretty
right?
hand.
Yeah.
I didn't mean that. It's okay. Now you know. Everybody knows that.
Looks like he's put in an accidental raise to boot.
How much is blanked in Germany?
I mean,
I'm only just wondering if Hrabic is trying to exploit the accidental raise.
Is it my time? I fold.
Okay, never mind, makes the fold. Poodle super duper happy about this situation. The accidental raise when he's opening kings from under the gun, Joe.
yeah.
Oh, what a dream setup right now. This is exactly what you're looking for.
Is it a dream setup?
Yeah, I mean, getting more chips in the middle, especially when you know your opponent didn't mean to do it, is a pretty good situation to find yourself in.
But do you put in another raise now, I guess? Or
yeah.
Because you're probably going to win the pot right here, right? If you 4-bet.
It's a really close one because this isn't queens. If it's queens, yeah, you just rip and you just pick up a big pot at non-showdown, right?
Right.
Kings and aces, obviously, a lot less vulnerable. Requires a lot more thought here because now you go, do I go for more value or do I just protect my position in this tournament and not bust because I was silly and just allowed
Get
to
it
see
in
a
while
flop
the money's
G.
good, as opposed
Exactly.
to anything you have to do post-flop,
Exactly.
you're going to be less likely to have the best hand.
Yeah, so being second in chips here, and there already being so much dead money in the middle now, there's already 540K out there. I think there's a chance that from an ICM standpoint that you should just go for it and just win it at non-showdown. But
yeah. Well, he's picked a third option.
yeah, well, okay, sorry. Putting in more chips or calling, I guess, is what we were trying to make reference to.
Okay, got it. That's the 4-bet, the 470,000. Hamilton will be exiting the hand, as will Kishu. No reason to get into some kind of leveling war here.
However, given the fact that he thinks that everyone's trying to exploit the fact that he made a chip mistake,
I know
he might go, well,
that's
okay,
what I'm saying.
this
Don't
guy's,
do that.
Well, exactly, yeah. Joe,
he's just going to call.
Joe, he's going to take a flop.
Well, this is getting weird. And it's an ace-high flop. I mean, kings could maybe get bluffed. So sick, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I know he's not rolling his eyes.
It just looks like it.
But I would be. Always an ace on the desk.
Poodle's just got a little bit over pot behind in his stack.
And that's right. There is no way for kings to improve here, at least not by hitting a king.
Puts in a very, very, very small C-bets.
Oh, jeez, what are you doing? What are you doing? This guy's all hopped up on joke endorphins.
Joke endorphins.
Oh, my goodness. That is a spade. That is a flush draw.
Not like this, Joe. Not like this.
What in the world of the Heavenly Father of Romania is going on in this hand? What a bizarre thing to be happening in this here, the year of Romania.
Okay, but now imagine he just meant to flat in the small blind. He didn't mean to 3-bet. Does that mean he never has an ace? Does that mean I always have effectively top pair? These are the things that have got to be going through Poodle's head at this stage. 2 checks, though, and the spade river.
Oh, my goodness. Runner, everything's funner.
Oh, Joe, what did I say about getting it in pre-flop and avoiding these situations? Absolute savagery.
We both said it.
Yeah.
Now, Dan Kishu's played, as far as I'm concerned, reasonably well today. This, I don't know what is going on here. I don't know what the thought process was. I can't begin to wrap my head around it. But he's going to win this hand.
Joe, here's what happened. I don't want to let this punk kid make this move on me because I made a chip mistake. You can't be taking advantage of your elders there, young whippersnapper.
Now, he's given Pudel plenty of reason to get away from this.
Oh, joke.
Fold.
Joke already in itself.
But wins a big pot
a good one.
and retakes the chip lead.
Do you hear what he said, Joe? He went, all right, give us a joke. And he goes, that was a good one.
Was like solid play. Need to entertain a little bit more.
Calling a 4-bet out of position with 7-9 suited is a pretty good joke.
I feel so bad for the Kings, but he did. It was a board that he could get away from. At least it wasn't like a flop flush, all low cards or something like that.
I mean, that was the only guy who was touching.
So our friend Poodle down just to 17 big blinds, still a very playable stack. I wouldn't say that's the super danger zone just yet. Does manage to get away from the worst hand on the river.
That's one of the weirdest hands I've ever seen.
That was a very unusual one. And how often do we see those? A chip mistake happens, and it just changed the whole dynamic of the way the hand plays. And, you know, a lot of people think whenever there's mistakes like this that, you know, we should just, you know, start the next hand, you know.
Of course. I can show you even the picture. No? Oh, yeah.
All right, let's try to move on. Pocket eights for Harry Lodge. Ace Jack for Hamilton. And that is a 3-bet from Ian Hamilton. Poodle in the big blind with King 5 suited. Probably just still taking a minute to recover from that last hand, yeah.
Yeah, been very controlled this whole tournament. Going to walk away for a sec, take a breather, recollect his thoughts. Mr. Lodge with 28 big blinds behind. Pocket eights is such a tough hand to play well in 3-bet pots. I think Hamilton knows that as well, putting him in a really weird situation. You don't want to just be folding the best hand, but you call, you're sort of like set mining. It's just very difficult to know what to do with eights if you don't actually flop the set, but it's not so small that you just completely ditch it all together pre-flop. It's just one of those really, really tough situations late game. He is going to make the call.
King high flop. 2 clubs.
Yep.
And as you said, Nick, how hard are eights to navigate post flop? Even one overcard, right? Even just one paint card, which didn't connect with Hamilton. You're just in no man's land.
Yep. And then, you know, these are the spots where you can level yourself very hard, right? You go, okay, well, I don't want to fold eights pre because then I'm being exploited, so I call. There's only one overcard on the board. I can't fold on the flop, so I got to call. And then when you're playing really good opponents, they might barrel a turn where it comes another king, and you go, well, you know, what's okay? Well, now I can't fold because the board paired. And all these thoughts that we've all thought while playing in situations such as this.
Nice comment here from Yoni Poker. It says, not no man's land, snowman's land.
Very good, very good.
Nom nom.
Claps in the chat. So we do see the c-bet here. It is quite a small one. I really think that eights probably shouldn't be folding on the flop here, but it is not a nice situation, is it, guys?
It feels like everything you do here could be wrong. I tell you what I would do here. You can say how wrong it is. I just ship it with the eights and hope they can't call. Just hope it's ace queen or ace jack.
So we do see the 9 of clubs in the turn. Completes the flush. Obviously another overcard to the eights. I'm not sure I'd consider this a scare card necessarily, or the kind of scare card that I mean that Hamilton would try and, you know, always speed up on. I think maybe an ace on the turn would be more of like a sort of quote-unquote scare card.
Halloween's only 4 days away. We'll call it a spooky card.
Does Hamilton have a second barrel? The check here, I think, gives Harry a lot more confidence that his call on the flop was correct, and he does, in fact, still have the best hand.
But I don't know if he's going to get that check.
That's what I'm saying. That's how good some of these guys are. mean, this is for a lot of chips in relation to their stacks. Both of these players very similarly stacked here.
Yeah, I see Ace-Jack is not really like, help me out here because I'm still trying to learn. Isn't really blocking anything either, right?
No, and I think you're blocking. I mean, Ace-King obviously would have just got it in pre-flop, so you're not concerned about blocking hand like Ace-King. But if you have the Jack of Clubs or the Ace of Clubs, it's a much easier turn barrel.
You're not, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So at this point, if I'm Harry, I'm feeling pretty confident about my situation here. It's not impossible for your opponent to like have, you know, Ace-Jack of Clubs here, for example, and they've turned it and then slowed down to try and give you the opportunity to bluff or something. But as played, I think it's a check. You know, I don't know what story Hamilton's telling if he's going to check turn and then, you know, go huge on the river. I think it's only a very, very, very small amount of value and a whole bunch of other bluffs.
Well, someone's breathing like Michael Myers. Hamilton loading up.
But wait, there's more.
And that is a significant portion of the rest of Hamilton's stack. Had 1.46 before the bet. Just fired 725, so half. Half of his stack. Harry Lodge being put to the test here. More than half of Harry's stack to call.
This is a very reasonable call from eights. And our guy, Harry, definitely capable of doing it. Take your time, Harry. Think it through.
Steven says good bluff. A king can easily play like that. Mastermind says easy call.
Yeah, he makes a good point. I do think it is possible for a king to check on this turn, absolutely. Might be concerned about the clubs, perhaps, and then realizes probably does still have the best hand on the river going for value now. There are a couple variations of king that have a club that continue barreling turn, though, as well. Very tough spot, but it's just so close.
Chat seems pretty well divided whether this is going to be a call or a fold. Two time bank cards torched.
Ooh, I don't know, Joe. That was kind of that might be the first kind of nervous movement I've seen from what is a very stoic player just then.
I think one of the benefits to sort of shielding up like he does is that you stop looking at him.
Yeah.
You just sort of ignore him. You're like, I'm not
going to get anything.
Even as a commentator, I just like don't really.
Yeah.
There's not much to talk about.
Yeah.
When focused on him.
Sure.
He just sort of blends into the background. Looks like Lodge laid it down. Hamilton wins a huge pot with a huge bluff. Pot worth 2 million chips. And we will take a look at the current state of the union chips-wise. Hamilton shoots up a couple of places after that hand. 45 big blinds now. Lodge drops to the low end of that board. 21 big blinds for Lodge, 19 for Docherty, 17 for Poodle. And after that, Trey bizarre hand from a few minutes ago. Dan Kishu continues to hold the chip lead. Pocket sevens for Sinclair under the gun. Is 6 final table, or will there be a 9-man final table before it ends? Okay, first of all, there's 8 players left. So I don't know what circumstances would happen to make it a 9-player final table.
Told you, ultra late red.
And this is the official final table of 8.
For 200 grand, you can join the final table now, but you have to start with the original starting stack.
Ideally, we would get down to 6 and call it a day today. But we're going to play one more level, and if that doesn't happen, we calling it.
We gon' find you. We gon' find you.
And we will come back
Because everyone always puts it out twice or
tomorrow
for the rest.
with whether it be 8 or 7 or 6 or something crazy happens and ends up being 5.
So you can run and tell that, homeboy. God, that's a callback. Woo.
Vertical Bird, who likes trains, you banned. There's a poker version of that one.
Yeah.
They're raking everybody out here.
Yeah. Raking everybody out here. You can go with the Poodle with ace-4 of hearts on the dealer button.
Poodle
boy.
is the shortest stack now at 17 big blinds.
Indeed. Homeboy home game. That's a good name for some content.
And puts a reasonable size raise out there. To 525,000, half a stack. Sinclair wakes up with ace-queen in the big blind, and it's a domination situation. Poodle at risk and behind. Poodle looking for hearts, looking for low cards, looking for a 4. 31% equity pre-flop, not terrible. That's right, Venus. Poodle, a dog again. Jack Sinclair stands to move up a spot on the leaderboard. Should he win this pot?
Wow.
2 spots, that is.
Huge flop for ace-4 of hearts here. Now slight favorite with the live card and the heart draw.
We got a split. Excuse me, a sweat.
Oh. What a time to run good, Joe. What a time.
Nuts on the turn for Poodle. Sinclair turned dead. And Poodle not only survives, but doubles up. 36 big blinds. It's Lodge and Docherty now who are both under 20.
What a time to run good. You know, I just never win those, Joe. Okay, I'm going to do it on the final table of an EPT. Sure, why not? Go for it. Nice hand, sir. Seems pretty reasonable. I think the jam is really good. Obviously running into the top of Sinclair's range. And you are going to win those once in a while. Congrats to our man Poodle now in the 36 big blind range. He is now 3 from the bottom.
Rick does a good point. Well, he did his king's crack from under the gun by 9-7 suited.
That's true. That was a weird one.
Yeah, probably. It was just a weird hand.
Yeah, it was very weird.
How much do you have?
Kishu's like, it's weirder than you think. You wait to see it.
It hasn't caught up yet, right? It's only about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. It's even weirder than you think. You wait till you see that hand.
The good news is these players are going to be on break when that part of the stream comes around, so they will be able to see it.
You think he comes back with a different demeanor when he realizes the absolute travesty that unfolded in front of him?
I'm just going to listen very carefully 15 minutes from now. I'm probably just somewhere in the casino going to hear, what?
$10-9 suited here for Hrabec.
Everyone loves a good 10-9 suited.
The Grafton.
Docherty with Suited king on the button. Pretty tempting. Pretty tempting when you're slipping away in the shortest stack, but too much action behind. Raise and take it for Roberts. Torio asks, prize pool? Yes, there is a prize pool in this event. Thank you for your question.
I'm unhappy. I'm unhappy. Obviously.
It's Docherty and Lodge who are neck and neck at the bottom right now.
How could you not be a net and just
Kishu still holding on to the top spot.
You would have won the hand? Yeah.
Crazy Carl asks, are we going to have 8 for an old school EPT final table? Yes. We have 8. Thank you for your question. Who is the biggest name on the table? Asks Lucky Lemon. Well, Alexandra Villemure has what is that, like 20 letters?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
18 characters.
18, that's the biggest name. Poodle with the ace of diamonds. Sinclair decides not to go set mining with the 4s. There it is. There's the very big name. Villemure.
Look at this presence. Look at the stare. Look at the shirt.
No, I like this dude's whole vibe.
Look at the flag. Swiss man, Swiss watch, Swiss shirt. Heard you were a fan of the Swiss flag, Joe.
Yeah, it's a big plus.
Got him.
P. Nardog says biggest, not largest, Joe. What?
I'm saving that clip for later. I want to hear what that sounded like.
Kishu and Hamilton fold. Poodle out. Docherty, ace-5 in the hijack. No, Lodge is a no-go.
So we got some blind v blind action now. Joe, King-9 in the small blinds. Just wants to get a gauge on what he's working with in the big here. Still Hamilton back behind him. Effective stack here is about 43 big blinds once Ian Hamilton has put in his big blind and his big blind ante. There has been a raise. Nice and chunky. Really, really like this sizing for this effective stack depth. This is what you need to be paying attention to, guys. As you should know by now, a lot of very small opens from most positions, but once you get blind v blind, you have the disadvantage of being out of position against the big blind at all times. Therefore, if you are going to have a raise, you need to have it big, because the actual implied value of your opponent calling in position there is very, very significant. So they can call a whole lot of sizes that are small with almost any 2 cards in many cases, simply because they have the power of position and they will always act second in the hand. So you got to punish. You got to have a bigger size there. You got to give them a worse price to come along and play perfectly from position.
Thanks, Slasher. Says commentators are based. Stop being Twitch chat.
Caught one on the backswing, too. Nice. Thank you, Jess.
The first one almost got by me.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Poodle raising ace-jack. Harry Lodge, ace-king, shortest stack, fewer than 20 bigs.
Mr. Lodge with 18 big blinds. I think there's only one way this is going, Joe.
Into the middle.
Inward. He's all in. That is 18 big blinds all in. Poodle representing about half of his stack. I don't imagine we're going to see much more action from the ace-jack. Hamilton's ace-6 off. Easy fold in the small blind, surely. Kishu 10-7 off big blind. In the muck it goes. So now ace-jack with the decision. I don't imagine we're going to see a call, though, that often. It really is for tons.
1 million, right?
Looks like he's kind of already made up his mind, unless he's sort of misreading how many chips it was.
Right.
Just gets the confirmation. That's fair. Puts it in the bin.
And that's a huge pot for Lodge. Puts a little distance between himself and David Docherty. Kind of like a game of musical chairs at this point. You just don't want to be the shortest stack.
Yep, and definitely a war of attrition. The game has definitely slowed down. Lots of players playing more cautiously, as you would expect at this stage with these pay jumps looming.
I saw someone in chat moments ago saying they're playing so tight. First of all, I don't agree, but second of all, if they were, it would be totally understandable. If you knew that all you had to do is fold for an hour and you get paid another 10,000 pounds or 20,000 pounds or 30,000 pounds.
Yep, in this case, 20.
Could you not fold?
Yeah, absolutely. And I also kind of echo what Joe is saying. I don't think they've been playing particularly tight either. They're willing to get involved in pots. The big blinds are defending a lot of the combinations you'd expect, even if they are on the weaker side. We've seen a very slight adjustment in the pre-flop ranges, I think, but only very, very slightly. These guys are still playing on the bleeding edge.
Katzmeyer asks, which place made Ola Shemian? That would be Germany. Thank you for your question. Will Ymer. Ace-4 suited in the cutoff. Kishu somehow given this, I think, with 7-4 off in the small blind. There we go.
How much are you playing?
3.1.
Roberts with 7-6.
Both players pretty deep, or on the deeper side here. Effective stack being about 50 big blinds once the raise has been made. Roberts does have a hand he can defend here. He's facing a very small open. Of course, there is the addition of the antes in the middle as well, so he does have a nicer price pre-flop, a significantly nicer price than without. He is going to defend.
Here we go. This is going to be the last hand of the level. Six, three, deuce, two spades. Top pair. for Rabbits. Big old flush draw for Lumiere.
Don't forget about the gut shot, Joe.
1, 2, 3, 4, and the gut shot, and the overcard.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hello. Hello, lead.
And remember, these are two pretty deep stacks, so I don't think we're going to see folks go crazy here. It's going to be pretty standard.
I really like that Hrubeck does actually have a lead in this situation, guys. This is considered a donk bet.
Correct. A donk bet is not necessarily an insult.
Right, correct. This is called a donk bet, not to suggest that the player making it is a donk. It's just that for a very long time, leading into an opener, leading into the aggressive opponent pre-flop was considered a taboo. That is a very, very spicy turn. That two pair.
Yeah, top two for Hobbits. Villamure is going to need to hit the straight or the flush now. As Amadi says, did someone call 7 is coming? Yes, everyone, all the time. The 7, it is always coming.
Not going to lie, Joe, I like him to continue here. Why not make it like 400K? 3 and a bit?
375, 350.
Looks like that. Okay, not a million miles off. What did I say, 4?
You were 1 chip off.
I'll take it. I'll take it, guys. You're still not going nowhere, though. Come on. Look at your hand. Don't be redonkulous. Don't be redonkulous. He's blocking the nut straight as well. Okay, easy call.
Easy call. Big old pot.
Oh, man.
This pot's bigger than David Docherty's entire stack.
Big old pot right now. All the other players have left the table, Joe. They're going to miss the action.
And the 4 does not bring the straight or the flush, but just a pair. Frustrating river for Villamure.
I'm frustrated just watching it, Joe. I hate these spots. Combo draws, do they ever actually come in?
Yeah.
They just cost you so much, and you just never get there. It's absolute pain at all times.
At least it's not the ace.
The question is, does 6-7 ever slow down, and does he represent the 5? Maybe a blocker bet is better from the 6-7 rather than a jack?
I mean, look, if ace 4 is a part of Villamire's opening range, then ace 5 is a part of Villamire's opening range.
Yep.
Pocket 5's obviously going to be a part of it. Not that many other ones, though.
The problem is that I think a blocker bet in this situation is not the size you would use if you did, in fact, have a straight if you were in Hrubeck's shoes.
But I also think even an obvious blocker bet here, at least with this specific hand, is probably not going to get you punished.
Okay, guys, watch the size. 1.3 in the middle.
It's like a quarter of the pot.
So, yeah, about 1/3, something in there.
A third of the pot, yeah.
So it's not that super obvious small blocker bet size, but it is a size down.
I do not see how you can call this against a big blind. I mean, this is all over the big blind.
I'm with you, Joe.
So many 5s, so many 2 pairs.
I mean, really, the only move I could see him making is to actually represent the 5 at this stage, given that he did size down. But I think this is still a believable size that a 5 might still use. So I don't think that's going to come into play here. But we've seen Villamure with some absolutely sensational bluffs. Maybe he finds it.
Oh, yeah, the bluff obviously is crazy, but could win him the pot.
Right.
A call, I don't think, is almost ever going to win you the pot here.
I'm with you. I don't think that the call is an option here.
again, it's one of those situations where, like, if you're being exploited here, then, like, what can you do?
This is exactly the kind of situation I was making reference to earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, spot on the money.
That sounded like chips going into the middle. Villemir nods his head.
Wow.
2 pairs good.
Wow.
And Hrabets is going to scoop the last pot of this level.
Wow.
Before we head into the last break of the day. Sobering moment for Alexandra Villemir, who now joins the likes of Harry Lodge and David Docherty as the players most at risk of going broke in this tournament. Niels Pudel, also not super healthy. Hamilton in an awkward spot. Sinclair even too. It's only Kishu and Hrabets. And this is with new blinds. When we come back, blinds at 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 ante. It's a 30-minute dinner break for the players. But you don't have to take a break. Key hands from today. Catch yourself up while we grab a bite. See you in 30.
And Docherty raising under the gun here to 70,000. We all just agree that's Patrick Leonard in disguise, right?
Kishu flatting in the hijack with 9-8 suited. Hrabek with ace-6 suited, also in clubs on the button.
This makes for a pretty decent squeeze spot some of the time for Hrabek. Docherty's going to be pretty aware of it, that because he's going to be opening relatively wide, that, you know, Hrabek might take this squeeze spot pretty wide because Chisu's probably not going to be trapping. As you can see, he plays the big hands quite fast in a spot like this. But, you know, at the same time, doesn't really necessarily need to take this spot.
Thank you, Adam, for highlighting that when I said words used in poker commentary, YouTube subtitled it as words used in poker Coventry. So we've gone heads up to the flop. That flop is Jack 6-3. 1 spade, 1 club.
Fair bit of Jack X's in the range of Chisu's flat here, so Docherty happy to just play this as a check. Ooh, very interesting turn card. Makes it open-ended for Chisu, but Docherty, flush draw, straight draw.
Yeah, what a turn. Boy, it's got to be pretty tempting to semi-bluff this.
Well, you know what's funny is the 2 hands we've seen Chisu play, he's taken passive action on every single street and probably feels like at this stage he's been playing too passively. Now it's like, okay, I picked up some equity, my opponent keeps checking. Maybe I need to start betting. He'll just fold. Of course, we see Docherty will not be folding.
Yeah. It's going to have to be a pretty fortunate river for Kishu to win this one.
I mean, come on, he even puts the chips in like Patrick Leonard.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. So Docherty had the flush draw on the turn, but hits top pair on the river. Checks to Kishu.
Yeah, Kishu with the bottom of his range here, but all the same, I think doesn't have...
Ace 10, similar with the last hand last time when you bluffed me.
Doesn't
now,
like this.
I should have learned my
river
lesson.
cart.
Leaving the door open.
Yeah, hasn't checked yet. And check. Ooh.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Tell you what, there is one way that he can win this hand. That's by going all in.
Are you sure?
I think that an all-in might get it through, to be honest.
I think this is a trap.
I think it's very, very difficult to move all in based on the preceding conversation.
2.2x pot. I think it's like,
there you go.
Not going to do anything.
Check to showdown, and a pair of aces is good as David Docherty increases his chip lead, 3.7 million, close to 125 big blinds. Just 15 minutes into the level, 15 minutes into the day with one elimination so far. Martin Susor out in 16th place. But we are heading to the other table, where it's Ben Heath against Alexandre Volumier. We join this hand on the turn. Volumier's bet 220k on a Jack 6-5 deuce board with 3 hearts. Ben Heath all in. Volumier calls. Heath tables 5s for a set. Aces for Volumier. Heath ahead, but Volumier does have the ace of hearts, and there are 3 hearts on the board.
Oh, man.
An ace on the river, a heart on the river will see Ben Heath eliminated in 15th place.
I wanted to make 4x to flop, but my...
It's a heart. And Ben Heath gets bad beat on the river and is KO'd, cashing for £34,250.
Tough break there on the river, but Ben Heath, a consummate professional, you've been there before.
Anyway.
Gonna let that one slide off the shoulders.
He'll just win 100k next week. It's fine.
Looks like it's round to Vassiez with King 4 in the cutoff.
Does like suited kings. Worked last time.
Nah. You got to be balanced.
Seidel on that shover fold stack.
Yeah, ace king on the button.
Call me old fashioned, but I lean shove.
Erik declares all in. David Docherty is in the small blind.
Now Docherty can bust his idol, or double him up.
So just top boss. Aleem Kanji is playing a 26 big blind stack and has king queen.
Oof. Yeah, 12.5 bigs.
Sorry.
Probably going to have to play as a call a lot of the time. You hate to be up against, ace X and be behind, but,
the one on the bottom.
because the shoves comprise of queen jacks and queen tens and king tens and, suited kings, queen 9 suited, you're just dominating too much of Seidel's shove range here. So you probably have to call this and just hope to be ahead and hold or to get there.
He does call Griffin, but he is not ahead. It is a domination situation in Seidel's favor, and he is the big favorite here to double up through Kanji.
God, what a nit. Waits for ace king. How do you not just have king 10, man?
Nit and luck box.
Yeah. You're a nitty luck box, Erik. Hope you're listening to this right now. I'm just kidding. I love you.
The flop is ace jack 9. So far, so good for Seidel. Does not want to see a 10. That would give Kanji a straight. Nine on the turn, pairs the board. Same outs needed for Kanji. Still 4 cards in the deck. Erik has to fade on the river to double up and survive. Seidel is still with us and is no longer the low man at the table. Erik Seidel now has 26 big blinds. Aleem Kanji is down to 15 big blinds. It's now top boss in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
To be clear, no major action at the feature table right now. Hand has just concluded. it seems that Coutinho is running out of time bank cards.
What will he do?
Or what
will
if,
he call?
What if,
will he fold?
Or what if they don't tell him that he used his last card and
that's what I'm
they
saying.
fold him?
They will, don't worry. He's got the single chip in his hand. He is all in. Pollak's all in. Aces for Volumier. Aces for Pollak.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
And Coutinho has got Queen 10.
Oftentimes, I kind of like the suited gappers, but in this case, I think I'll take the aces. Or the other aces.
It's Queen 10 of spades for Coutinho, and then we've got aces for the Lumiere, aces for Pollak. And Coutinho is at risk of going out in 14th place here. The flop, Jack 4-3, one spade.
One spade, one straight card.
Turn card. 5 of hearts, Coutinho drawing dead. So Coutinho will be eliminated in 14th place. As far as the pot between Pollak and the Lumiere is concerned, it's a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Apart from this guy.
Not to be continued.
Well, we've got aces here for the chip leader, raising to 80,000. We've got David Docherty on the button with ace-jack suited. Oh, 2 big stacks, 2 decent hands, especially at a short-handed table.
Yeah, I mean, they are both very deep. I wonder if he opts to play this one on the slower side for that reason, but ace-jack suited on the button, you know, 3-bet totally possible.
Docherty has decided to 3-bet in position. He's re-raised to 235,000. The blinds are folded. It's back on Harabek. And when you look at the stack sizes here, Nick, is there an argument for flatting with the aces?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, I think in a very high-pressure ICM scenario, when you're this deep stack, the best way to get all the chips in is to actually get more in pre-flop, right? Because then it sequentially increases the pot size thereafter, and it's easier to justify getting the chips in without overbetting, etc. So I feel like this should always be a 4-bet, but you know, these guys might have some history. Maybe
475.
There it is. Okay, yep. And I love the sizing here as well, James. It's basically just a little bit above a click. That's how 4-bet should be sized.
Okay, so question now is, can Docherty legitimately call and play the flop in position, or is ace-jack, even suited, too weak to call this 4-bet?
So the consideration here is, well, it's not that much more for me to call. I have position. I have the hand that flops well. I have a good price. If this guy is capable of 4-bet bluffing with like ace-5, I have that crushed. Ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited is a very common 4-bet bluff in these scenarios. So he might level himself into a call here despite being very, very dominated. And the pot is increasing, James. It is massive already.
We have got more than $1 million in the middle already. The 2 biggest stacks at the table, and it is a king, jack, deuce board. So Docherty with second pair top kicker. Harabek a 9-1 favorite with the overpair to the board.
Oh, man, this is getting spicy. Look at the SPR here, James. Docherty's got about 3x pot behind here. It's not unreasonable to think that there's a chance that these chips might go in. This obviously isn't the best flop for ace-jack. Harabek might be concerned about jacks or kings at this point. But when SPR is like 3, I think you're just supposed to barrel off. I think you're just supposed to go for it, even if you've gotten unlucky here.
Well, 275,000 is the continuation bet from Harabek.
Yep, very, very small continue as we've come to expect in these 4-bet pots. I don't think ace-jack can fold at this stage, especially if he is thinking, oh, I was beating some 4-bet bluffs pre.
Docherty calling, taking us to the turn. And that turn card is the 3 of diamonds. While Hrabek, 95% favorite, has aces, has the diamond draw.
Yeah, that ace of diamonds feels so good in this spot. Even if you decide not to fire, you know you're always drawing to the nuts in some fashion.
So 1.6 in the middle. Docherty, the effective stack with 2.6 behind. Oh, sorry, Elka wanted me to say it in the style of Mathis from Casino Royale. 1.6 million in the pot.
350.
Continuation. Again, relatively small, but because the pot was so inflated pre, still within shoving range on the river if he does decide to call here. It might be a little bit on the larger side, but the bet sizing here, absolutely expert, in my opinion.
Docherty calls, and we are going to the river. 2.3 million in the pot. Docherty will have to go all in.
He's just kept it so small, James. It's like ace-jack's like, what am I supposed to do? And the running diamonds. Aces with the ace of diamonds. This is the nuts.
It's a straighty flushy board, Nick.
Yeah.
Docherty's got second pair. When the bet comes from Hrabek, this has to be a fold. Am I just playing results? Am I just too influenced by what I can see knowing Hrabek's hand? If I've got ace-jack of spades and I'm looking at that board and someone shoves on me, I do not want to be calling it off.
I mean, you know, maybe he gives him the queen of diamonds here. Maybe at this point he just wants to commit and make the rest.
375.
375, keeping it really small again.
Okay, I was going to let him get away cheap.
I mean, is this a size that might induce a bluff from ace-jack? I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Yes, Chad, I know queen 10 of diamonds is the nuts. Stop it. Behave yourselves.
I mean, the problem is Hrabek is not going to fold. If Docherty decides to turn this hand into a bluff and shoves here, you're not going to fold because of the one time in however many million that your opponent's got queen 10 of diamonds.
That's what I mean. The effective nuts, of course, Chad. Don't be so pedantic. Oh, it's so annoying. He's like, I had showdown now. Oh. Just the size is so small here. Will he level himself into bluffing it off? I mean, you could get two kings to fold here. You could get two jacks to fold here on the river if you size up.
I think we can all agree, whatever controversy has occurred in the last hour, that this is legitimate use of time bank cards.
Absolutely.
Running the hand through his head. Running through the streets. Third time bank card played by Docherty. I mean, the more he thinks, Nick, the more it's about calling, right? Rather than trying to make some kind of move.
Yeah, I think that's the vibe he's giving as well. He doesn't look. He's not giving off the visual tells that suggest that he's going to suddenly try and look very strong. He's agonizing whether or not he's calling, but this is. Oh, he's just got such a good price, but I just don't know how he can call here.
Well, this is going to change the dynamic of this table. It's going to change the dynamic of this tournament as Docherty plays another time bank card. A pot of over 2.5 million, 375,000 to call. Temptation so strong as a fifth time bank card is played. Another 30 seconds thinking time for Docherty.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him mouthing there. He's just sort of trying to talk his way through what he can be at this stage. And I think that kind of precludes him from actually trying to represent something strong at this point.
He makes the laydown, gets away from it on the river. But regardless of that, Roman Hrabek has just won a huge pot and extended his chip lead up to 5.4 million now. That's a 135 big blind stack as David Docherty drops down to 2.2. Okay, still got 56 bigs. Above average, very comfortable, one of the biggest stacks remaining, but when you've had that monster stack for so long, when you've been chip leaders for so long, that is a psychological blow.
Kishu here.
Yeah, this could be dicey. Let's pick it up here.
But just called in the big blind and then flops. Top tizzy.
Top tizzy, and will we see a fast play here? No, because what do we decide? We're profiling Kishu. Likes to trap.
Yeah. And if there's anyone that knows things about traps, it's the guy who has a comic called Trap. He's actually putting it up right now to the camera you guys can't see. Is an official comic.
Kishu checks again.
And I'd be surprised if we see a check here from Lodge. You have to understand.
Ooh, I'd be surprised if we saw a bet.
Kishu does have the top two pair, but Lodge doesn't want to just check back here and let a Jack 9, a 10-9 not face some pressure. Those are the hands that will fold.
I am the surprised one now. Because Lodge has bet 400,000 into 575. Really, as you just said, trying to get a 9 to fold.
Or even getting a king to fold. I mean, we saw, we saw Kishu fold an ace to a very small bet on the turn on a previous hand. So if you have that information, and that was well over half an hour ago, if you've gone to the rail and a friend has told you, like, listen, Kishu folded top pair after a check through board, you got to play these spots hard against him when you think he has top and middle pair. So the fact that Kishu actually has two pair, such a blessing. And I hope for Lodge's sake that the river's not a spade, because I think Lodge might come out firing here and expecting, Kishu to have something like just King X.
Mm-hmm. Except Kishu is now reaching for chips.
Yeah, but if he does one of his little block bets, that might even incentivize Lodge more.
Ooh.
So
reaches for chips and then checks.
I think we could see a big bet, upwards of 700,000 to 1.5 million, really putting the pedal to Kishu. Certainly in the realm of possibility that Lodge just says, you know what, I'm doing well on this table. I'm just going around, I'm chilling, I'm taking my little spots. But I think you got to take this spot because you expect your opponent to just have a king. So I think a big bet is coming, maybe even upwards of $1 million.
So Harry seems undeterred by the fake reverse tell from Kishu.
You just wish you were able to throw those chips out a little cleaner, right? Just your hand is shaking. You're like, there's a malfunction with my betting.
And now Kishu's trap has worked so well that he maybe has to consider that he doesn't have the best hand anymore. 1.15 million into a pot of 1.3 million. We can just call this a pot-sized bet, right?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's mark it.
Now you got to wonder, did Lodge get there?
Well, logic would dictate that you're losing to a flush.
It would.
That was a Lodge pun, sorry. I didn't know that.
But we have seen Kishu, and we have heard that he thinks that these pros try to bluff him too much.
But we've also seen him make big folds. So, which Kishu you want to be? Do you want to be the brave director? Or the cautious?
I don't think you make a movie called hashtag
Don't say it.
Dog Poop Girl if you're not brave.
Well, I mean, is he the girl or is he the poop right now? Or the dog?
He's the auteur. You're saying, is he the girl in the painting? No, he's the painter.
Oh, okay.
Kishu can
What's
fold
it going to
and still
be,
have
chat?
2 million
The chat
left.
is convinced it's going to be a call, which means if he does fold, it's going to explode with WTFs and LOLs. So, which script is Kishu going to write in this hand? The biggest hand of the FT, and finds
Makes
the
the call. Snaps off the triple barrel bluff from Lodge.
Boom.
And wins a huge pot.
Boom.
Lodge down to 1 million in chips. That's 21 big blinds. Kishu rockets to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and poor Harry Lodge just thinking to himself, did you have to have like 2 pair? I think Harry's not really going to regret that bluff. I think he knows that that's a bluff he needs to make a lot of the time. Just happened to be so high up in his range at the top 2. And now the new chip leader.
I mean, hashtag dog poop girl never made it to the top of the box office. But Dan Kishu has made it to the top of the leaderboard with 9 players remaining. EPT London 2022. The year of Romania.
Okay, I'll make a deal with you, Joe. If Kishu wins EPT London, you and I are watching Dog Poop Girl together. Deal?
Yeah, sure.
It's a deal. Shake on it.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah.
I want to see an O-Tour at work.
Bogdan asks, what is the story behind the year of Romania? It just is. It's the year of Romania.
This year in particular, more than previous and any other. And here is the spot for Flynn. Running out of room, running out of time, man. I got no time left.
Getting it in with Flynn.
Yeah, you're
420.
You're not thrilled about having to shove here, especially because Lodge is going to probably raise much tighter playing 20 big blinds. But, you know, you've been real quiet all tournament. Got all final table, pardon me.
There's going to be an all-in call. He's open, you can't fold.
420.
Roberts with 8s is going to have to ditch those, I think.
How much are you playing, Harry?
Flynn was...
Also, can I just say...
Yeah.
You want to say something first?
I was going to say Flynn was the short stack yesterday and maybe even the day before. Been treading water this for like
I just want to
3
say
days.
that Lodge probably has to call an 8 big blind shove.
Yeah.
But really isn't liking it.
Right.
You know, you have to imagine that the range of hands that Flynn is going to have are going to have ace-10 in pretty bad shape. We're talking, you know...
This is a best-case
pocket
scenario,
nines,
King-Queen.
Pocket 9s plus, but is going to call, recognizing that stack is just too short. And here we go.
All pictures, dealer. Come on.
So, Lodge...
You don't want all pictures.
Is ahead.
All pictures would give Broadway to Lodge. Big smile, ready for the pictures.
Just depends on which all pictures. 3 kings is fine.
Add
Yes.
pictures. You want.
Just not all of the pictures. And if Lodge loses this, they will flip-flop positions on the leaderboard. King high flop.
I'm ready for my close-up. More pictures.
Flynn needs to fade an ace now. That is just the right amount of pictures. Turn card is a 4. Lodge with 3 outs. Oh! Oh my goodness.
Cheers. You too, Jimmy.
Flynn can't dodge lodge. Ace on the river. Barry Greenstein says hello. And Jamie Flynn says goodbye.
Damn. Maybe we can hire him.
Jamie Flynn fought valiantly all day. Was the short stack multiple times throughout this tournament, especially today. Did his absolute best, flopped his absolute best, could not hang on.
Yeah,
Finishes this tournament in 9th place.
Welcome back to live coverage of Day 5 of the PokerStars European Poker Tour from the Hilton Park Lane, hosted by the Hippodrome Casino. We're about to kick off the 5th and final level of the day. Now, we said at the start the objective was to get down to 6. 8 players still remain, and the way things are going, there's a strong chance we can play out another 90 minutes of poker without losing a player. That said, we do have a couple of short stacks right now. Harry Lodge and David Docherty. Meanwhile, at the top of the leaderboard, Dan Kishu is second in chips. Roman Harabets has 66 big blinds. The average stack right now, just 35 bigs. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
This boat is going to burst. It's getting full. People are going to have to start busting.
I mean, this has played so deep throughout. We were looking at a 70 big blind average for so many stages of this tournament. Now, 35 big blind average. Now we've gone to the 40-80 blind level. If we were to play through the next 90 minutes, we were to come back with a final table of 8 tomorrow, we'd be looking at a 28 big blind average. That's just silly for an EPT main, Griffin.
Yeah, someone's going to get ace queen on the button against Jackson Small for a 50 big blind pot. People are going to start to fall.
So these are the 8 players remaining, competing for big cash money. A reminder that most of the £3.6 million prize pool is still to be paid out. And with 8 players remaining, we have not yet hit the 6-figure scores. Nearly 80k for the next player out. Then we're looking at more than 100 grand for 7th. The usual jumps with every elimination. More than £400,000 for the runner-up. And up top, £664,400, plus the trophy, plus a place in European Poker Tour history. Looks like players are coming back from the extended break. Looks like we're almost ready to get cards in the air again. Joe, we have got 2 players in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Lodge and Docherty, but based on what you saw during the last 45 minutes of the previous session, do you think we lose a player? Do you think we get down to 7 or 6 tonight?
I mean, law of averages says that someone has to go broke eventually, but it's not a guarantee.
It has been incredibly conservative, and I get it, with the pay jumps and also the prospect of coming back to play on final table day.
Yeah, and if Docherty makes the, final day, how many chips does he need to have people flying in, coming out?
That's a great question.
What is the threshold? 24 bigs? I'll set the line.
I know it's sad, but I would definitely consider that, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I would either try to double up tonight.
If I had 13 bigs, I'd be like, Mom, you can come, but...
2-1.
I know you'd come anyway.
1-1.
Yeah, I think... Sorry, James, but Kravich is probably going to play 100% of range here with this ICM pressure.
Action folded to him in the small blind. 10-5 offsuit.
Yeah, I think this just needs to play as a raise. Pretty stiff one in that 3.5-ish range. And that's exactly around the amount he chooses. And Fudel quickly folds the Jack 4. Jack 4!
So, of course, whether we get down to 6 or come back with 7 or 8 players tomorrow, we will be streaming every single hand cards up as we play down to a champion on the final day of this main event. Live coverage starting at 1 p.m. local time, 2 p.m. Central European time. Someone is going to lift that trophy. Question is, will it be a UK champion on the UK leg of the European Poker Tour?
They better do it. Everyone else is outnumbered. Array.
Over to Ian Hamilton, one of 4 British players at this table. He passes.
Pretty good final table here for Ian Hamilton. He's down to about $1 million, now floating around 32 big blinds with 2.6 million.
Here we go again.
Roberts on the button with Queen 10.
Would you still be
Hold on.
stiff here, Griffin?
Ooh, so takes the max ICM pressure by shoving for effectively 25 big blinds. Probably grateful that he got through. Miguel, who had more chips.
No, it was very bad. I was like, there's almost no point looking at this.
That's funny. Notice that he only looked at one card. Must have been the deuce.
I mean, even the 4, right?
Yeah, even the 4.
Roberts playing 71 big blinds, overwhelming chip leader, has put a lot of distance between himself and Dan Kishu, who sits in second place on the leaderboard. Jack Sinclair is an above average stack, but he's only playing 40 big blinds. Everyone else below average.
Tournament's like everyone's backyard swimming pool. It's like deep, 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 shallow. Immediately.
Those are the good old days, huh? Backyard pools. You make little whirlpools with your friends.
I forgot about that.
Those
yeah.
were a good time.
The above ground swimming pool, you guys have those in Canada?
Yeah. You just fill them up.
Ace-9 in the small blind for David Docherty, who is the shortest stack at the table, just over 10 big blinds.
This is really, the dream. When you have a hand like this, one of the big chip leaders has an open with their king 10 off in mid position where you can't really shove ace-9. You just get that clean shove through and add to your chips.
Docherty pretty much tied with Harry Lodge for last place right now. The next hand. Action on Ian Hamilton.
No, Ian.
Folds the Queen 3. Dan Kishu with 9-4 offsuits.
The 9 of spades bringing back good memories to that hand before the break. But the 4 ain't the partner you want.
So chip leader Roman Hrabets. He's got the short stacks to act after him. Opens to 160,000. Docherty's on the button. Folds 10-4. Jack Sinclair in the small blind. Has ace-jack of hearts.
Fun.
I mean, what do you expect of that?
So Jack has flattered. Harry Lodge has folded the small blind. We're going heads up to the flop.
Okay.
Hrabet's going to be very aware. Ooh. That
Yikes.
the range is going to be stronger from Sinclair flatting here, but has gotten very lucky on the flop. And with the ace on board and the ace in your hand, you're thinking, it's probably likely that Sinclair just has something like king, queen, queen, jack suited that he's going to fold the flop, but that's not the case. You have gotten the perfect cooler scenario. You just got to hope the board doesn't change too much. Backdoor hearts, 5 would be brutal.
Insta 5.
But right now, the rotation has worked in Hrabets' favor. He's continued for 150,000.
An ace is not the only hand that comprises Sinclair's flat range here. Also going to be all those pocket pairs that might call the small blind here, sort of sixes through jacks.
Queen on the turn. Roberts now pretty much a 4-1 favorite.
Yeah, now Hrabich is really hoping it's that ace-jack type hand, maybe something like the king-queen or queen-jack of diamonds. Hands that really won't be able to fold the turn. So I think you can really size up here because all those pocket pairs are going to be folding to any size, whereas the hands like ace-jack, ace-10 are probably going to stick around for, you know, as much as 500,000 as we see a bet of about 450, I believe.
So yeah, Roberts going bigger, 450 into 780. Who's got the sniffles? It's driving me nuts.
Not me. Yeah, and Jack doesn't love this spot because at this point, I don't think he believes that he's beating much of the value range of Hrabich, so it's just split between all the bluffs, which are plentiful. And there is the 5, and you know what that means.
Yeah, it means that aces and deuces have been counterfeited. And ladies and gentlemen, unless Sinclair gets bluffed off this chop, you're going to hear a beautiful vocal performance.
I mean, there is a, you know, the fact that Hrabich hasn't checked back pretty quickly means that he has the gear of just shoving here. You know, of course Sinclair can have ace-queen, but can't ever have ace-5. Wouldn't really be calling in the small blind here. So you really have an opportunity to potentially, you know, bluff Sinclair off the chop. You go all in here for 1.5x pot. You really put him into the grinder with all of those short stacks behind. Not just the short stacks. I mean, heck, all the stacks but 1 or 2.
Well, we saw Hrabich play a time bank card there. Wants to think about his options. He decides to check it back. It goes to showdown. It will be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Ding, 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 ding.
The timing was off there, Greg.
Was it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was wanted to see the reaction of Hrabich there. We're still going to get 9s across the board. Don't worry about it, all right? 5. Wow, I guess I really was off.
Griffin, it's like, you know, when there's always one guy in the band who's like, they're going to come see the show no matter what, man. It doesn't matter.
As long as we play our hits, everyone's going to love it.
Yeah, I mean...
By the way, I got a solo thing coming up next year.
Look, sorry, I'm not perfect, okay? Sorry, I'm not a robot. Gets you every time.
All right, Nick Walsh, everyone's a critic.
You mind selling me 3 queen chips? So I can keep the stack even. Thank you.
You know, from Maria, I would expect it. But from you.
Action folded to Kishu. Sits in second place on the leaderboard. Folds. Arbet's opening with King 9.
He's just got all the leeway here.
Yeah, Hrabich knows how to use a chip lead. Not his first rodeo. I think we can all tell.
Udell folds, Docherty folds, Sinclair is out. Harry Lodge in the small blind. Passes. And Lumia also out.
And is this just how it is, or can Kishu open and try to take that away from Rabbits?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we can maybe suggest that Kishu isn't as familiar as he waves away.
Trying to fly away.
Yeah, trying to fly
Not
away
at all. Just
from the responsibility of being one of the chip leaders.
Maybe he's getting a little whiff of that dog poop girl.
I mean, look, Hrabic can still punish him, if he wants to. And for all intents and purposes, we've seen Hrabic be willing to attack. It seems as though Hrabic's default setting a lot of the time is, attack. If there's a choice between doing one of the two things, it's usually the aggressive action. We've seen over the course of this very long day, there have been a couple pots where, some turn bets that haven't worked out for him because at the end of the day, that's where I think Hrabic feels most comfortable, putting the pressure on. As we see this, typically pretty loose open, but just that's the opportunity that he has here with this chip lead and all the ICM pressure. And this is the problem, is someone is going to wake up, but, you're not thrilled about your prospects of sort of inducing here. I think you just kind of need to shove the 30 big blinds and take it down. But has gone for an induce. Is prepared to go to the felt. You would just hate to get 4-bet shoved here by King Queen and then be in a flip, but Hamilton ain't scared. Always such a perplexed look on his face is Hrabic.
I don't want to make it look too easy.
Yeah. This is part of the wonderful feeder of live poker, especially live tournament poker, is, you got to look real offended. If you're running over the table and someone dares to cross you, you think, oh, you don't do that again.
This time.
Yeah.
Ian Hamilton hovering around the 35 big blind mark. He is an average stack right now, pretty much bang on average. Lodge and Docherty still short, both still in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Also, Roberts is going to win so much playing the way he has compared to the few times he's going to have to give it up to a 3-bet, right?
Yeah.
It's just printing, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, if it's folded to, if Pudel here has ace-jack off, what's he going to do with all these players behind? He's going to throw it in the muck. If Sinclair has king-queen off, feel good about your hand against that particular open range, but all those stacks behind, you don't really need to get involved. You don't need to be playing a guessing game on. And right here is a bit, frustrating. Your 6th in chips out of 8, which represents a pay jump of, double 8th place money almost. But it's too good to fold when it's suited, and we do see a call.
Yeah. So the open from Hrabets was 160,000, flattered by Humier to on the button, and now we have the blinds. The small's been folded. Kishu with Jack 7 in the big.
Oh, you're getting a massage. You can get professionals to do.
Bit of a loose complete here, playing 50 big blinds from Kishu, but actually doing very, very well against these particular hands.
Always coming 7. Kishu with the advantage.
Tricky spot here for Hrabic. Not really the strongest range in this situation. Normally the under-the-gun player would have the strongest range, but Villemir has, you know, a pretty tight range on the button. So the kind of hands you are going to fold out with a c-bet here against the button are going to be the exact hands that he happens to have, which is the king-queen suited, no backdoors. You know, you still have the big blind to worry about. So this is a spot that if Kishu didn't flop that 7, this would work out very, very well for Hrabic. Still, that stare. And I'm very excited to see if Kishu, once he continues as what I presume would be at a call, how he's going to handle increased attack from Hrabic, because I doubt, you know, if the turn's a queen, we don't see more action. But I could also just see Kishu check raising here to see where he's at, and it being, you know, an annoying little spot for Hrabic, not really knowing what to do, but it is played as a call.
Six of spades on the turn. Kishu still ahead. 4-1 favorite over Hrabic.
A little open window here for Hrabic with that ugly straight draw. Four more outs with the 4 now. But a tough card to barrel. Because if your opponent did have something like 8-9, 6-8, hand has drastically improved, and the 7, nothing's really changed. So it's not like that queen we were maybe hoping to see what would happen.
Well, a small piece on the river for Hrabic, but not enough.
Good luck trying to get Kishu to fold top pair.
Well, I want Kishu to win this pot because I want to hear another joke. So a lobster walks into a bar.
I don't know if you do. Yeah, no real reason here for Hrabic to turn this hand into a bluff. Sometimes you just got there against maybe something like ace-jack and ace-10 that called the flop.
Yeah, it gets checked to showdown. And Kishu closes the gap, closing in on the 5 million mark. 60 bigs for the Romanian filmmaker. Roman Hrabic still leads, though, with 5.3 million, a 66 big blind stack. Kishu having a very good day 5. Up nearly 4 million from the start of today. Second place on the leaderboard. And on to the next hand. With a maximum of 70 minutes left on the day in our quest to get down to the final 6. But if we get to the end of this level, we will stop for the day and come back with however many players remain seated at this table. Der Kartoffelbaum asks, where's the joke? Good question. They say you are what you eat. Well, that makes me a... Oh, can't do the punchline of that one.
It makes you a vegan cheeseburger? Oh, I just got it.
If I tell you it's a Roy Chubby Brown joke, you can obviously guess the missing word.
I gave you chips. Give me a joke.
It was only you gave me. When does a man knows that?
Are we? It's starting.
When does he knows that he's fat?
Wait, what? Say again?
I can hear you better.
When does the man know?
When I cannot because it's a lady here. When a guy realizes that
we
he's
can, but we
fat,
can watch your bad.
Okay.
he realizes that he's fat when he cannot see his dick anymore. Because he's fat.
It's not even a joke.
When
Is that whole thing the setup?
That's the joke, yeah.
That's the joke.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, Joe, when you get a gig
Yeah.
in one of Dan Kishu's clubs,
Yeah.
I think you need to realize that is the level of humor that you're going to have to hit to land with the audiences in Bucharest.
Wait. I don't understand. How is this a joke? Some of you can see your...
I'm going to say that most dealers have probably heard a lot worse than that and tolerated a lot worse.
It's actually one of my favorite things about this dealer. She's totally unfazed all the time, and you can tell that she's like trying to hold back laughter like at the players.
Am I right in thinking that Alexandra is originally from Romania?
She is, yes.
Year of Romania.
The year of Romania. Yes, both she and her partner are from Romania.
It wasn't really a joke.
Calm down, chat. It's not really a joke.
It's just an observation.
Griffin,
It's just fat phobic.
just honestly, it's not worth thinking about.
It's not. It's okay. It's fine. I do like Dan, even though I didn't like that joke. Joke.
Yumia is going to open here with Ace-King offsuit. Hamilton with King-Jack suited.
Good fold. Discipline. Oh!
Yep. Ace-King of diamonds for Dan Kishu.
Just gonna warm up the vocal cords not below this one.
This time, pay attention to your performance and don't worry about what the players are doing.
I was actually just slipped a note from one of the producers saying, "This is your last chance." Okay, jeez, pretty intense. What if I do the robot voice? No? No. Take my moments with that one. I don't want to drag him to the ground.
Okay, all the chips are going in.
All but one chip? No.
And not too much drama here, although we have seen sickness in spots like this before.
Everyone loves a free roll.
And strictly speaking,
3 flush draws out there.
Alex is the at-risk player.
But he's younger. I prefer to have ace deuce to have his game.
Is he saying he prefers to have ace deuce in the spot?
Thank you very much. Keep on saying. Anybody else, Diamond?
I don't remember. I had 2 hearts.
I have one.
Less likely for him then.
I have 1 heart. You have 2 hearts. I'll listen to curiosity.
Okay, well,
Okay.
zero drama on this board. This is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Ding, 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 ding.
Wrong street. Why no one has...
I deserve the 5 more, yeah.
And I'll give you a joke, Griffin, as Kishu kind of won that pot.
Okay.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting cow.
Boo.
Oh my gosh.
Got him.
Did you hear what happened to the person that invented knock jokes?
No.
He won the Nobel Prize.
Dar cred că ție pot să spun că ești o fată mult prea des.
Now he's telling her the joke in Romanian. It's probably funnier in the original language.
Yeah, I agree.
I kind of think you need to take this comment on board, by the way, from Repbing. Good performance, but the ding, ding, ding sort of ruined it. That's the sevens meme.
Oh, I don't know why.
You're crossing the memes.
I don't know.
Don't cross the memes.
That's what that's a good advice from Ghostbusters. That's what they said. That's when they created memes. Don't cross them.
Stat trick. I'm going to side with Griffin. There is a ding in the Chop Pot song. Patrick, it is the melody of the Chop Pot song. It does not go ding, 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 ding.
But
That's
it
the seventh
feels like
thing.
it does towards the end of it at the end, no?
Also, who pays your wages?
Drinks on me, Patrick.
Yeah.
I can see Sam hovering. Yeah.
What the heck is going on?
What the heck is going on over there? What's going on over here? What's going on over here?
Well, Sinclair has paired his 7 on the turn, but Kishu's still well ahead with a pair of queens with the ace kicker.
Jackie. Taking a little stab.
Yeah, I don't love this block bet here from Sinclair. Unless Kishu just folds.
Never fold.
I think this is a touch too thin from Sinclair.
Halloween present.
Well, the chips are coming back, Dan. You've won the pot.
Yeah.
And Dan Kishu has just retaken the chip lead.
One more joke. Everybody deserves another chance. You know?
Telling you the same answer. If you ask me no questions, I cannot tell you lies.
Yes.
I choose to decide it like this. I don't know. Emotional. I'm an artist. I'm not a professional. Crazy things.
Saying he's not a professional again, Harry. You believe him? Again. Nonsense.
What's wrong? What did I say?
5 months.
Professional bridge superstar.
Sometimes on some spots, on some blocks, I can tight better than you, but
Something
only
about
some.
pocket aces, just
Honestly.
it's different on an EPT final table, especially when you've been raising every hand. Ravage can barely control his smirk. Oh yeah, it's just normal. I'm just raising and like normal, taking chips from you guys. Don't mind me. Harry, no.
10-6 suited, and Harry, problem is he doesn't have a huge stack, so he can't be too speculative with his calls. I mean, could flick in the extra 80k, but unless he connects hard with his board.
Yeah, just going to imagine that a lot of the time is going to have very live cards against Ravage. You know, get some boards you can maybe check shove on, maybe like a 9 deuce 6.
Oh,
Harry.
Harry. No.
And it's just a stack to pot ratio of about 2 to 1. Going to be facing a continuation bet around a third pot. You know, Harry might just be calling, but you're going to be folding out a lot of live overcards when you just check shove here. You know, you want to be able to fold out the king jack and things like that, which will be played as a bet fold often. And Ravage actually sizes up a little bit, unblocking everything on board. And that's really, I think, going to force Lodge to make a decision right here. And you call here, suddenly you have less than 10 big blinds remaining.
You think we might see a Lodge jam?
Yeah.
Oh no, Harry Lodge gets it all in, and the snap call from Hrabets, who is an 83% favorite with aces. Lodge does not have many outs because of folded cards. 2 10s, 1 6 in the deck, only 3 cards that can save him.
It's easier for Lodge to improve than Rabbits.
That's true. Although a deuce or a 9 is technically improving.
Yeah,
it's actually more outs.
All right, fine.
Yikes. Yeah.
Okay, now Harry Lodge is drawing to a 1 outer. He will be eliminated in 8th place unless we see the 6 of diamonds on the river.
As the aces improve to 2 pair.
And Harry is KO'd. And we are finally down to 7 players. Harry Lodge will go back to his manor with 8th place prize money of £79,750.
Harry dislodged.
That means the remaining 7 are all now guaranteed a 6-figure score. More than 100 grand for the next player out. And also, if we do lose another player, we will be done for the day.
I didn't even know, to be fair.
We are trying to get down to 6, guys, but if we get to the end of this level, there's still 54 minutes to play. With 7 players, we'll come back with 7 tomorrow.
That's just better.
I don't know.
Chair removed as if he never existed.
They should leave it there, but just tilt it up on the table.
After eliminating Harry, Roman Hrabets has retaken the chip lead. 6.5 million at the start of this hand, an 80 big blind stack.
Yeah, it's really the Ravage and Kishu's show. Both combining for about almost 150 big blinds. Everyone else 35 or less.
I kind of feel that the Dan Kishu show probably would have flown on like BBC One on a Saturday night in the late 70s, early 80s, but now maybe not so much.
I'll charge you very...
Will you start charging me for every joke now?
No. Next one I'll charge you about, because it's one of the best.
Oh, really? You still didn't say the best one?
Oh, come on.
Then we are gonna come...
What do we do tomorrow?
Yeah, that's true. Then you're gonna go heads up tomorrow. You know, me against you. You can keep telling me jokes. So at least everyone will.
It's too far away.
You mean he can start telling
too far
you
away.
jokes?
Just kidding.
A7 suited for Kishu under the gun.
Was72 asks on Twitch, if the heads-up players are in the 1 and 9 seat, do they stay sat there or do they move around?
Yeah, some
take this one,
jokes in,
Joe?
I guess.
Yes. Thank you for your
I don't
question.
know.
All night long.
Hang on,
Google.
that was an either-or question. You can't answer yes to an either-or question.
I was answering yes to Griffin's
These are all
question.
Then he can't
private
answer
jokes.
it if
You don't find them anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't keep them
I'm
at
telling
1 and
you.
9.
I know, but
hearing over.
Yeah, he has to go.
Yeah, but then he
We
probably
all
knows all of
situate
them already. So.
Yeah.
I don't know.
In a more appropriate manner.
I know them in my language, not in English.
There it is.
Kind of like
Docherty all in with King Queen.
jokes in different language.
Sometimes you did.
I know a German,
Different.
a German joke for
Hasn't actually gone all in.
for poker.
but
How do you
raised half
how
of
do you
his
call in
stack.
the
We
States
talked about this principle
pocket
earlier.
nines?
Yeah, I know it.
You see?
But I don't know.
No.
Okay.
Folds out the ace jack.
Let's take a quick.
Big ICM fold from Jack Sinclair there.
I can tell you.
Don't want to risk almost half your stack with just ace jack there. You're probably only breaking even against that shove range. Maybe slightly ahead, but hate to just lose a flip against sevens or something there. Or in this case, king queen.
All is correct, one is a bit religious to not correct, one is but that doesn't matter, I guess. No one gave you suspension so far, so because the jokes are good.
So what do you think? One more elimination or
Start
50
making
minutes?
jokes about James Bond or something, and then Hartigan will want him kicked out of the tournament.
I resemble that remark.
If Hartigan's listening, actually, he's a film aficionado. Tell us whether there were any mermaids in the Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't think there were.
There are no mermaids.
No mermaids.
Okay, I'll show you.
I feel like there were. Yeah, I don't know if that's
Drake, I'll
James's
show you.
wheelhouse exactly.
I like the first one.
There's definitely not in the first one.
That's the only one I've seen more than once. The others are pretty atrocious.
There must be mermaids in the Pirates of the Caribbean. There's no way they wouldn't have explored
I think that
mermaids.
they're horrible. They have teeth and they
Yes,
eat them. Yeah,
that makes sense.
That wasn't
It
Harry
is
Potter,
a joke,
though.
but it's not quite. But you
It's
said
so much
it's
darker.
not so
film.
laughable. But
Anyways,
it's
James, I don't know if you were here for that, but
So much
we
darker
did
film
decide
now.
that if Kishu
Like
wins
mermaid
that,
trafficking.
we're all going to watch the girl poop movie and do it
I'm
on the podcast.
Apparently it's on HBO Max.
No, it's not.
Apparently it is.
That's awesome.
Pirates of Bucharest. Pirates of
HBO
Bucharest. That's a very different.
there are some pirates in Bucharest. You can be sure.
Saeed asks on YouTube, do the commentators read the YouTube questions? We do. I'll be honest with you. I think, and I mean this in the nicest
Okay,
possible
let's
way,
keep it friendly.
the conversation on YouTube's really gone in a direction I don't want to read right now, so I've been ignoring it for the last kind of 20 minutes. So you guys need to get back on track.
Yeah, rein it in there, YouTube.
Beautiful.
Hamilton.
Well, I've seen him do this with a straight flush before.
Very good. Two pairs, not only.
Do you think any of his famous jokes are in his movie?
I mean, he's made multiple movies, Griffin. He's not like a one-hit wonder.
I'm a little worried that he finds me very funny, though, at this point. Well, time to see if Poodle's bite is as good as his bark.
Well, Docherty remains the short stack, folds the Jack-10. Round 2, Hamilton on the button. Jack-3 off.
Put me in.
And Roberts with a dominated hand elects to defend his big blind, and we are going to go heads up to the flop.
Nope, don't.
Which is low. 5-4 deuce, all clubs.
Ravitch weighing his options. This is a spot I want to utilize a lead strategy.
Oh, man.
And it's going to be tough to defend against with just ace-king, no club.
Fantastic.
You know, even if your opponent's just betting this small size with a pair of fours, maybe a club as backup, ace-king, no club is doing pretty poorly. I mean, you have to imagine with this size that Poodle isn't going anywhere. But I don't think that Ravitch intends to make Poodle very comfortable going forward.
And not just by telling an off-color joke.
Exactly.
So, Poodle called the 80K on the flop correctly, improves to an 85% favorite on the turn. 9 of diamonds not helping Harabets.
But how do you feel about 375K?
Well, that's the question, right? Decides not to barrel. Checks the action to Poodle.
Yeah, I don't know if this is Harabich changing strategy here more than maybe this was always the plan. Really set the price at the absolute minimum on the flop instead of, you know, facing a continuation bet that might have been twice as big. Trying to set the price at one big blind to see that gutter and those two overs.
And Barry Greenstein makes a welcome appearance for Nils Poodle because he now has top pair.
Go all in.
I mean, Roberts can only really be thinking of making some kind of huge bet here, right?
Very big, yes.
Oh, man.
Very, very big. Something in the realm of probably
1.75 million?
No, not quite that big. That's a pot size bet. Almost a... I mean...
I just close my eyes and call here, right?
I don't want to be results oriented here because sure there are some hands that Poodle would have to fold here, but I think we're expecting Poodle to have a lot of ace-X type hands. But Ravitch is going to have a lot of 3X type hands.
But look how pained
it's
Poodle
painful.
is here, facing this bet of 600,000. He's played a time bank card to extend his shot clock.
But that's what's so interesting about this bluff, too, is that I think Ravitch is aware that Poodle's going to have a lot of ace-X type hands, but because he's aware of that, Pudel is also aware of that the other way, and Pudel thinks it's not a very good bluff, so he's going to have it a lot of the time, and makes the fold.
Folds the best hand as Roman Hrabets increases his chip lead at this 8-handed final table, closing in on the 7 million mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hrabets now playing 6.95 million, 86 big blinds, and right now is the favorite to win the first prize, but obviously there is a long way to go.
Yeah, really interesting metagame there. It's not, I'm sure a lot of the chat pros out there.
Oh, man, chat pros
are.
are
What are you doing?
having
How dare you?
a time right
Why
now.
would you fold when you hit the ace, etc.?
Terrible. What? Terrible fold.
But there's a lot of game flow stuff going into that bluff. Because it seems like an objectively not a great bluff, like it's going into perceived ace. I think that's what tricked Pudel into thinking, well, why would he bluff here? He knows I'm going to have an ace a lot, so just thinks he has it.
Chat pros molding, says Gorgasm. Smoker Robinson says, one more day possibly? Yes. One more day.
Final table tomorrow. Be here or don't. Really doesn't make any difference to me.
No, too much.
I gave you 80.
He gave you a big blind.
Yeah. Instead of 40.
Mm-hmm.
No, you
Now it's too
Now it's- now it's
10 more. Yes.
Yeah. There we go. Thank you.
It's my card.
Why?
You fold.
Ace is a good hand, or what?
No.
Oh.
Jacks, as good as ace is wide. I like it.
So, again, I ask, 40 minutes, does the clock run out, or do we lose a player? What do you think?
Pudel, 19 big blinds. Docherty, 14. Look, I've said from the start of the day, I think we will get down to 6 within the 5 levels.
Long
I'm
day.
sticking to that.
Do you think eventually we see a change to payout structures to make ICM less of a factor? Because, you know, we say like every EPT is different, every final table is different, but this happens a lot.
I don't disagree.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, we just see these situations all the time where no one can play any hands. Someone's got a bunch of chips, and they just have to constantly play super, super tight, making crazy folds.
Yeah, but a couple things have to happen, you know, for big crazy folds to happen. It's very capable chip leaders who are going to make big bluffs that are pretty exciting and interesting and do create a lot of conversation, you know. Without the ICM pressure, I don't think that Hrabets goes for such an interesting bluff such as that one.
I would, if I made the final table.
You want
big
blood.
event.
So you want.
I would, no, I would just make, I would say, guys, let's just all agree to just play.
You don't think they're playing?
Let's just agree to, like, not think about ICM and just play our normal game. Do you all agree?
So when you were on the final table of that satellite to get the World Series,
yeah.
Did anyone know what ICM was when you said that?
No.
The charity event.
No, they didn't.
And they didn't have to because they were going to play.
And I made a deal because the guy wanted the second place prize.
Is it true that someone min raised the 2 big ones and you went all in for like 4 or 5 and they folded?
Yes.
I never thought I heard that in like a fever dream, and I'm like, that
nope,
couldn't have
that
been
is
right.
true.
And what did you have in that hand? Ace 10, right? Is that right?
No, it was like
I think it was Jack 10 suited. Like,
oh my god. Sounds like a bad shove, to be honest. No fold equity, but you knew. Oh. We got Welly.
It was either
on
Jack
Twitch
10
saying-
suited or like 2 4s.
Right. They didn't know what ICM is because it's not a real thing.
Oh, wow.
New t-shirt idea.
And there were like 3 people at the table who knew what was going on. Like, he tanked for a long time. He tanked folded.
Do we know what he ended up having?
No. And they were like, you know.
Can you find out?
Ryan Feldman was standing behind
Is that
me.
a lot too much? If you found out who the person was, could you find out?
No. No, because anyone that would make that fold is someone I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe you could find out who it is and find like
No,
just
I wasn't at the final table either.
for the podcast.
That was. There were like 16 people left. I don't know who it was. But when it happened, like everyone who knew poker just like had to like walk away from the table.
Right.
They were like,
oh gosh. Only Bets the Nut says ICM and birds both not real. That is correct.
Neither is the direction east.
Oh yeah.
Prove it. Prove east exists.
Well, next thing you're going to tell me you're one of those round earth guys.
Roberts in the hijack. King 8 off.
I like how Rabbit's kind of almost resents this responsibility and opportunity to be the table boss. It's like, King 8 hijack. Raids.
Griffin, what did we say about the accents?
That I'm really good on them and I should keep
No,
working on
we
them on
said
the air.
they're now banned.
They're banned?
Hey, I'm sorry, eh? I didn't mean to upset you hosers out there with my...
Oh my god, that's Canadian, right?
I grew up a few hours from the border.
Yeah, that was something else.
Be careful because I can see that at 30 seconds.
Sinclair actually calling with the Jack 10 suited from the small blind. Good for you.
Oh,
Good for
be
you.
careful from now on. Thanks for letting me know.
Jack 10 suited always reminds me of that Midge Hedberg joke about eating pancakes. In the beginning, all exciting, and then by the time the flop hits, you're sick of it. Oh, actually, that kind of worked out. Never mind.
Well, still quite behind.
Still a little exciting, though.
Yeah, but some interesting turn cards, surely. I have to imagine Ravitch will be betting for protection here and not be super thrilled receiving a call from Sinclair. So this hand could get pretty interesting.
You just get yourself invested in this pot. I can hit a 9, I can hit a jack, I can hit a 10, I can hit a club.
It is fun how these
a 10
hands do develop, though, because if you're Ravitch, you're really able to, you go in with a certain amount of information about what you expect Sinclair's range to be, and then once Sinclair is prepared to call on this flop, it shrinks, right? It becomes a lot of the ace-X combos. It becomes the Jack 10 suited, the King, the Queen Jack of diamonds, Queen 10 of diamonds. So Ravitch hates that turn card because it pretty much fills up every single combo but Queen Jack of diamonds. So gonna have to just play this as a check. And now he's not really beating anything.
Time for a jack-jack attack.
Huh. Is this the intention of bluff catching or having to just fold?
Well, it's realizing there's no point in betting because you're just going to get called by better and fold out worse.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way we broke down the range here, Ravitch knows he can never win here, but isn't really prepared to just sort of suddenly represent a strong hand. You know, I think Sinclair is going to check again on the river here with a good ace anyway. Did happen to have one of the hands, maybe would have probably folded to a river bet, but difficult to do there.
Sinclair playing around 40 big blinds. Roman Hrabet still chip leader with 84 big blinds.
I'd say the quality of that hippo is pretty strong.
I mean, they could never see them.
Good little hippo.
Okay.
Love me the chippopotamus.
Is that what it's called? It must be.
It's real. It was made in a lab.
How could you?
It was made in what?
In a lab. It's actually a real hippo, just small.
Oh my god! I didn't realize.
That's why it's so
do more
detailed.
reading. Science has come so far.
It's a what do they call it? Vanity pet.
Oh, no. Incredible. I haven't seen it moving though. It is like stuffed though, right? It's like
it's a teacup chihuahua, but a tea bag hippopotamus. Yes, no, it's not alive anymore.
Okay, good.
It's been shellacked. It lived for 4 incredibly painful days.
This is very much from the Dan Kishu school of comedy right now.
It's from the island of Dr. Moreau.
Good question on Twitch here from Napper. And wasn't he supposed to show the king 8 there? So you don't have to show your hand if you are in position in a situation such as that. The person out of position has to show first. And then if that hand is the winning hand, the other person can just muck. Thank you for your question. Oh, sorry that I answered a question sincerely.
That is kind of what we're meant to do.
Yeah.
Well done, Griffin.
Thank you.
You're back in my good books.
I answer some questions sincerely,
Yeah,
just not
you?
the ones that get asked 500 times a day.
New viewers joining all the time, Joe. People coming into poker all the time.
You know, one of these days I'm going to be James's favorite child, and you're going to think, what happened?
I'll know what happened.
Well, that flop favors Ian Hamilton.
Hey, there's a new viewer here, James, with a question. Wants to know if Spraggy's still in. So go ahead and don't chase him away.
No, Spraggy actually went out before the money in this event. Sadly, did not go 3 for 3 in EPT main event cashes after his success in Monte Carlo and Barcelona. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the wonderful world of the European Poker Tour.
All right, well, we've got another question. They want to know, is Spraggy still in?
I refer you to the answer I gave a moment ago.
We have a question here from Will Meister 1. Is this real money? No, they are playing for chips. Thank you for your question.
This one from a new viewer. Where is this being held? Where is EPT London being held?
Specifically, Joe.
London, Ontario.
We're at the Park Lane Hilton.
Okay, right. We need to rewind. Griffin, when you say they're not playing for real money, okay, the chips have no monetary value.
Oh, gosh.
I think you do need to highlight that there are real cash sums that are paid out as you are eliminated.
Isn't that your job?
You're the one who fielded the question. If you're going to field the question, answer it accurately.
Okay, the accurate answer is yes. Technically, everyone in the tournament is playing for a prize pool of £3.6 million. First place is £664,400.
Thank you.
But the chips on the table
Yes.
are not equal. It's not a cash game. It's not equal to the amount of money. Although the pot is $600,000 and you get about $600,000 for first. That's very confusing. I'm sorry. This is why James should have done it.
Next time, you just sit back, do your shtick, let me do mine.
As long as it doesn't have an accent.
Yeah, that.
I don't know. I look up to you guys. I look up to Joe the way he answers facetiously. I wanted to try one, you know? But instead I just confused everyone and everyone thought it was for play money and... I'm sorry, guys.
Kravitz makes the call. Hamilton gets paid here.
Wow.
First time in a while we've seen anyone rake a pot that wasn't Jack Sinclair, Dan Kishu, or Roman Hrabats.
So that ace high hero call has not cost Hrabats the chip lead. Still has the advantage, 6.2 million. Dan Kishu in second place with 5.2 million. Ian Hamilton's moved up to third place on the leaderboard now with 3.5 million.
Yeah, you know, Hamilton's range there really split between those straight draws that have missed and then the big hands like the 10. And Ravitch was curious. I was curious.
3 players in danger.
Yeah, 3 players with sub 20 big blind stacks. Yes, flakes. This will stop tonight and continue tomorrow. Either we will hit 6 players or we'll get to the end of this level in 26 minutes. Either way, we'll bag and tag for the night and come back tomorrow and play down to a winner. A reminder, if you want to watch the final table stream, every single hand from that FT live and cards up.
No.
2 p.m. Central European time.
I need something. I mean, I'm not the entertainer of the table.
I mean, you're the only one on the table that works in entertainment, so.
That's true. And I do find him entertaining, even though I didn't like the one joke.
At the last hand, I'll tell you another joke with poker.
Oh, good.
The last one with poker for tonight.
Have I told you the joke about the scarecrow? You must know this one.
No, Griffin, but I'm looking forward to it.
You want to hear it? Why was the scarecrow so good at his job?
I don't know, Griffin. Why was the Scarecrow so good at his job?
Because he was outstanding in his field.
I like that. It tickled me. I like to be tickled.
Okay, too far. Well, this is brave. Limping into Robert's big blind.
Only because it's you.
Let him live.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
So you got to soften him up with humor.
Queen, Queen 8. Robert's way good.
You won't get any joke this time.
Ravitch might want to protect / get value from this 8 here. Might get calls from some 2 high card type hands. Maybe some straight draws like Jack 10, Jack 9. Gotta bet it, gotta bet it.
25 is enough to fold.
I do have one more joke for you guys when you're ready, by the way. When the chat asks for it.
Never thought I'd say this, but maybe we should focus on the poker.
This is a nothing hand.
It's been 4 days we play together, huh?
Every day we play together.
Oh, yeah, every day. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Movie.
That's a blanket.
That's an easy one.
That was very like Guillermo del Toro-esque energy.
But
that
it
was
was
nice. I like
reused in another movie.
Ooh.
Yeah. It was reused in a Kusturica movie, Black Cat, White Cat.
I would never got that.
A beautiful comedy.
So,
I
interestingly,
don't know movies, huh?
you just brought up Guillermo del Toro.
Mm-hmm.
There is a new series on Netflix.
Curiosities.
And it has been pointed out to me by a number of people that I make a cameo appearance.
What?
In one of the episodes.
Oh, wow. I only watched the first one. You weren't in that one.
160.
Apparently, one of the characters is watching TV, and they are watching the PSPC.
I don't believe it.
I saw the
so
screenshot.
I might be in the Cabinets of Curiosity, too?
I think you would have heard about it if you were in it.
Oh. That's pretty exciting. What are the royalties on that?
Oh, nothing. PokerStars owns everything I do.
Oh, okay. Wait, does PokerStars own everything I do?
Correct.
Wow.
Check out the small print in your contract.
PokerStars own this dope joke I'm about to tell you.
They even own the thing that your belly now blocks the view
I have
of.
to be very careful.
You should.
I am.
Even like limping here.
The headset.
No, they did. They did mention that in the contract. In fairness, they were very specific.
It was friendly check.
Yeah, I know, but
okay, as
sometimes
Fidel considers
yeah, I know, but sometimes
whether
it's the other way
continue in
around.
this hand. It's a bit tricky this
I
one
don't know.
because
Sometimes.
you're going to be doing okay against some of the bluff range of Vilmer's open, but not so good against the value range.
I told you there, 30 seconds. I knew it.
Okay, if he folds, I'm gonna tell the joke.
Please call.
Has called
160.
sparing the masses from my second best joke, because obviously I led with my best one.
Ace-8 versus Ace-King. And Ace-King still ahead, plus has the gut shot.
It's been so long since we've seen any other two people play a hand together.
It's a bit tricky actually here as the aggressor, because you would hate to have to bet fold your equity here. You can't really bet call and all in when you're both so short like this, but you also don't want to just give a free card, so is going to come out betting.
If I had to guess, I'd say the streamer rooting for you two guys to get hit.
What is it?
I said if I had to guess, I'd say the streamer rooting for you two guys to get heads up.
Not true, Docherty. We're all in your corner. We're just waiting. You're biding your time.
All right, Griffin, hit us with your second best joke.
Oh, yeah? You want it? Okay. Where do bad rainbows go?
I don't know. Where do bad rainbows go?
Prism! But don't worry. It's only a light sentence.
I think that was better than the Scarecrow's one.
All right, the tag got me.
Once again, Griffin.
I've surprised
I am
you.
tickled. I have been tickled.
Do you guys want to hear the first joke that made me cry laughing as a kid? Like the funniest joke I'd ever heard in my life until
Sure.
then. What's the longest thing in the world? Toilet paper, because it can reach the moon.
Okay.
What?
It's a butt joke. Moon. Reach the moon. Toilet paper.
I don't get it.
No? Okay. Wait. How do you use toilet paper?
They have bidets in Europe, I guess.
It can reach the moon?
The moon. You ever heard of mooning somebody?
I've heard of mooning, but I've never heard of a bottom described as a moon.
Yeah. It's a little bit. It's a bit of a reach.
Yeah, reaches the moon.
Oh, that was the tag there. You have to get there.
Wouldn't it can reach Uranus be a better punchline?
Yeah, but I was in second grade. I didn't know what an anus was.
We've got Ace-8 versus King-10. Pair of eights for Kishu. Straight draw for Docherty. 36% equity. Nine of hearts pairs the board.
Key shoe with the best of it here, but Docherty might take that opportunity here to bet something, see if he can fold out some better hands like ace-x type hands. Going to be a tough assignment to fold something like the ace-8. But Kishu has surprised us with some tight folds in certain spots.
River card is a 10.
Got him.
Yeah, had the straight draw, but actually improved to a better pair than Kishu. But on that board, Griffin, does Docherty think he's good?
Not a lot of the time.
It's straighty, it's flushy, it's paired. It's a straighty, flushy paired board.
But he might not have to face a bet.
Good point.
Yeah, I think Kishu will probably end up checking back, and this is going to effectively double up Docherty's stack from what's left in his stack, which is very nice.
Yeah, so after that, David Docherty has just shy of 20 big blinds. Nils Poodle is the shortest stack with 15 big blinds.
Nice 10.
And we have got 15 minutes left to play on the day.
All right. Yeah.
Actions going to start with Alexandra Bouillamire. Round to Ian Hamilton. Dan Kishu, who sits in second place on the leaderboard. Dan, you got Queen Deuce offsuit, buddy. Dan.
Diggity Dan.
Roman Hrabets. Still chip leader, just shy of 80 big blinds. Opens in the cutoff with Queen 9 offsuit. And here is the short stack. Nils Poodle with Jack 7 of spades. Passes.
That ain't it, dog.
Docherty in the small blind has pocket fives.
Quite a nice spot, actually. I mean, it's a bit weird, actually, with 18 bigs, Poodle with 15, Bouillamire with 21. But you just think you're getting it through so often. When you shove against Hrabets here and you are able to increase your stack.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an effective shove here for about 70% of Docherty's stack.
Yeah, he announced 1 million.
Just got to dodge a wake up from Sinclair.
Sinclair looks very interested.
He looks quite interested.
Sinclair with ace, queen suited.
Ack.
Ack you. Ack you. Yeah, Sinclair ain't going nowhere.
And you're not that worried about Roberts, are you?
Nah.
Well,
Sinclair shoves. The original razor folds, and David Docherty gets it in with fives. So we are going to have a classic race at the final table. A race that David Docherty, the start of day chip leader, will need to win, or he will be eliminated in 7th place. And we will close the books on day 5.
Like the London Arsenals versus the Tottenham Spurs. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
I've been really impressed with how Jack Sinclair has played all tournament long, but
yeah, he's good.
Any tips from?
Got to tell you, it's got a little soft spot for Docherty after that.
Exactly. Wait, which one? The heart, maybe?
Well, I'm in heart.
I'll try.
Of course, we saw Queen 9 folded, so Docherty is better than a 60%
Come
favorite
on, I've
here.
never made a D6 before.
But do not underestimate the power of the chippopotamus.
You just jinxed your day 6.
The flop does not have an ace or a queen on it, and just the one club.
Looking pretty good.
I mean, 10 of clubs for the lulls, but
Griffin.
9 of clubs on the turn, and look at all of those outs for Sinclair now.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to take it like a man. I'm going to look at it.
He has to avoid a club, a 10, or an ace on the river.
He's shouting for a 10. Get out of here.
It's the 4 of clubs, the nut flush for Sinclair, and David Docherty is dispatched in 7th place, and that will bring day 5 of the EPT London main event to a close.
should be very proud of this performance. Played excellent poker. Got a nice run going yesterday with those aces.
You did your
kings,
job
and
finally.
Really played well to stay in there. A couple nice bluffs.
I was counting on you.
Should be very proud of the
Cheers to that
performance
hand.
and this
I said,
€100,000
you can get
pound,
back
pardon me, payout.
Very hard to win with ace queen.
Yeah.
David Docherty will not be returning for the final day, but he does cash for more than 100 grand, and it's his best ever result on the European Poker Tour. Congratulations to the remaining 6 players who will return for the 6th and final day, who will play at the final table, who are still in contention for the trophy and first prize of more than 664 grand. Jack Sinclair ends the day with 4.8 million. He will be third in chips coming into play tomorrow, just behind Dan Kishu, who's got 5 million. Roman Harabets is the chip leader with 6.1 million. Still a couple of short stacks. Alex, Niels, 19, 15 big blinds respectively.
Yeah, don't be surprised if we see some, quick eliminations tomorrow. I'm going to be playing super, super deep stack, just 12 minutes left in this level, and the blinds will then go up to the 100K big blind level.
Absolutely. That will push it back down to a 37 big blind average. So, yeah, we still need to see some chip consolidation. And a reminder that you can see every single hand from the final table, from the final day of our live coverage, from tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m. local time, which is 2 p.m. Central European time. So, different bat time, but same bat channel. Twitch, YouTube.
That was a great day. I'm very happy.
And we just got to 6 before the scheduled close of play. Just 12 minutes left on the clock.
You're getting good at that, James.
Yeah, and at this pace. That would have been what? 2 more hands? 3 more max?
Never done this before. Do you want us to write our positions?
The next one.
No, is it, but because we continue from the next hand, right? So should I write that on? Yeah.
Roman.
It's unfair.
Yeah, so no one.
Yep.
Write it on here. Yeah.
Into the bag goes the chippopotamus.
I like bagging chips.
And obviously some colouring up going on as well ahead of tomorrow's final
See you
table.
tomorrow, guys.
See you. Again.
What to tell you?
And I don't think we've ever seen any of these players at an EPT final table before.
I'm thinking hard about it. Sinclair's come close a couple times.
He has. And there is always the prospect that he made the FT of an event that wasn't covered, that wasn't streamed.
Sure.
But I don't think he did. He's had some deep runs, and of course he was second in the Estrellas main event, record-breaking tournament in Barcelona. I think this might be his first EPT final table. So congratulations to all of these guys, and looking forward to a fun dynamic tomorrow.
And time bank inside, yeah? My time bank.
So remind ourselves of the stacks of the final 6 coming into play tomorrow. And as Griffin highlighted, The blinds will be up in 12 minutes tomorrow. There's only 12 minutes left on the level, so it's going to get a bit shallower. But that will not cause any problems for Harabets, Kishu or Sinclair. They're all deep stacked. Hamilton, middle of the pack. Then we got Lumiere, who's got 21 big blinds, and Niels Boodle, who's got 15 big blinds. And still a lot of money left in play. Next man out, close to 135 grand. Jumps with every KO. More than 414k for the runner-up. And £664,400 for the winner. Well, I hope you enjoyed our day 5 coverage. It almost went the distance. Don't forget to check out the PokerStars blog, where you'll find full coverage of the EPT London 2022 Festival, including updates from the main event. And of course, we want you to be with us tomorrow for live coverage of the final table, plus your chance to play the mini EPT London main event and potentially win an EPT Prague package. We will be here, 1 o'clock local time, 2 o'clock Central European time. But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Bencher, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from London. Thanks for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow.